Prologue. If modern civilization can be likened to a pudding and evil to the seasoning within the flour, then why does the addition of such seasoning not render the pudding distasteful? Furthermore, another inquiry arises. Why do pirates consistently exude a certain dreadful allure in the annals of heroic epics? Within the remnants of cultural accumulation, do we not discover underlying foundations that sustain these archaic savages? In our contemporary, orderly society governed by the rule of law, does our spiritual abode not still harbor untamed wildness that perpetually resists the constraints of law and order? Or, to elucidate my perspective, allow me to present an example. Is it not true that every boy, regardless of his motivations, aspires to be a pirate captain rather than a member of Parliament? Do we not prefer tales of Captain Avery capturing East India treasure ships, winning the hand of a beautiful princess and acquiring countless jewels, over listening to Bishop Atterbury's sermons or reading Master Robert Boyle's religious romantic narrative, Theodora and Didymus? We might interpret this inclination as the singular answer to the profound nature of humanity's inherent wickedness. Whenever we delve into the valorous and formidable tales of Admiral Nelson commanding battles, our hearts swell with fervor and excitement. However, despite the captivating nature of these daring escapades, it is my belief that most individuals would rather turn the pages of history to explore the exploits of the British navigator Sir Francis Drake, who captured Spanish treasure galleons in the South Seas. Point 1. Can only imagine the spectacle of him dividing an immense trove of gold and silver upon the shores of the Isle of Plunder, a name derived from the vessels used by pirates to divvy up their spoils, as the sheer volume of plunder rendered conventional measures inadequate. What a life brimming with adventure it was. A life that demanded perpetual vigilance, fraught with peril, and a relentless flight from danger. He was akin to a wandering Ishmaelite of the seas, forever adrift without purpose or home, vanishing without a trace for months at a time at other moments. He would find himself at sea, rubbing his ship on desolate shores, or suddenly launching an assault on merchant vessels. Unleashing a torrent of gunfire with wild abandon, he roared and bellowed, extravagantly unleashing his fervor, wreaking havoc wherever he went. He was the hero of Carlisle, surrounded by a backdrop of blood, desire, war, and pillage. In the early 18th century, piracy thrived, marking the golden age of buccaneering. However, this wave of piracy did not emerge abruptly. Rather, it evolved from the semi-legal maritime plundering of the 16th century. In a sense, the piracy of that era stemmed from the disorganized and unofficial conflicts that characterized the Tudor dynasty in England. In the era of Queen Elizabeth I, the anti-Spanish adventurous wars bore a distinct piratical essence. Numerous adventurers, such as Sir Francis Drake and his associates, repeatedly transgressed the boundaries of international law, engaging in actions that were undeniably piratical in nature. Although their deeds were not officially sanctioned, neither were they reprimanded or punished for their plundering of Spanish merchant vessels, whether at home or in the West Indies. Rather, they were often lauded. In that so-called Age of Peace, amassing wealth through the plunder of Spanish ships was not regarded as disgraceful. Many esteemed citizens and merchants of London believed that the Queen had failed to fulfill her duty in combating the formidable Catholic forces, prompting them to organize fleets independently and launch a Protestant war against the papal armies. The essence of this conflict was piratical, merely cloaked under the guise of combating Catholicism. Through these daring exploits, the pirates seized an astonishingly vast array of treasures. For instance, it is difficult to fathom the sheer volume of spoils that Drake allegedly purchased from the infamous treasure galleon captured in the South Seas. A century later, an ancient pirate writer remarked, "The Spaniards can now be certain that each pirate received 240 tons of silver and gold tableware, along with 16 bowls of gold coin. In total, 45 pirates." Due to the overwhelming quantity of this treasure, there was insufficient space aboard the pirate ships to accommodate it all, necessitating the discarding of much wealth into the It is possible that the author and the Spanish officials are exaggerating, yet the facts contained within undeniably illustrate that the immense wealth acquired by the audacious individuals of that era, referred to as buys by the pirates, was indeed seized through plunder in the Western world. The names of these intrepid navigators from a bygone age are ubiquitous. They piloted small iron vessels weighing hundreds of tons across the boundless seas, motivated not only by the desire to explore uncharted waters, but, more crucially, by the pursuit of Spanish treasures. Among these adventurers were notable figures such as Frobisher, Davis, and Drake. In the struggle against Spanish Catholicism during this leftist conflict, it is indisputable that many adventurers were not only stirred by the strict puritanical tenets of Calvinism, but were also lured by the allure of Catholic heretics' gold and silver riches. Consequently, they sustained an enduring fervor, bravely traversing the vast and enigmatic unknown seas that stretched toward the setting sun. In those distant waters, they relentlessly attacked the massive and cumbersome treasure ships navigating the Caribbean or passing through the Bahamas, thereby plundering substantial fortunes. Among all the horrific and brutal events in history, the religious wars of your stand, as the most terrifying and ghastly, it is difficult for contemporary individuals to fathom the merciless atrocities that transpired during that era. At the time, death was often the mildest punishment meted out to captives. When the Spaniards captured the English, they would hand the prisoners over to the Inquisition, a fate that was widely understood to be dire. Conversely, when the English seized Spanish vessels, they subjected the captives to various forms of torment, either as an act of vengeance or to extract the location of hidden treasures. In this cycle of retaliatory violence, it becomes challenging to ascertain whether the Anglo-Saxons or the Latins exhibited greater cunning in the torture of their victims. For instance, Cobham captured a Spanish ship in the Bay of Biscay despite the enemy's cessation of resistance. He commanded his crew to wrap every Spaniard aboard regardless of WHE, though they bore arms within the mainsail and cast them into the sea. Days later, the tides washed the sail ashore, revealing over 20 corpses within. Inevitably, the blood debts incurred were repaid in kind, as many innocent lives were sacrificed to settle the brutal debts owed by Cobham. No actions could be more akin to piracy than these. However, as previously noted, although such piratical acts lacked legal sanction, the authorities largely turned a blind eye, as many esteemed individuals were complicit in these endeavors. Although Spain can attain peace and tranquility on its own soil, it remains perpetually enmeshed in conflict in the West Indies, ceaselessly battling against nations such as England, France, and the Netherlands. For Spain, to maintain its stature in the New World necessitates confronting a harrowing choice between life and death. At that time, the nation was grappling with economic despair and the upheaval of significant reforms, resulting in a considerable weakening of its power and teetering on the brink of collapse. The Americas represented a treasure trove for Spain, a realm where it aspired to replenish its leaking coffers with gold, silver, and precious jewels. Thus, it exerted every effort, struggling desperately to isolate its American possessions from the world. However, this endeavor proved futile, as the old order upon which it relied had crumbled and was irrevocably lost. Nevertheless, Spain clung tenaciously to its final stand against fate, igniting a protracted conflict with the world in tropical America. Consequently, after a prolonged absence, pirates resurfaced in distant waters, rallying with unyielding vigor to congregate illicit forces, wreaking havoc across all newly cultivated territories. In this realm, the only law is that of lawlessness here. Might defines right, and survival hinges solely on the act of severing another's throat. Chapter 2. The sea demon on the northwestern coast of the ancient land of Hispaniola, Haiti, precisely at the site of present-day Santo Domingo, the capital of the Dominican Republic. There lies a peculiar island, separated from the mainland by a narrow waterway approximately 5 to 6 miles wide. This island, rising from the center, bears a striking resemblance to a sea turtle when viewed from a distance, hence it is aptly named Turtle Island. Measuring roughly 20 miles in length and 7 to 8 miles in width, this diminutive isle could easily be obscured by the point of a needle on a map. Nevertheless, it serves as the very epicenter of raging flames, where the malevolence, ruthlessness, and desires of humanity roar forth, emanating from the heart of the inferno and spreading messages of terror and death throughout the Spanish-controlled West Indies, from St. Augustine to Trinidad, and from Panama to the coasts of Peru. Around the mid-17th century, a contingent of French explorers set sail from St. Christopher Island aboard grand sailing ships and flat-bottomed vessels, embarking on a quest for new lands. Upon witnessing the joy-laden Hispaniola, they made landfall and traversed the island, venturing inland where they encountered vast herds of wild buffalo, mustangs, and boars. The northwestern coast of Hispaniola lies at the eastern outlet of the Old Bahama Channel, positioned almost directly along the main maritime thoroughfare. The French navigators soon discovered that from this locale, they could effortlessly capture wild buffalo, promising them double profits in their future meat markets. Consequently, they surged onto the island of Hispaniola aboard a myriad of vessels, converging along its entire western coast like a swarm of mosquitoes. They set up camp, dedicating considerable time to capturing wild cattle, curing meat, and subsequently indulging in a life of debauchery, squandering their earnings. In the Spanish West Indies, opportunities for lavish extravagance were never in short supply. Yet, those engaged in the art of meat curing paid little heed to such excesses. Their primary concern was the conspicuous lack of more convenient transport hubs compared to the mainland. However, this situation soon witnessed an improvement. A band of hunters daringly traversed the narrow strait between the mainland and Turtle Island, where they stumbled upon their long-desired discovery, a port of exceptional geographical advantage. Strategically located at the confluence of Old Bahama Harbor and the Windward Passage, through which at least 4/5 of the vessels journeying from Spain to India were destined to pass. There were already some Spaniards residing on this island, but their demeanor was exceedingly mild, and they were eager to befriend these newcomers. Gradually, an increasing number of Frenchmen navigated the narrow channel, congregating here to establish numerous beef processing facilities, tirelessly converting the wild cattle they hunted from neighboring islands into beef, leading to an overwhelming influx of French presence on the island. It was only at this juncture that the Spaniards realized, akin to their compatriots on the larger island, they had lost their grip on the situation. Yet, this apparent triumph for the Spaniards soon heralded their downfall, as the meat curers began to unite for self-defense, forming an unusual coalition of the unlawful against the lawful. The bond between them is exceedingly profound, their relationship remarkably intimate, surpassing even the ties of marriage. Upon forming an alliance, these two Frenchmen engaged in the art of curing meat would establish a treaty, delineating the terms of their union, thereby consolidating their assets and venturing into the wilderness, awaiting the arrival of fortune. Subsequently, their relationship blossomed, as if they had melded into a singular entity, sharing meals, shelter, and slumber, weathering joys and adversities together. Unless one were to perish, the two could not be separated. In such an event, the survivor would inherit the entirety of the deceased's estate. Thus, the circumstances faced by the Spaniards transformed entirely, as the two men, united in their pursuit of meat curing, disregarded their own lives, with keen awareness and unwavering resolve, determined to achieve their objectives, their combined strength rivaling that of half a dozen Spaniards. Gradually, an increasing number of Frenchmen banded together for self-defense, and as they grew in strength, they initiated an offensive, proactively assaulting the Spaniards. The French once more landed on Turtle Island, their positions now reversed. The Spaniards fled in panic, akin to startled birds, while the French rejoiced in their victory. Once they secured their foothold, France dispatched a local governor named Baristre from St. Christopher Island to oversee Turtle Island. Consequently, the island's defenses were fortified, attracting colonizers from various regions, including a multitude of peculiar and dubious individuals. It is said that those who engage in the art of curing meats consider a lima bean to be of equal worth to a Spanish gold coin. Thus, for the proprietors of brothels and taverns, this locale presents a veritable cornucopia of gold and profit. At this juncture, the small island had entirely become the domain of the French. The French residents of Turtle Island amassed countless riches through orderly and legitimate trade from vessels bound for home, their hearts brimming with contentment and hope for the future. However, Pierre Legrand found this state of affairs unsatisfactory. He pioneered a new approach to amassing wealth through acts of piracy, a method that proved far swifter and more accessible than their previous, semi-legal trading endeavors. Pierre Legrand rallied together 28 fellow brave souls, undeterred by the potential consequences, and commandeered a diminutive vessel scarcely large enough to accommodate them all. With courage, they set sail into the vast ocean, braving the tempests as they ventured into the Caribbean Sea, where they awaited a prize worth the peril. The ship that caught there may have originally been a large vessel as tender, with the number of Spaniards on board vastly outnumbering that of the pirates, perhaps by 1 to 3. Although Pierre and his companions were armed only with pistols and cutlasses, they recognized this as an opportunity, perhaps their sole opportunity. They resolved to seize the Spanish ship, determined to either succeed or perish in the attempt. As night descended, the pirates stealthily approached the Spanish vessel, and Pierre commanded the ship's surgeon to scuttle their own vessel before their departure. They ascended the side of the ship, one hand clutching a pistol and the other wielding a knife, as they charged onto the deck. The Spaniards remained blissfully unaware, harboring unwavering trust in their vessels. At that moment, a group of pirates stormed the armory, seizing weapons and ammunition, mercilessly slaying all Spaniards who dared to obstruct their path or resist. Another band of pirates swiftly followed Pierre into the grand ship's hold, where the captain and a few companions were engrossed in a card game, caught completely off guard. In a swift motion, Pierre lunged forward, pressing a pistol against the captain's chest, commanding him to surrender the ship. Faced with the choice of capitulation or death, the Spaniards opted for surrender. Through this audacious act, the pirates amassed a considerable bounty. Soon, their piratical exploits supplanted all normal commercial transactions, becoming their quotidian affair. An accord was struck between the captain and his crew, formalizing their terms. Other accomplices also entered into clandestine agreements. In every industry, there are always those who thrive and those who falter. The realm of piracy adhered to this principle. Some pirates gained renowned fame, their names echoing through the ages, while others faded into obscurity, their identities lost to the relentless passage of time. Having tasted victory, Pierre Legrand, accompanied by 26 ruffians, boldly charged into the waters of South America, targeting the fabled treasure fleet, launching an assault upon the naval admiral aboard, capturing their vessels. Despite the ship being armed with 8 cannons and manned by 60 crew members, it could not evade its grim fate. The pirates could have safely commandeered the ship, yet as they prepared to set sail, the mainmast unexpectedly collapsed, causing them to miss out on a substantial portion of their hard-won plunder. Despite facing merely 26 surviving pirates, the Spaniards chose not to annihilate them but instead reached an accord, allowing Pierre and his men to depart the battlefield unscathed. The Portuguese Bartholomew deserves particular mention. He, alongside 30 companions, navigated a small vessel and encountered a large ship emerging from the Strait of Corrientes, purportedly manned by 70 individuals. They launched repeated assaults on the grand vessel, enduring numerous setbacks, yet their tenacity never waned as they continually regrouped for further attacks. Ultimately, the 50 surviving Spaniards aboard surrendered their weapons to the 20 living pirates. Subsequently, these blood-soaked marauders stormed the Spanish deck like demons, subduing their foes one by one. Another notable figure, a distinguished pirate named Rock, proved equally formidable. This valiant Dutchman journeyed from the Brazilian coast to the Spanish colonies on the American continent, where his name seemed already etched upon the list of notorious pirates. In his inaugural venture, he captured a treasure ship of astonishing value and successfully transported it to Jamaica. Later, when apprehended by the Spaniards, he threatened them, proclaiming that his followers would exact vengeance in blood. This threat instilled fear in the Spaniards, leading to his eventual release. Thus, these 3 infamous pirates became renowned for their depredations upon the Spanish colonies in the Americas. In addition to them, there existed countless audacious and insatiable outlaws roaming these waters. Soon, the dire consequences of their piratical activities began to manifest. The rampant piracy imposed tremendous risks on the owners of Spanish merchant vessels and those shipping goods, leading to a gradual disappearance of commercial activities in this maritime region. Without the protection of a formidable fleet, merchant ships scarcely dared to set sail. Even with escort, they remained vulnerable to pirate incursions. Goods exported from South America to Europe typically traversed the Magellan Strait, while the waterways between the Bahamas and the Caribbean islands saw almost no vessels. At this juncture, a certain individual illuminated a new path for the pirates, presenting them with a method to extract wealth from the Spaniards. He was the Englishman, Lewis Scott. As commerce within the Spanish colonies of the Americas stagnated, all wealth coalesced in the West Indies, where fortified towns gradually emerged. With the seas no longer yielding profits for the pirates, they were compelled to venture ashore to pillage. Lewis Scott was the first to recognize this truth. He rallied a formidable band of equally avaricious outlaws and launched a raid on Campeche Bay, plundering the town and seizing everything of value. Following Scott, a slightly lesser-known pirate embarked on his maiden voyage, a rogue by the name of Mansfield. He arrived at St. Catherine's Island, now known as Old Providencia, and established it as his base, seeking to launch assaults on New Granada and Cartagena. Unfortunately, all his endeavors ended in failure. Had he not been the most astute and clever protege of the great Captain Henry Morgan, he would have never secured a place in the annals of history alongside other illustrious pirates. Captain Henry Morgan stands as the most renowned pirate in history, having served as governor of Jamaica and been knighted by King Charles II. Following Manswiller, another audacious figure emerged, John Davis, a native of Jamaica. He seemed destined for piracy from birth. With a mere 80 men, he launched a surprise attack on the city of Nicaragua under the cover of night, dispatching sentinels with knives and shamelessly plundering the church and the homes of the residents. At this juncture, an extraordinary pirate emerged, elevating the piratical enterprise to unprecedented heights, Francois L'Olonais. He ravaged the grand city of Maracaibo and the town of Gibraltar. His demeanor was merciless, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Cold blood coursed through his veins. He was impervious to the warmth of humanity and harbored not a trace of pity or compassion for the helpless victims who fell beneath his bloody hands. In a bid to eradicate him, the local governor of Havana dispatched a formidable warship, accompanied by a black executioner, prepared to execute the pirate without hesitation upon capture, leaving no room for delay. However, Rorano Azaro did not remain idle. Instead, he took the initiative to engage in battle. Upon encountering a warship that was anchored at the estuary of the East River, he launched a fierce offensive at dawn, catching the enemy entirely off guard. The ferocity of his assault quickly led to a decisive victory. Shortly thereafter, the pirates seized the vessel, forcing the Spaniards to retreat into the cabin, awaiting the grim arrival of death. The unfortunate Spaniards were dragged out one by one from their hiding place, each met with brutal execution. Rorano Azaro stood upon the aft deck, his expression impassive as he observed the gruesome slaughter unfold. A black executioner was dragged from the remaining crowd, pleading for mercy from the pirates while vowing to divulge all that he knew. After interrogating the man and extracting every morsel of information, Rorano Azaro coldly gestured, sending the unfortunate soul on his way to the afterlife. Only one individual survived the massacre, the messenger sent by Rorano Azaro to the governor of Havana. He instructed that man to inform the local governor that, henceforth, he would grant no armed Spaniard he encountered any chance of survival. This was no idle threat. Rorano Azaro's rise to prominence was not swift. It was the result of arduous effort and perseverance through numerous adversities that gradually brought him into the limelight. However, fortune is ever-changing. After enduring several hardships, he was met with a succession of good luck, achieving one triumph after another. A streak of fortune that continued until the end of his days. While patrolling near the Gulf of Maracaibo, he captured a vessel laden with a considerable amount of gold, silver, and coins. He also devised a grand scheme to raid the formidable city of Maracaibo. Once the plan was meticulously crafted, he eagerly summoned 500 outlaws, carefully selected from Turtle Island, and appointed a certain Michael de Bosco as the land commander. Leading over 200 pirates, they advanced along the coast, ultimately reaching the Gulf of Venezuela. Like a plague, they descended upon the unfortunate city. After disembarking, the pirates launched a surprise assault on the fortress guarding the mouth of Lake Maracaibo, the very bastion that protected the city from enemy incursions. The Spaniards valiantly resisted the overwhelming offensive, exerting every effort to defend their city. However, after 3 hours of fierce combat, all hope of resistance was abandoned, and the garrison fled the city as fear and chaos swiftly engulfed the populace. Many residents hastily took to boats, escaping toward Gibraltar, located approximately 40 miles south of the city by the shores of Lake Maracaibo. The pirates surged into the city, and the events that followed are easily imaginable. It was an unprecedented massacre, fueled by desire, greed, and savagery in the Spanish-ruled West Indies. The homes and churches of the inhabitants were ransacked, and both men and women were subjected to brutal torture, compelled to divulge the locations of further treasures. After plundering the city of Maracaibo, the pirates sailed into Lake Maracaibo. Reaching Gibraltar, the anxious souls who fled here gathered together, enveloped in a profound silence of fear. The governor of Merida, a valiant soldier who once served the King of Flanders, rallied 800 individuals to bolster the town's defenses, awaiting the pirates' arrival. Soon, the marauders appeared, despite the warriors' gallant resistance. Gibraltar ultimately succumbed. A tragedy unfolded in Gibraltar reminiscent of that which transpired in Maracaibo, albeit the latter lasted merely 15 days. While the former endured for a harrowing 4 weeks, the pirates savagely plundered the unfortunate, tormented, impoverished populace, their sole focus fixated on wealth. 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 After exhausting the treasures of the townsfolk, they prepared to depart, yet not before extorting an additional ransom of 18,000 silver ducats, threatening to incinerate the city if their demands were unmet. The Spaniards hesitated, contemplating negotiations. However, Roronoy decisively set the city ablaze. Witnessing this, the Spaniards promptly acquiesced to the pirates' demands, desperately imploring these brigands to assist in extinguishing the raging inferno. The pirates, eager to accept the task, endeavored to save the city. Yet ultimately, half of the town lay in ruins amidst the flames. In Hilera de la Vache, the pirates siphoned off 260,000 silver ducats, alongside a trove of gold, jewels, bundles of silk, linen, and a myriad of other spoils. These are the illustrious deeds of Roronoa Zoro, whose brilliance gradually dimmed thereafter, as it seemed that nature itself opposed such a demon. Ultimately, he met his tragic end at the hands of the indigenous people on an island in Darien Bay, a demise so harrowing it defies description. Now, let us turn our attention to the tale of the greatest pirate. He stands as the epitome of piracy, and even to this day, his name resonates with boundless allure. Upon hearing his name, one recalls his valiant exploits, indomitable courage, ruthless belligerence, and his insatiable greed for gold. This is Captain Henry Morgan, the audacious Welshman who elevated the pirate enterprise to its most glorious zenith. In his quest for the sea, he adopted the prevalent method of selling himself into slavery, enduring hard labor in Barbados. Upon regaining his freedom, he promptly embarked upon a career in piracy, swiftly ascending the ranks within this perilous domain. He allied with Manswiller, participating in the campaign against St. Catherine's Island, a pivotal military stronghold for launching assaults on neighboring coasts, holding immense significance in Morgan's ambitions. However, when it came time to divide the spoils, they discovered only 58,000 pieces of silver remained. Only Captain Henry Morgan knew the true whereabouts of the rest of the treasure. The principles of honesty and integrity have never held sway among thieves. Captain Morgan was rude, boorish, cruelly bellicose, and exceedingly dishonest. Yet, he appeared to possess a formidable power that compelled the savage pirates to willingly relinquish all decision-making authority to him, obeying his commands without question. It was evident that the majority of the spoils enriched his own coffers, yet a steady influx of new pirates continued to flock to him, eager to join his ranks. Consequently, his crew grew ever larger and better equipped. The pirates soon deemed Portobello to be relatively affluent, with conditions deemed favorable for their nefarious pursuits, thus resolving to plunder the city. Their decision was poised to bring calamity upon this locale. At that time, the city was fortified by 2 strongholds, seemingly impregnable, and commanded by a valiant officer who was never without his Toledo sword. However, in the eyes of the pirates, the robust fortifications and courageous soldiers were of little consequence, for their insatiable greed for gold had ignited their fervor, leading them to a state of reckless abandon. The pirates made landfall at the port of San Lorenzo, a small town situated approximately 10 miles west of Belo Port. Upon arrival, they shamelessly demanded the townsfolk surrender. After facing rejection from the townspeople, Captain Morgan threatened to massacre the city should they refuse to capitulate. Belo City once again denied the demand for surrender, prompting the pirates to launch a fierce assault on the small town. Despite the townspeople's valiant struggle, the city ultimately fell into their hands. Morgan fulfilled his promise, confining everyone to the guardroom before igniting the powder magazine, reducing soldiers, the fortress, and everything into mere fragments. The pirates surged through the smoke and dust into the town. The governor, still holding out in another castle, could have defended his position, yet was betrayed by his own soldiers. The pirates clamored as they flooded into the fortress. His wife and daughters clung to his legs, beseeching him to surrender, but he remained resolute, continuing to fight valiantly. Eventually, the governor sustained a head injury, blood streaming down and staining his white collar, until a merciful bullet ultimately ended his futile struggle. Thus, tragedy repeated itself. The pirates plundered the city, taking everything of value, and threatened to set the city ablaze unless the citizens paid a ransom. This division of spoils appeared remarkably honest and equitable, or at least seemed so on the surface. They pillaged approximately 258,000 pieces of silver, along with a substantial amount of goods and jewels. The next victims of misfortune were the unfortunate towns of Maracaibo and Gibraltar. These towns had just begun to emerge from the shadow of the previous sacking by Loro'o, slightly regaining their vitality, only to be plundered once more. After draining these 2 towns, the pirates demanded even more ransom. At this juncture, a twist in the tale seemed imminent. As Captain Morgan departed Gibraltar, he discovered 2 massive warships awaiting him at the lake's entrance. Seeing himself encircled in the narrow waters, Captain Morgan was compelled to negotiate with the Navy, expressing his willingness to relinquish all spoils in exchange for safe passage. However, such an arrangement proved futile, as the Spanish naval commander believed he had the situation entirely under control and deemed the pirates incapable of escaping his grasp. Consequently, he was disinclined to entertain any terms or compromises, resolutely determined to eradicate the band of pirates to restore tranquility to the seas. This unfortunate decision for the Spaniards unexpectedly emboldened the pirates, who, in their desperation, became increasingly ferocious. They transformed a massive vessel brought from Maracaibo into a fire ship, adorned with numerous wooden stakes donning cloth hats and clad in sailor attire, and loaded it with sulfur, pitch, and oil-soaked palm fronds. Subsequently, the pirates launched the fire ship from the harbor, steering it directly toward the Spanish warships. At this moment, the most intrepid and daring volunteers among the pirates took the helm of the fire ship, while the wooden stakes stood guard at the hatch. Despite the Spanish warships unleashing a barrage of cannon fire, the pirates charged forward. It was only then that the Spaniards realized the gravity of their predicament, discovering that their adversaries were a remarkably fierce and terrifying band. Yet, by the time they grasped the situation, it was far too late. The commander sought desperately to evade the fire ship, but the billowing smoke and raging flames swiftly enveloped both vessels, and soon he vanished without a trace. The second warship, unwilling to await the arrival of the pirates, ventured into the fortress. Amidst the sound of cannon fire, these cowards abandoned their ship and fled. The third vessel had no opportunity for escape, lacking even the capacity to resist, and was effortlessly seized by the pirates. Thus, the marauders cleared all obstacles from the waterways of the lake and departed from Gibraltar. The towns of Maracaibo and Gibraltar, having suffered a second pillaging, were left behind in their wake. Subsequently, Captain Morgan resolved to embark on yet another audacious adventure, one unparalleled in the annals of piracy. His ambition was to capture Panama, a neighboring city of Cartagena, renowned for its formidable defenses within the West Indies. In orchestrating this bold endeavor, he secured a permit from the local governor of Jamaica to seize enemy merchant vessels. With the flexibility afforded by this license, he promptly set about gathering all necessary provisions for the undertaking. News of the illustrious Captain Morgan's unprecedented expedition spread far and wide, drawing countless individuals eager to rally under his command. Soon, approximately 2,000 ruffians and pirates had gathered around him, all voluntarily joining this venture. Yet none were privy to the specific details of the plan. The port of call in on Isla Espaola, nestled against the Isle of La Vache, served as the assembly point for this motley crew, who converged from all directions. They plundered every available resource, amassing a variety of supplies essential for the undertaking. On October 24, 1670, all preparations had been meticulously made, and the operation was poised to commence. During the dominion over St. Catherine Island, Spain had fortified the island's defenses. Had the current governor exhibited the same valor as his predecessor, who perished on the Isle of Belly, the outcome would have been entirely different. In truth, this governor surrendered in the most cowardly manner, merely requesting the pirates to feign an assault to preserve his reputation. Consequently, the pirates effortlessly seized St. Catherine. Subsequently, the pirates' next objective was to capture the Castillo de Chagres. This fortress, guarding the mouth of the Chagres River, was essential for transporting personnel and supplies to mount an offensive against Panama City. Captain Morgan meticulously selected 400 pirates to personally lead this daring venture. The Chagres Castle, known to the Spaniards as San Lorenzo, loomed atop a steep cliff at the river's mouth. It was the most formidable stronghold in the West Indies. If Captain Morgan aspired to conquer Panama, he must first subdue this bastion. With the fall of Chagres Castle, nothing but the untraversed forest remained to obstruct the pirates' advance towards Panama. The name of the ill-fated city was no longer a secret. Captain Henry Morgan, accompanied by 200 men, squeezed into canoes and navigated upstream along the Chagres River. They progressed steadily, pausing occasionally to rest and alleviate their weary limbs. Subsequently, they arrived at a location known as Cruz de San Juan Galicia. Due to the shallow waters, they were compelled to abandon their vessel and proceed on foot. They left behind 160 ships for protection. Should they face defeat in Panama, these vessels would serve as their lifeline. Thereafter, the pirates ventured into the vastness of the forest. However, armed with matches, explosives, and fuses, the Spaniards had to confront not only the pirates but also a more formidable adversary, hunger. Along their arduous journey, the pirates encountered little resistance. Nevertheless, wherever they roamed, They would completely deplete or destroy every morsel of meat, each kernel of corn, every ounce of bread, or any food item they stumbled upon. Even if the pirates successfully repelled a Spanish ambush or assault, the Spaniards would ensure to seize every grain of sustenance from the pockets of their fallen comrades before fleeing, leaving only empty sacks behind. An adventurer who partook in these events recounted how, in their desperate quest for sustenance, they were forced to consume their leather pouches. In such a state of extreme scarcity, they persevered for 10 days, battling dizziness from hunger, weakened and emaciated, with some even succumbing to high fevers. At last, from the summit of a lofty mountain, they glimpsed the spires of Panama City through the towering trees of the forest. Aside from the impending confrontation against the Spaniards in a 1-4 battle, they were now tantalizingly close to their objective. The pirates were well accustomed to such disproportionate skirmishes, rendering it a trivial matter for them. The pirates charged down the mountain towards Panama, where they were met by 500 Spanish infantry, 400 horses, and 2,000 cattle. The Spaniards drove the cattle into the midst of the pirates in an attempt to disrupt their formation and order, or to vanquish them, though only 800 robust pirates remained, having lost the others either to the deadly skirmishes in the forest or to the arduous journey through it. After 2 hours of fierce combat, the Spaniards abandoned at least 600 of their dead or dying comrades and fled in panic. Most of the wild cattle were shot by the starving pirates, who relished the prospect of feasting upon the meat to replenish their strength. For the pirates, slaughtering cattle for sustenance was a skill they had mastered. They then pressed onward towards the city. After 3 hours of fighting, they reached the streets, where they roared with excitement, looting and indulging their base desires aflame within their hearts. What followed was a familiar sequence of events for the pirates: pillaging, slaughtering, and extortion. The only difference this time was that the pirates did not demand ransom from the city, for Morgan had ordered its complete destruction. They set ablaze the largest city in this new world, and Panama vanished from the earth. Why did Captain Morgan choose to do this? Perhaps no one, but he knows the true reason. It may be that all secret treasure locations had been uncovered, but whatever the reason, it remains a mystery known only to this great captain. In the remaining 3 weeks, Morgan and his comrades resided in that dreadful place, burdened with 175 head of livestock carrying bags of gold, silver, and jewels, alongside a substantial cargo and 600 captives held for ransom, departing from the ruins. How this immense fortune was disposed of and its true worth remained a mystery, known only to the captain. However, when the pirates commenced their division of the spoils, they discovered that each individual could claim only 200 pieces of eight. This revelation incited a chorus of curses, instilling fear even in Captain Henry Morgan. Under the cover of night, he and 4 companions weighed anchor and fled to the sea. It is said that the 4 of them divided the majority of the plunder, which they had amassed in Panama, with a total value of no less than $5 million. A reasonable estimation of the diverse treasures Henry Morgan seized in the West Indies off the coast of Panama is as follows: Panama, $5 million. Portobello, $800,000. Principe, $700,000. Maracaibo and Gibraltar, $400,000. Treasures pillaged from other locations, $250,000. The total sum of these spoils reached an impressive $65 million. Nevertheless, other pirates continued to trail in his wake. Campeche Bay was overtaken and ravaged by pirates, and even Cartagena fell victim. Yet, Henry Morgan had already reached the zenith of his piratical endeavors. From that point onward, the power of pirates began to wane, and the wealth they accumulated diminished. They were no longer as malevolent as before, until ultimately, they were all eradicated. The audacity of the pirates has grown increasingly brazen. In fact, their rampant lawlessness has become so intolerable that even the local government can no longer overlook their heinous acts. Consequently, the authorities have initiated a stringent crackdown on piratical activities, a measure that has significantly weakened the pirates' power and led them toward fragmentation. The populace believed that the pirate organizations had been entirely uprooted, allowing for a sense of security. However, this was far from the truth. They were not eradicated but rather dispersed in all directions. These independent pirates evolved into pivotal figures within various criminal syndicates, drawing the most nefarious individuals to their ranks. Thus, in the 17th century, as figures like Captain Morgan and other pirates of the West Indies exited the historical stage, more than 20 new pirate factions emerged along the Atlantic coast. Their vessels were armed warships, proudly displaying the black skull and crossbones flag. The composition of these pirate groups was remarkably diverse, comprising the dregs of both civilized and semi-civilized societies, including individuals of Caucasian, African, Hispanic, and Asian descent. These outlaws, often referred to as exiles, congregated on the decks of pirate ships united by a singular purpose. These pirates, having branched off from Spanish pirate factions, extended their activities beyond the confines of the Americas, becoming active in the East Indies and along the African coast, with traces of their presence even in the Bay of Biscay. The branches that emerged from renowned pirates refined the methods of their ancestors. They no longer contented themselves with merely attacking the Spanish, but rather set their sights on plundering the trade of all nations. At that time, the majority of trade in the American waters was conducted by American coastal merchant vessels. Thus they bore the brunt of these assaults and suffered the most profound losses. The ports were often filled with lamentable news, such as the sinking of one ship or the burning of another. One vessel was seized to serve as a pirate ship while another was stripped of all its cargo. By the time these ships returned to port, they resembled hollow shells, drained of their essence. New York, Boston, Philadelphia, and Charleston all faced the same fate, and wealthy shipowners were left to tally their losses with heavy hearts. Etching these painful memories into stone, exile refers to the banishment of sailors who have committed grave offenses to desolate islands. This is the most straightforward interpretation of the term as articulated by Noah Webster. During that era, most pirate captains were British, for since the illustrious reign of Queen Elizabeth, British naval commanders had borne an air of piracy, from the esteemed Admiral Drake of the early days to the ferocious Morgan of the Caribbean era. The actions of the British were characterized by audacity and malevolence. They committed egregious crimes that inflicted significant harm upon the world and brought immense calamity upon humanity. Among the notable figures on the list of infamous pirates, the audacious Captain Avery must be mentioned first, for he was one of the pioneers of the practice of exile. Enthralled by legendary tales and folklore, we can only perceive the elusive figure concealed within these narratives. Although many pirates subsequently eclipsed his achievements, he remains renowned as the first recorded exiled criminal pirate in history. At that time, the British, Dutch, and Spanish united to combat piracy in the West Indies. Prominent figures from the historic port of Bristol invested in equipping 2 warships, demonstrating their commendable commitment to this noble endeavor against piracy. Bristol's commerce had suffered immensely under the notorious Morgan and Lalonde. One of the warships was christened the Duke, commanded by Captain Gibson, with Avery as his aide. They set sail for the West Indies, where the immense profits derived from piracy left a profound impression on Avery. He was envious of the pirates who could amass considerable wealth with minimal effort. One evening, the captain, usually fond of indulging in rum, abnormally chose to forego shore leave for revelry, opting instead to drink privately in his cabin. As he snored drunkenly in his quarters, Avery and several conspirators calmly traversed the anchored coalition fleet under the cover of night and sailed out of the port of Cologne. What transpired? The captain bellowed from his bed, "Surely, there must be a problem with the ship. Is it still sailing? What is the weather like?" "Oh, we have not stopped. We are currently at sea," Avery replied. "At sea? Come here, come here." Avery exclaimed, "Let me tell you what has transpired. You must understand that I am now the captain of this vessel. Quickly gather your belongings and depart from this room. We must set sail for Madagascar to amass great wealth. If you wish to partake in this journey and can manage yourself with composure and poise, we would be delighted. Should you prefer otherwise, a small boat awaits at the side to take you ashore." The poor, half-dazed captain had no intention of heeding the commands of this unscrupulous first mate to embrace piracy. Thus, he and 4 or 5 other crew members, equally reluctant to pursue a life of piracy, hastily rowed away. The rest of the crew continued their voyage towards the East Indies, intending to test their fortunes in those waters. Captain Avery, filled with ambition, had no desire to squander time in the West Indies, for it had already been drained of its riches by Captain Morgan and his successors. No, he resolved to embark on a bold venture, seeking to witness the outcome regardless of success or failure, stripped of legend and embellishment. The truth of the tale reveals that Avery indeed encountered an Indian ship laden with vast wealth, perhaps even the great Mogul princess, and captured it, reaping substantial spoils. Avery initially aspired to settle in Boston, Massachusetts. However, the town's desolation and foreboding atmosphere deterred him, preventing it from becoming the haven for this notable figure. Discontented with Boston's bleakness, he continued his eastward journey, eventually arriving in Ireland, where he settled in Biddeford, hoping to lead a life of comfort henceforth. Here, he is a wealthy magnate, possessing an abundance of gold, silver, and jewels, including heaps of pearls, diamonds, and gemstones. Yet, his pockets contained merely a jingling handful of French sous, equivalent to a quarter of an old penny. Consequently, he sought the counsel of a Bristol merchant to deliberate on the disposition of these gems. Unfortunately, the merchant's character was scarcely superior to Avery's. After serving as Avery's broker, he set off with the jewels, never to be seen again by the pirate, who lost all his Indian treasures. In the American psyche, the most renowned pirate is undoubtedly Captain Robert Kidd, alongside Captain Edward Teach, famously known as Blackbeard. Today, discussions surrounding Kidd's exploits and whether he truly was a pirate have lost their significance. For many years, among pirates, he has been regarded as the quintessential hero. It is said that along every river and stream by our shores, on every piece of land, and within the sea caves, lies an astonishing treasure belonging to him. However, these tales remain mere legends. We can now assert with certainty that he was never a pirate, nor did he ever bury any treasure. Although legends suggest he once concealed a chest on Gardiner's Island, this account may well be fictional. Thus, we ought to regard the unfortunate Kidd as a noble and respectable man, even if such individuals may sometimes appear rather unexciting. In stark contrast, Blackbeard embodies the quintessential brutality and madness of a pirate. He indeed buried treasure and was responsible for the deaths of more than one captain. He has murdered countless individuals, the precise number of whom he himself likely cannot ascertain. He has occupied this position for several years, perhaps alongside others sharing the same fate. Captain Teach, born in Bristol, honed his craft during the French War of 1702, where he learned the art of commerce aboard privateer vessels. His exceptional performance rendered him unparalleled. In the latter half of 1716, the privateer Captain Benjamin Hornigold recognized his talents and promoted him to command a recently captured sloop, thus marking the inception of Blackbeard's piratical career. This was a modest beginning, yet soon, Teach transitioned from privateering to outright piracy. Not only did he embrace the life of a pirate himself, but he also persuaded seasoned captains to join his ranks. He embarked on a series of audacious and lawless plundering expeditions, quickly ascending to notoriety, becoming one of the most formidable outlaws of his time. An esteemed historian once lauded this remarkable figure for his weaponry and unparalleled bravery, noting that the protagonist earned the nickname Blackbeard due to his face being obscured by a thick, dark beard that inspired fear akin to that of a demon. He favored styling his beard in the fashion of a lamy wig, binding it into numerous small braids secured with ribbons, which he would then curl around his ears. When in action, he would carry a slingshot, suspending 3 pistols from his holster like a bandolier. He even tucked lit matches beneath his hat to illuminate his cheeks, giving his gaze an aura of ferocity and madness. In summary, his attire rendered it utterly inconceivable that any vengeful deity from the depths of hell could surpass him in terror. As for his unfortunate wife, she suffered the cruel persecution inflicted by Blackbeard and his fellow sailors. Her fate was so tragic that it was painful to recount. He first appeared near the port of Charleston, where he lingered for 5 or 6 days in this affluent town. He besieged the harbor, arbitrarily detaining vessels, which resulted in a complete paralysis of trade within the province. He seized the captured ships as trophies and imprisoned all crew members and passengers, among whom were many notable individuals of the time. For the kind-hearted residents of Charleston, the daily sight of that ominous black flag adorned with a skull, fluttering across the verdant salt marshes, was truly a harrowing experience. Furthermore, it was common knowledge that several prominent figures and other criminals were confined within the ship's hold, which added to the disquiet. One morning, Captain Blackbeard discovered that the medical supplies were woefully inadequate, yet he remarked, "Hush, we need not fret over this." He instructed Captain Richards of the Revenge, a single-masted sloop in his fleet, to escort Mr. Mark, a prisoner, to Charleston to procure medicine. No one was better suited for this task than our Captain Richards. Upon reaching the town, he brazenly chewed tobacco and addressed the local magistrate, saying, "You see, we require these supplies, and if we do not obtain them, well, let me be frank. We set fire to your wretched ships and severed the throats of all the fools aboard." Confronted by such a formidable foe, the esteemed local governor and the kind-hearted citizens of Charleston did not resist, fully aware of the cruelty exhibited by Blackbeard and his compatriots, who were capable of fulfilling their threats. Consequently, Blackbeard acquired the necessary medical supplies, which cost the residents a total of $2,000. However, This expenditure proved worthwhile as it liberated the town from the clutches of these marauders. It is said that while Captain Richards negotiated with the mayor, his crew ran rampant in the streets, brandishing their might, leaving the good townsfolk to gaze at them in indignation, too fearful to voice any complaints or take action. After plundering $7,000 or $8,000 from the seized vessels, the pirates set sail from the port of Charleston, heading towards North Carolina. Thereafter, Blackbeard, like many of his ilk, began to devise cunning schemes to appropriate the shares of his companions. As the number of those dividing the spoils diminished, naturally, each individual received a larger portion. Yet, in Blackbeard's eyes, even this distribution seemed excessively generous. Thus, he exiled approximately 20 of his men to a barren sandbar. Eventually, these men were rescued by another passing pirate, the notorious Major Stede Bonnet, whose tale we shall recount in detail later. At that time, the Crown issued a proclamation stating that armed pirates could receive clemency if they surrendered before the specified date. Thus, Blackbeard sought out the mayor of North Carolina, intending to submit to the government in a bid to preserve his life. However, he remained steadfast in his grip on the wealth he had acquired. Subsequently, the audacious Captain Blackbeard settled in North Carolina, forging a close alliance with the local authorities, where they mutually benefited from their coexistence. This intrepid mariner, who had relinquished his adventurous life, ultimately found solace in a stable existence, his spirits soaring high. Of course, on occasion, when finances grew tight, he would venture into nearby waters to plunder a merchant or two. He led a mundane, traditional colonial life, accompanied by a youthful wife of 16. His 14th spouse wed in various ports around the world. Those of Blackbeard's crew who survived the battles were escorted to Virginia. All pirates faced trial and were sentenced to hang, yet a few managed to survive, their names undoubtedly etched in the annals of state history. But, as local lore suggests, did Blackbeard bury his fortune along the shores he traversed? Midshipman Clement Downing, serving on the HMS Salisbury, had once patrolled the island of Madagascar. During this time, the Salisbury was dispatched to these waters ravaged by piracy, tasked with putting an end to the rampant lawlessness of the pirates. Upon the conclusion of his mission, he authored a book wherein he recounted an encounter in Gujarat with a Portuguese man named Anthony de Baristre. Like many Europeans of his time, he was employed alongside 2 other Portuguese and 2 Dutchmen by the Moors. Anthony recounted his past affiliation with a band of pirates, stating that he was aboard a nearby sloop when Blackbeard met his demise in Virginia. He suggested that I explore the vicinity of York River or Maryland near an island known as Sassafras, for it was said that one could often discover large chests, encased in iron and filled with gold, silver, and jewels, buried along the shore. Although I had never ventured there, nor did anyone I knew, I had indeed heard whispers of an island by the name of Sassafras, should a traveler pass through and seek a convenient cove for landing. Excavating a small path at the cove's end might swiftly unravel the truth of this tale. The Portuguese man indicated that 5 trees stood opposite the landing point, with the treasure concealed amongst them. While I cannot vouch for the veracity of his claims, should the opportunity arise for me to visit, I would certainly endeavor to satisfy my curiosity, as it would require little effort. If anyone yearns for this treasure and finds themselves in England, I hope they will remember this tidbit of information. Another notable pirate was Captain Edward Lowe, who learned the art of sail-making in Old Boston before embarking on a life of piracy in Honduras. It is believed that within this industry, no one can surpass his achievements, nor can anyone match his cruelty and unrestrained nature. Strangely, few poems or literary works recount the tale of this remarkable individual. In truth, he is as worthy of remembrance and celebration as Blackbeard. Under the command of an American captain, he embarked on his maiden voyage, destined for Honduras. Their objective was to procure mahogany, an endeavor that at that time was tantamount to pilfering wealth from the Spaniards. "We are seeking lunch," said Law, the representative of the laborers. "You shall have no lunch," the captain replied, "unless you fell another batch of trees." Regardless of the absence of sustenance, Law declared they would settle the bill, raising his rifle, taking aim, and pulling the trigger. Yet, Law could no longer remain there. Thus, he and his companions hastily departed in a whaleboat. After plundering a brigantine at sea, he joined the ranks of piracy. Consequently, Edward Law soon became a notorious pirate leader, a celebrated figure within the realm. However, due to that missed meal, he thereafter harbored an intense loathing for every American, vowing never to spare any unfortunate American who fell into his clutches. On one occasion, while venturing near South Carolina, he encountered a vessel named the Amsterdam, captained by Williamson. It was an American ship, captained of course, by an American. Edward Lowe severed the captain's nose and cut off his ears, then left with great delight, believing that inflicting such disfigurement upon an American was a source of immense joy. This brutal captain had frequented New York and New England on numerous occasions, each visit heralding disaster for these locales. Thus the inhabitants of both cities vividly remembered his every arrival. One day in 1722, 13 ships lay anchored off the coast of Marblehead. Soon after, an unfamiliar vessel entered the harbor. "Whose ship is that?" inquired the townsfolk. For the arrival of a new ship was no trivial matter at the time. It quickly became apparent who had arrived. The ship flew a black flag emblazoned with a skull. "It is the notorious Lowe," the crowd exclaimed in unison. Instantly, chaos erupted, and the town descended into turmoil, akin to a hawk swooping into a pond, sending all the ducks into a frenzy. For our captain, this was fortuitous, as 13 American vessels were moored in the harbor. He seized what he desired and swaggered away. This visit would remain etched in the memories of the Marblehead residents for years to come. Subsequently, he and his companions encountered the British warship Greyhound. In the ensuing battle, the pirate ship quickly succumbed, yet Lowe managed to evade capture, abandoning his comrades to face the consequences of law and order. These pirates were fortunate, for they were not blindfolded and bound, but rather subjected to a trial and met with the ultimate penalty. Subsequently, the pirate vanished into the dense mist of time, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Some say he succumbed to yellow fever in New Orleans. Truth be told, it is somewhat regrettable that he was not executed by hanging. If anyone could be deemed a quintessential American pirate, it would be Major Stedbonnet. Yet, in reality, he was merely a pitiable rogue, who, despite being fully entrenched in the pirate life, would occasionally experience pangs of conscience. In those moments, he would swear a solemn oath to extricate himself from this nefarious profession. Nonetheless, he continued to enjoy his piratical existence until he encountered the valiant Colonel Rhett. After meeting the colonel in the port of Charleston, Snyder's luck and courage were utterly obliterated by cannon fire and machine gun fire striking the side of his ship. The black flag of Black Jack fell from the bow, and Colonel Rhett triumphantly captured a whole ship full of scoundrels and murderers, a remarkable event for the town of Charleston. Ned England was a singular character, wielding his whip as he ventured into the far reaches of the East Indies and the tropical waters of Hindustan. Captain Howell Davis was also a renowned figure among pirates, akin to Ulysses, having won the favor of Mercury and the patronage of Minerva. This charade persisted until the moment of reaping the fruits of victory, while the commanders and guards within the fortress remained blissfully unaware. At that juncture, Davis's pirate crew had taken their positions, choosing the most advantageous locales. Thus, when the guns were drawn and the blades unsheathed, the mere twitch of a finger could summon death's embrace. The soldiers were bound back to back, their commander restrained to a chair, as the marauders indiscriminately unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Eventually, the pirates departed from the scene. Though they did not acquire the immense wealth they had envisioned, each nonetheless walked away with a considerable share of plunder. The triumph of this venture significantly bolstered the spirits of the pirates, who resolved to seek their fortune along the bustling shores of the Portuguese colony, Principe Island. Initially, this scheme appeared exceedingly clever and destined for success, yet, regrettably, one of the pirates, a Portuguese black man, betrayed them by conveying this intelligence to the commander stationed at the fortress on shore. Consequently, upon Captain Davis's arrival the following day, he was greeted by a robust and amiable soldier, seemingly there to welcome him. However, as he and his companions disembarked from the ship, a sudden cacophony of gunfire erupted near the water's edge, accompanied by a haze of smoke and the occasional anguished groan. When this fierce battle subsided, only one individual managed to escape in a small boat, concealed by the stinging smoke. As the fog lifted, onlookers beheld the lifeless forms of Captain Davis and his crew, piled together like a heap of tattered garments. Bartholomew Roberts was the sole apprentice of Davis. Following Davis's tragic demise on Principe Island, Bartholomew was unanimously elected as the captain of the fleet. He was not only an exemplary student, but also a commendable leader worthy of admiration. Many unfortunate merchant ships, upon encountering him, would find themselves as defenseless as ducklings before an eagle, stripped bare by his ruthless grasp. He was a courageous man, an elderly storyteller recounted. Clad in a deep crimson waistcoat and trousers, a red feather adorning his hat, and a gold chain draped around his neck, embellished with a diamond. In his hand, he wielded a sword, and in true pirate tradition, a silver slingshot dangled from his shoulder, accompanied by 2 pairs of pistols at the bow of the slingshot. It was in this formidable attire that he made his appearance during his final battle, which transpired between him and the Royal Navy's ship, the Swallow. After a fierce struggle, the pirates found themselves ensnared, caught between the warship and the shore. Resolute in their determination to vanquish the royal vessel, they unleashed a barrage of cannon fire upon its side. They placed their faith in fortune, hoping to inflict significant damage upon their adversaries and buy themselves precious time to flee the battlefield. The Swallow retaliated with overwhelming force. Captain Roberts was the first to fall, a grape shot striking his neck, causing him to collapse onto a nearby cannon. A helmsman named Stevenson, believing the captain had merely sustained an injury, rushed to support his arm, only to discover that the captain was already deceased. Thus, history records, he, Stevenson, wept bitterly, wishing that the next bullet would find its mark upon him. With their leader fallen, the pirates lost their will to fight. Black Jack was swiftly subdued, and all surrendered to justice and the gallows. This is a brief introduction to some of the most renowned pirates, yet they represent only a minute fraction of the illustrious roster of infamous marauders. Among them are Captain Martel, Captain Charles Vane, who was relentlessly pursued through the rivers by the valiant Colonel Red of South Carolina, though this endeavor ultimately bore no fruit. Captain John Rackham, Captain Anstis, Captain Worrell, Evans, Phillips, and others. The mere mention of their names once instilled terror in the hearts of captains during the golden age of piracy. Chapter 7. The Ghost of Captain Brand. It is a perplexing conundrum to articulate why a grandson should bear the weight of suspicion for the misdeeds of his grandfather. Yet, this world has never been inclined to discern whom to blame. It has an unfortunate propensity to cast innocent souls into the roles of the guilty. Barnaby Shute is a kind-hearted, honest, and obedient lad. Yet society never permits him to forget that his grandfather was the infamous pirate, Captain William Brand. Brand had traversed numerous incredible adventures, if one believes the worthless tales and ballads that circulate about him, only to meet his end in Jamaica at the hands of his own associate, Captain John Molyneux of the Adventurer, a formidable tall ship. It is said that before being commissioned to eradicate the South Sea pirates, Captain Brand was regarded as an honest and respectable captain. At that time, he commanded a grand vessel, the Monarch, outfitted by several prominent merchants from New York, embarking on his ventures with the approval of the local governor, who personally bestowed upon him his letters of appointment. In such circumstances, if this unfortunate soul strayed onto a nefarious path, it must have been due to overwhelming temptation. In distant seas, when opportunities arise for individuals to effortlessly amass considerable wealth, one can surmise that others are not significantly superior to him, nor are there many who possess greater intellect. Regardless of how events unfold, in our tale, Captain Brand and his gunner, alongside Captain Mario of the Adventurer and his navigator, jointly bore a chest of treasures ashore, burying it on a beach at Royal Port. For in this matter, trust had been irrevocably lost. Subsequently, disputes arose over the division of the spoils and territorial claims, leading to a quarrel wherein, in a fit of rage, Captain Mario shot Captain Brand in the head, while the navigator fatally wounded the gunner of the Monarch. The two murderers then fled the scene, leaving behind only the lifeless bodies of two unfortunate souls in the sunlit sand. Aside from the two who committed the heinous acts, no one knew what had become of the treasure. Should a grandfather have met his end in such a manner, it would indeed be a lamentable affair. However, this is not the fault of Barnaby Shute, for he was utterly powerless in the matter. When his grandfather turned to piracy, he had yet to be born, and even at the tragic conclusion of his grandfather's life, he was merely a year old. Yet, upon entering school, his classmates would incessantly delight in calling him a pirate. And at times, they would sing that cheap ditty, "Ah, I am Captain Brand, sailing away. Sailing. Ah, I am Captain Brand, navigating freely across the seas. Oh, I am Captain Brand, notorious for my misdeeds upon both ocean and land, for I defy the commands of the Almighty, seeking the liberty to sail unfettered." Of course, he is not perpetually subjected to mockery and torment, though his companions occasionally treat him thus. At times they are indeed good friends, frequently swimming together at the East River beach near Fort George, basking in a harmonious camaraderie. Perhaps he is just engaged in a fierce brawl with his peers. Yet by the following day, he may be strolling along Bowery Lane with them. He might even assist them in pilfering cherries from an old Dutch farmer. In such moments, he entirely forgets the misfortunes bequeathed to him by his grandfather. At the tender age of 16 or 17, Barnaby commenced his work in the accounting office of Roger Hartlett, a renowned Indian merchant and Barnaby's stepfather. This benevolent man not only secured Barnaby a position in the office, but soon elevated him in rank. By the time our protagonist turned 21, he had already served as the cargo officer aboard Hartlett's splendid vessel, the Helen, undertaking 4 voyages to the West Indies. Just after reaching the age of 21, he was dispatched for the 5th time to engage in business endeavors there. Although Barnaby appeared to be a mere cargo officer of little consequence, the reality was far different. He was, in fact, Mr. Hartlett's clandestine agent. Lacking children of his own, Mr. Hartlett placed all his hopes upon our protagonist, regarding him as his own, and swiftly promoted him to the position of accounting manager. Despite his youth, Barnaby bore responsibilities that surpassed even those of a captain. The agents of Mr. Hartlett, throughout various locales, are well acquainted with the benevolent intentions of their kind employer, and thus they hold Barnaby in high esteem, treating him with warmth and courtesy. This is particularly true for Mr. Ambrose Greenfield in Kingston, Jamaica. Each time Barnaby visits Kingston, he goes to great lengths to extend a heartfelt welcome. This brief overview of the protagonist's background is crucial. Without such context, one may find it challenging to grasp the essence of the thrilling adventures he encounters in adulthood, nor comprehend the underlying logic that leads to the outcomes of these events. Now, allow me to recount a particularly noteworthy escapade that Barnaby experienced during his 5th voyage to the West Indies. At that time, he had resided in Kingston for nearly 4 weeks, lodging with a widow named Mrs. Saint and Bowles. This widow, possessing a dignified and respectable demeanor, was a woman of integrity, raising 3 charming daughters on her own. Her home was well appointed, impeccably clean, and exuded an air of comfort and ease. "Mr. Barnaby Chew," said a voice, "though we are strangers, I am well aware of your identity. I must inform you that I hope you will visit the Platy Tavern on Harbor Street next Friday at 8 o'clock. Should anyone tell you that the monarch has arrived, follow them, for it will lead you to boundless benefits. Please keep this note safe and present it to the individual who conveys this message to you, as it will serve to verify your identity." Such were the contents of the note, which bore no address and was unsigned. Mr. Barnaby's initial reaction was one of profound astonishment. He then speculated that perhaps some well-meaning individual in the town was playing a whimsical, humorous prank on him, merely engaging in a jest. He inquired of Miss Eliza about the appearance of the messenger. The only details Eliza could provide were these. The courier was a tall and robust man, adorned with a red scarf around his neck, with brass buckles embellishing his shoes, and a long braid cascading down his back, reminiscent of a sailor. However, good heavens, in a bustling seaport, such a description held no significance whatsoever, as this attire was ubiquitous among the populace. Barnaby tucked the note into his wallet, resolving to present it to his dear friend, Mr. Greenfield, that evening, in hopes of garnering some insight or advice. Upon reading the note, Mr. Greenfield shared Barnaby's sentiments. Believing it to be the work of a practical joker aiming to deceive Barnaby, it was merely a harmless prank, insignificant in the grand scheme. The Platy Tavern appeared exceedingly charming and was quite renowned locally, offering fine tobacco and the most exquisite rum. Behind the tavern lay a garden that stretched toward the harbor. This garden was adorned with numerous palm trees and ferns, alongside a variety of flowers. Scattered throughout the garden were small tables, some nestled within cozy alcoves, reminiscent of New York's Vauxhall automobiles. Additionally, colorful paper lanterns were suspended amongst the foliage, creating a delightful ambience. As night fell, gentlemen and ladies would gather beneath the lanterns, sipping sweetened lime juice, sometimes indulging in stronger spirits, and gazing at the vessels traversing the sea on cool evenings. Barnaby arrived at the tavern slightly ahead of the time indicated in the note. He made his way through the establishment to the garden at the rear, seeking a secluded spot lower down and closer to the water. This location offered a degree of concealment, ensuring that even if someone entered, he would not be easily detected. He ordered a watered-down rum and a packet of cigarettes, settling in to calmly observe his surroundings, curious to see if any mischievous soul would revel in the spectacle of his chaotic state. The atmosphere was utterly delightful. A robust breeze blew from the land toward the sea, the palm fronds overhead rustled gently, and a full moon hung high in the sky, evoking a sense of tranquility. The sea softly lapped against the stones at the foot of the garden's slope, producing a crisp sound in the night, while moonlight danced upon the boundary between the harbor and the water, shimmering enchantingly. Numerous vessels were anchored in the harbor, among which a massive black warship stood out conspicuously, drawing the eye repeatedly. The protagonist lingered there, smoking and savoring his drink for nearly an hour, his gaze fixed intently on the garden. Yet no figures associated with the note appeared. Half an hour had elapsed since the appointed time when suddenly, a small boat emerged from the darkness, coming to a halt by the garden, followed by 3 or 4 men disembarking. They said nothing, choosing a nearby table to sit down and quietly sip their rum. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Barnaby noticed that these individuals were curiously observing him. Suddenly, one of them, seemingly their leader, called out to him, "Hey, friend. Why not come over and share a drink with us?" However, the stranger continued, "I believe you should join us for a drink. If I am not mistaken, you are Mr. Barnaby, and I am here to inform you that the monarch has docked." "Very well, if the monarch has indeed arrived, I shall accept your generous invitation and share a drink with you." Thus, he approached their table with a cigarette in hand and seated himself, feigning nonchalance as he smoked. "Excellent," Barnaby remarked. "I have been keeping it quite well, as you can see." He leisurely retrieved the mysterious note he had received 2 days prior from his wallet, unfolded it, and passed it to the man. Another individual picked up the note, leaning closer to the candle prepared by the hotel for the convenience of its smoking guests, and began to examine it. During those fleeting moments, Barnaby scrutinized him. The man was tall and robust, adorned with a red scarf around his neck and brass buckles embellishing his shoes. Barnaby speculated that perhaps he was the one who had handed the note to Miss Eliza that day. "Indeed, this is it," the man declared after perusing the note. "Now that we have seen it, for safety's sake, I shall burn it." As he spoke, he rolled up the note and held it to the flame of the candle. "Now," he continued, "allow me to elucidate the purpose of my visit. I have been dispatched to inquire whether you are a true man capable of mastering his own fate, and if you would consent to accompany us aboard our vessel. Should you be willing, let us not squander any time and depart immediately, for that demon is already at the shores of Jamaica, although you may be unaware of the identity of this demon should he arrive before us. We may well find ourselves unable to secure what we seek. If you are unwilling, I shall take my leave and vow never to trouble you again. So, young man, I implore you to candidly express your thoughts. Are you prepared to embrace this perilous venture?" The protagonist hesitated, yet his indecision was fleeting. It would be inaccurate to assert that he was entirely devoid of fear, yet any trepidation he experienced was of brief duration. At last, he found his voice, striving to maintain a tone of composure. "I am indeed a courageous man, and I shall accompany you," he declared. "If you harbor ill intentions towards me, I am capable of looking after myself. Should I fail to do so, there are means to ensure my protection." With that, he lifted the flap of his coat pocket, revealing the grip of a pistol, an item he had secured before venturing out that evening. Upon hearing this, the man erupted into hearty laughter. "Come now," he said, "your bravery is commendable, and I admire your spirit. In this world, it is unlikely that anyone harbors more goodwill towards you than I do. If you are to use that fellow's words, they should not be directed at us, his friends, but rather at those who are far more malevolent than the devil himself. Let us depart at once." With that, he settled the tab for everyone and rose alongside those who had remained silent, making their way towards the vessel moored beside the garden. It was then that Barnaby realized it was a rather sizable speedboat, manned by 10 black oarsmen, with 2 lanterns and 3 or 4 iron shovels affixed to the stern. The individual who had conversed with Barnaby earlier was indeed the captain. It was only upon boarding the boat that Barnaby followed suit with the others. No sooner had they taken their seats than the boat set sail, the oarsmen swiftly propelling them away from the harbor, until the Piracy tavern was soon lost from sight. Once they had left the shore, silence enveloped them. All were as quiet as specters. A flurry of grim thoughts raced through Barnaby Cho's mind. He recalled the many who had been deceived into becoming sailors, never to be heard from again. The others, too, seemed disinclined to speak, as if his agreement to join their endeavor rendered further conversation unnecessary. At last, they approached the shoreline. In the dark of night, the tumultuous tides produced a murmuring sound. The air was thick with the rich scents of earth and marsh. Above, the moonlight shone brightly, and stars twinkled in the sky, creating an atmosphere both peculiar and mysterious. Barnaby felt as though he were dreaming. The oarsmen strained against their oars, as the small boat glided gently through the mangrove thickets, once more entering the open waters. Suddenly, the leader of the expedition shouted, his voice piercing and jarring, causing the crew to cease their rowing immediately. Almost simultaneously, Barnaby noticed another vessel approaching along the river, propelled by the powerful current. He understood that it was this approaching ship that prompted the captain to command his men to halt their oars. The other ship soon drew near to Barnaby's vessel. A figure seated at the stern commanded the rowers to bring the boat to a stop, then rose to his feet. As the vessel passed by Barnaby Cha, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, he distinctly observed the imposing figure, tall and robust, with a ruddy complexion, clad in a resplendent red garment adorned with exquisite lace. In the center of the boat lay a box, roughly the size of a medium travel trunk, covered in dust. As the two boats crossed paths, the man stood, pointing at the box with an elegant gold-tipped cane. "Are you searching for this, Abraham Downing?" he inquired, his expression grotesque. Barnaby had never before witnessed such a malevolent grin. At the rear of the opposing ship stood a balding man, resembling a rogue with a sharp, angular face, clutching a firearm. As the vessel drifted into the shadows, this individual grinned widely, his teeth glistening in the moonlight. He brandished a large pistol and bellowed, allowing Barnaby to hear every word. "Go ahead and boast, lad. I'll send another bullet to the cook's son." However, the gentlemanly figure interjected, uttering something that silenced the raucous man. The vessel gradually vanished into the darkness. And now Barnaby heard the rhythmic splashing of oars from the boat he occupied. The individuals aboard lay in silence for an extended period, until at last, one spoke up, inquiring about their destination. As for the dust-laden box, he could only speculate about its contents and ponder the significance it held. Yet, the protagonist refrained from confiding in anyone regarding the matter, nor did he divulge the events witnessed that fateful night, choosing instead to bury the memory deep within his consciousness. Nevertheless, the weight of this occurrence was so profound that he found himself preoccupied with it throughout the day, unable to contemplate anything else for many days to come. Barnaby Chu took residence with a gentleman named Mr. Greenfield, an agent in this locale. The charming stone house was situated on Mona Road, just outside of town. Mr. Greenfield's household comprised a wife and two daughters, the latter possessing ebony hair and dark eyes, their smiles revealing pearly white teeth. They were vivacious and delightful, often chattering incessantly. They frequently extended invitations to Barnaby for their family gatherings, where he felt utterly at ease. He would often sit on the balcony with Mr. Greenfield, indulging in cigars while gazing at the distant hills, listening to the young ladies' laughter or their melodious guitar strumming. On several occasions, Barnaby contemplated sharing the burden weighing upon his heart with Mr. Greenfield, yet after careful reflection, he resolved against it, opting instead to smoke his cigar in contemplative silence. A couple of days prior to the departure of the beautiful Helen from Kingston, Barnaby Chu was at his office when Mr. Greenfield arrived, extending an invitation for dinner at his home that evening. In this tropical region, meals are typically scheduled at 11 in the morning, with the main dinner served in the cooler evening hours to avoid the oppressive heat, unlike the midday meals customary in temperate zones. Mr. Greenfield remarked, "I shall introduce you to the first passenger aboard your vessel bound for New York, along with his granddaughter. They have reserved a first-class cabin and 2 VIP rooms, as evidenced by their reservation letter. They are Mr. Jack Mario and Miss Marjorie Mario. Have you heard the tales surrounding Captain Jack Mario, Mr. Barnaby?" "Well," Mr. Greenfield continued, "if 20 years ago Jack Mario was a reckless and unscrupulous brute, he has since transformed into Mr. John Mario, now the proprietor of extensive estates in Devon. Mr. Barnaby, when a man ascends to the title of baron and possesses vast lands, despite the debts rumored to encumber them, society tends to overlook his past transgressions. Of course, I have heard that his family has remained rather distant from him." After this discourse, Barnaby remained silent, merely sitting there, continuously puffing on his cigar. Thus, that evening, Barnaby Cha found himself face to face for the first time with the very man who had slain his grandfather, the most ruthless individual he had ever encountered. During their previous encounter at the port, he had merely caught a distant glimpse of John Mario under the veil of night. Now, however, they found themselves seated in close proximity. To speak candidly, this was a countenance of unparalleled malevolence that Barnaby had never before encountered in his life. It was not that the man was unattractive. He possessed a handsome nose and a refined double chin, but his eyes were bloodshot and devoid of luster. He blinked incessantly, as if in pain. His lips were thick, a deep crimson hue, protruding prominently. His cheeks were flushed and swollen, marred by clusters of purplish veins. His voice seemed to be lodged in his throat, evoking a desire in those who heard him to cleanse it for him. His hands were pale and plump. Barnaby had never laid eyes upon a visage so repulsive. Yet, despite the distaste John Mario inspired in our protagonist, the moment Barnaby beheld his granddaughter, He was struck by the realization that she was the most beautiful and enchanting girl he had ever seen. Her skin was delicately fair, her lips a cherry red, and her hair a lustrous gold. Although she had adorned herself with a lovely white powder for the occasion, Barnaby found himself irresistibly drawn to her blue, melancholic eyes. What a sweet and shy little creature she was. It seemed she dared not utter a word without John's explicit permission. Whenever he addressed her suddenly or cast her a quick glance, she would instinctively curl inwards, trembling subtly. Even when she spoke, her voice was so soft that one had to strain to hear it, and when she smiled, she was always careful to monitor herself, ensuring she had the allowance to express a modicum more joy. As for Mr. John, he resembled a swine, merely sitting there, voraciously devouring his meal with an insatiable appetite. He scarcely uttered a word to his granddaughter, Mrs. Greenfield, or Barnaby. Yet, his countenance bore a sullen gloom, as if to convey to all present that, despite the unpalatable nature of the fare, he felt compelled to consume it lest it be taken away. What a contemptible beast! After the main course, the young girl engaged in light-hearted conversation with the two young ladies of the household in a corner, the atmosphere seemingly lifting considerably. Naturally, her tongue had also grown more nimble, as she chattered away, albeit in subdued tones. It was only when her grandfather abruptly bellowed that it was time to leave that she ceased her prattling, springing from her chair in palpable fright. As if caught in a misdeed, Barnaby Chew and Mr. Greenfield rose to escort the two ladies to the carriage, where Mr. John's servant awaited them, holding a lantern. Who was that individual? Surely it was the bald, gaunt villain who had brazenly threatened to slay the leader of the expedition at the port that very night. The lantern's glow illuminated his face, and Barnaby Chew instantly recognized him, though the man's gaze lingered momentarily on Barnaby. While he failed to identify Barnaby, he nonetheless flashed an insolent grin, a smile rife with rudeness and audacity. Even more egregious was his utter disregard for etiquette, as he did not so much as tip his hat in acknowledgment to Barnaby or Mr. Greenfield. As soon as the master and the young lady settled into the carriage, he forcefully slammed the door shut and climbed up beside the driver without uttering a single word as they departed. However, this time, he brazenly smirked at Barnaby and Mr. Greenfield. Such individuals, the master and the servant, were indeed cut from the same cloth. They were the most detestable people Barnaby had ever encountered, an impression that would be further solidified in the future. Yet, had everyone been aware of the tragic fates awaiting these two, they would surely cease their complaints. The following day, Mr. John Mario's luggage was delivered aboard the beautiful ship, Helen. In the afternoon, that nefarious, bald, and gaunt servant nimbly leaped over the gangplank like a beast, followed closely by two black men bearing a massive sailor's trunk. "What?" he suddenly exclaimed. "You are the cargo officer? You? Oh dear, I had assumed you were at least an accountant. Last night you were conversing with the gentleman as if you were of equal standing." He continued, "Oh, it is rather delightful to have a spirited young man from high society as a cargo officer. Come now, young man. Do me a favor and arrange the gentleman's cabin on the right." His words were exceedingly rude and utterly intolerable. Nonetheless, Mr. Barnaby displayed remarkable composure, conducting himself with utmost gentlemanly grace. Just imagine the difficulty of enduring such a scoundrel, such a loathsome wretch. One can only fathom the tumultuous emotions that must have surged within Barnaby upon hearing such audaciously disrespectful remarks. "You may seek out the crew member," he remarked, "who will guide you to the cabin." With that, he turned and departed, leaving the man behind. As Barnaby entered his own cabin, he cast a glance over his shoulder, only to find the man standing motionless in place, his visage twisted into a countenance of profound malevolence and terror. The thought of leaving one of his adversaries in such a state during the journey filled Barnaby with a thrill of exhilaration. He was certain that this villain would neither forgive him nor forget the deliberate snub he had endured. The following day, John Mario himself arrived aboard the vessel, accompanied by his granddaughter, trailed by the aforementioned nefarious servant and 4 African men carrying 2 modest, yet evidently heavy trunks. John and his entourage paid close attention to the trunks, steadfastly ensuring their secure placement in the first-class cabin designated for John. As these individuals brushed past Barnaby, who stood in a spacious hold, John Mario cast a few scrutinizing glances in his direction, yet uttered not a single word. His expression suggested that he scarcely recognized Barnaby. The servant noted this slight, and upon witnessing Barnaby's ostracism, he broke into a wide, foolish grin. The girl observed the entire scene, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. As she passed by Barnaby, she met his gaze with sincerity, then bowed gracefully, offering him the sweetest and most affectionate smile in his eyes. Almost immediately, she reverted to her previous demeanor, as if fearful of her own display. That day, the beautiful vessel, Helen, set sail. As everyone hoped, the sky was resplendently clear and beautiful. On board, there were 2 additional passengers, the president of a prestigious university in a Spanish colonial city and his wife. This couple was exceedingly kind and well worth befriending. They spent several hours engrossed in their books in the grand cabin. Meanwhile, John Mario remained in his quarters all day, keeping a watchful eye over his 2 large trunks. Thus, Barnaby Shute dutifully assumed the majority of the responsibilities in caring for the young lady. Naturally, he was elated to have such an opportunity, and we can easily surmise his exhilaration and excitement. Just imagine, a 21-year-old young man in the company of a 17-year-old beautiful maiden for 2 weeks. What a delightful prospect. As previously mentioned, the weather remained splendid, and with the gentle breeze, the vessel glided smoothly across the azure sea, occasionally swaying lightly. Aside from sitting together, gazing at the cerulean ocean and sky, they had little else to occupy their time. However, we can well imagine how blissful it was for Barnaby Shute to attend to such a lady. Yet, regardless of how clever a young man may be, once ensnared in the throes of love, his life inevitably transforms. Our protagonist often found himself lying awake in his cabin at night, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. If sleep were to come, he would welcome it, but he preferred to lie there wide-eyed in the stillness of the night, thinking of her, rather than closing his eyes in slumber. Poor fellow, he perhaps understood that this was merely an ephemeral dream, destined to conclude all too soon. The object of his care was the granddaughter of John Mario, a scion of nobility, while he himself was merely a cargo officer aboard a merchant vessel. Regardless, events unfolded with remarkable ease, bringing him a sense of solace. Yet, misfortune ultimately descended upon him, and on a fateful evening, all came to an abrupt end. At that moment, he stood beside the young lady, leaning against the railing as they gazed into the distance, watching the tumultuous sea flow westward through the mist. The sky was extraordinarily serene, and the sun seemed reluctant to depart. Throughout the night, she appeared listless, and suddenly, without preamble, she began to narrate her tale to Barnaby. She spoke of her journey to New York with her grandfather, after which they would proceed to Boston to meet her cousin, Captain Mario. Her cousin was tasked with local defense. She then revealed that Captain Mario was the heir of Devonshire, and she was to wed him come autumn. Poor Barnaby. How naive he was. The moment the young lady first mentioned Captain Mario, he sensed what was to follow, yet now, hearing it from her own lips, he found himself rendered speechless, standing there, staring vacantly at the sea. His throat felt parched and hot, as if it had turned to ash. She continued in a hushed tone, confessing that she had fallen for him the very first time they met, and these past days had filled her with unparalleled joy. She would forever cherish him as a dear friend. She expressed that she had seldom experienced such happiness in her life, and he would remain etched in her heart eternally. Then, the 2 young souls lapsed into silence. Until the very end, Barnaby finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse. He remarked that Mario must be an exceedingly fortunate man. Were he in Colonel Mario's position, he would surely be the happiest person in the world. After uttering these words, his mind became a tumult of chaos. Realizing he had lost control over his speech, he continued to express his love for her, confessing that her words pierced his heart like daggers, and he had now become the most wretched and unfortunate soul on earth. In response to Barnaby's declarations, she exhibited neither anger nor turned to face him. Instead, she spoke softly, asserting that he should not utter such things, for they would only inflict pain upon both. Regardless of her own desires, she felt compelled to act according to her grandfather's wishes, for he was a man of formidable presence. Poor Barnaby could only profess his unwavering love for her, desiring nothing but her affection, yet he now found himself to be the most pitiable person alive. At that moment, a dreadful occurrence transpired. A figure concealed nearby suddenly rose and departed. Barnaby Shute recognized the shadow as John Mario's nefarious servant. Fully aware that this scoundrel would relay everything he had overheard to John, the villain made straight for the grand cabin, leaving poor Barnaby in a state of shock. Standing there in a daze as he watched the figure vanish, feeling that the final misfortune had befallen him, the girl remained oblivious to the man's presence. Still leaning against the railing while Barnaby Shute stood beside her, utterly motionless yet inwardly tumultuous. He was filled with panic, finding even the act of breathing a challenge. They stood there, oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, Mr. John Mario burst forth from the cabin, hatless, brandishing a golden-headed cane, rushing towards the spot where Barnaby and the girl stood. A despicable voyeur followed closely behind him, grinning like a little imp. At that moment, several crew members and guests, drawn by the commotion and the chaotic footsteps, hurried over. Captain Manley and First Officer Mr. Frystad also emerged from the cabin. Meanwhile, Barnaby continued to hurl insults, having lost all semblance of control. "What are you?" he shouted vehemently. "How dare you threaten me and humiliate me? What do you think you are? You wouldn't dare strike me. You can only hide behind others to kill, just as you did to the unfortunate Captain Brand on the Gober River. You lack the courage to face me in a duel. I know who you are. I know what you are." Upon hearing these words, John Mario suddenly froze, his eyes wide with shock, as if they might pop from their sockets. Yet, as I have already mentioned, our protagonist was unable to restrain his emotions at that moment, burdened by a torrent of unspoken words, yearning only to release his pent-up feelings. "This wretched scoundrel has insulted the young lady," he gasped, "and he even threatened to strike me with his cane. But I know who he is. I understand what he truly represents. I am aware of the contents concealed within the 2 chests in his cabin. I know where he discovered these chests and to whom they belong. He found these 2 chests along the banks of the Cobra River, and I am determined to divulge all that I know to everyone." At this moment, Barnaby has somewhat regained his sanity. However, he threatens me with his cane, exclaiming, "Captain, I shall not tolerate such indignities." He lies motionless on the bed, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the cabin's ceiling, tormented continuously by anguish and despair. Time elapses unmeasured as he gradually drifts into a troubled slumber, besieged not by restful sleep, but by a succession of nightmarish visions. These nightmares seem to unfold in proximity, and whenever his awareness sharpens, he is once again plunged into the depths of his dreams. Just as he flounders amidst these bizarre and grotesque reveries, the sharp crack of a gunshot jolts him awake. This is followed by a rapid succession of gunfire, and suddenly a tremendous crash resounds, causing the vessel to tremble violently. The deck is filled with the sound of hurried footsteps, all seemingly converging upon the Grand Salon. Chaos soon ensues within the Grand Salon, as individuals grapple and struggle fiercely with one another. At that moment, a woman's piercing scream echoes through the air, prompting Mr. John Mario to muster all his strength and bellow, "You scoundrels, you wretched villains." Almost immediately, another gunshot reverberates through the Grand Salon. Barnaby springs to his feet, seizing the pistol hanging at the headboard, and rushes toward the Grand Salon. At this moment, the cabin was enveloped in darkness, the lanterns extinguished or knocked to the ground. The air was thick with tumult and chaos, punctuated sporadically by the piercing screams of women slicing through the night sky. These cries occasionally emanated from the economy class, and at other times from the VIP section. Barnaby stumbled over 2 or 3 individuals grappling on the deck, causing his weapon to fall from his grasp. Swiftly, he retrieved the firearm that had clattered to the ground, though he remained oblivious to the significance of the uproar. An unexpected roar of cursing from Captain Manley pierced the air. "You damned pirates, do you wish to strangle me?" In an instant, comprehension dawned upon him. They were under siege by pirates. His gaze shifted to the staircase on the deck, where a man, darker than the night itself, stood silently. Amidst the surrounding bedlam, this figure remained as still as a statue. Instinctively, Barnaby recognized him as the leader of these fiends. Thus, still kneeling on the deck, he aimed his gun at the shadowy figure's chest and pulled the trigger. The shot rang out, a brief flash of crimson light illuminating the darkness, allowing Barnaby a fleeting glimpse of the visage etched in the gloom. A broad, flat face, eyes as lifeless as a fish, and on his gaunt forehead, a large stain of blood seemed to glisten. He donned a triangular hat adorned with gold trim, a red sash draped across his chest, and brass buttons shimmering in the dimness. Yet, soon, all of this was consumed once more by the oppressive darkness. Suddenly, Mr. John Mario cried out, "God, it's William Brand." Immediately following, the sound of a heavy thud echoed as someone collapsed to the ground. This marked the protagonist's final memory. At that moment, a sudden, forceful blow struck his head. Instantly, he was engulfed in a cascade of golden stars, his mind buzzing, before he succumbed to unconsciousness. When Barnaby regained consciousness, he found himself under meticulous and professional care. His head had been thoroughly washed with cold water, and a surgeon was gently wrapping a bandage around it. Confused about the events that had transpired, he took a considerable time to open his eyes, only to discover that he was lying in an unfamiliar cabin. The decor was exquisitely refined, with the walls painted in shades of white and gold, and a lantern casting a soft, amber glow within the room. Just then, the first rays of morning sunlight penetrated the darkness, illuminating the cabin. Two individuals were leaning over him. One was an African man clad in a striped shirt, his head adorned with a yellow scarf, and silver earrings dangling from his ears. The other was a Caucasian man, dressed in an eccentric manner, unmistakably foreign, with a long beard and golden earrings. The latter was attentively and gently attending to Barnaby. He closed his eyes, striving to regain his thoughts to ponder the entire situation. The Caucasian carefully wrapped the bandages around his head and secured them with stitches. As he opened his eyes once more, he questioned where he was. Despite feeling dizzy, he resolutely made his way into a splendid parlor. This room, like the previous one, was adorned with exquisite decor, featuring a brilliantly polished mahogany table that stretched gracefully from one end of the room to the other. On the table lay an array of crystal bottles, and from a suspended rack above, numerous crystal glasses dangled gracefully. At the edge of the table sat a man, his back turned to the protagonist. He was clad in a coarse sailor's thick woolen short coat, with a red scarf tied around his neck. At that moment, he was leisurely smoking, his legs stretched out in a posture of utter relaxation. As Barnaby entered, the man turned to face him. Under the glow of the lantern and the bright morning light streaming through the skylight, our protagonist discerned the man's features with clarity. To his astonishment, he recognized this individual as the very person who had escorted him across Kingston Harbor to the Cobra River that fateful night. The man regarded Barnaby for a minute or two in silence, then burst into hearty laughter. Perhaps the bandages that adorned Barnaby, coupled with his shock at seeing this man, rendered his expression particularly peculiar, almost clownish. "Ah," the man exclaimed, "you have finally awakened. It appears your injuries are not severe. That is a relief. How does your head feel now, my little master?" Observing Barnaby fill his glass, the man promptly interjected, "I wager you find the events of last night quite dreadful. Indeed, you were assaulted, but I have no knowledge of who struck you. Your plight saddens me, yet we have other matters to discuss. You must trust me. I harbor no ill will towards you, and it is imperative that you believe this before you depart from us." He then poured himself a glass of watered-down spirits and continued his discourse. He inquired, "Do you recall our adventure in Kingston? Do you remember how we encountered obstacles that night?" "Of course," Barnaby replied. "I shall never forget that evening." "Do you remember what I said to that scoundrel when Jack Mario's ship passed us by?" "Oh, I refer to this. I remarked that villain had the upper hand. But next time, fortune shall favor us. Even William Brand would rise from the depths to assist us." "I recollect such words," Barnaby said, "now that you mention it. I am reminded, yet I still find your intent somewhat elusive." The individual squinted, tilting his head to one side, regarding him with a cunning gaze for a moment, then, seemingly satisfied, burst into laughter. "Look here," he declared, "I have something to show you." With that, he turned towards two travel trunks adorned with brass fittings. These trunks bore a striking resemblance to those carried aboard by Mr. John Mario in Jamaica. In truth, merely glimpsing these trunks would lead one to surmise their contents. Our protagonist had been exceedingly curious about what lay within these two trunks, and upon witnessing John Mario, after being threatened, rendered speechless, his expression venomous and akin to that of a murderer, he became certain of the nature of their contents. Yet heavens! Nevertheless, when the man opened the two chests, any prior conjectures or certainties paled in comparison to the treasures unveiled before Barnaby's eyes. The locks of the chests had long been pried open, and upon lifting the lids, he was greeted by a veritable bounty of gold, silver, and jewels. Most of the treasures were ensconced within leather pouches, while countless coins of varying sizes, both white and yellow, lay haphazardly piled atop one another, resembling an overflowing heap of beans. The young lady present was Marjorie Mario, her complexion pale, clearly shaken by the preceding events, appearing somewhat bewildered. As for the other young lady, she exhibited no signs of fear. Initially, however, she appeared unusually numbed and quiet, as if the occurrences unfolding around her had left her utterly disoriented. In truth, it seemed to me that her spirit had been shattered by her beastly grandfather's tyranny and violence. Thus, to her, no matter how terrifying the events, they appeared merely as trivial matters. Yet, her bewilderment was fleeting. Soon, she transformed into a more cheerful demeanor, as if the clouds overshadowing her had dispersed. allowing sunlight to illuminate her countenance with a radiant glow. She sat there in serene silence, while Barnaby gazed deeply into her eyes. I could not ascertain how long he remained entranced. Her beautiful face adorned with a smile, it seemed as though both were suspended in breathless wonder, as if they had transcended into another distant realm. Beneath the warm, radiant sunlight, they heard the eccentric crew conversing in peculiar jargon, or the creaking and groaning of the pulleys as the sailors maneuvered the foot ropes. In this moment, one could comprehend why Barnaby Chew could never quite recall whether this voyage was lengthy or brief. It seemed as if this strange journey would persist indefinitely. One morning, when Barnaby Chew stepped onto the deck and beheld the two-masted vessel anchored in Staten Island, he was taken aback. He observed a flat-bottomed boat gliding past the grand ship. Upon the hillside, a quaint village was visible, alongside the rooftops and chimneys of New York's famed skyline across the sea. How he wished this was the last land he would ever see. Yet, the situation was utterly bizarre, remaining near Staten Island for an entire day, with the city of New York so close yet so unattainable. Regardless of his desire to escape, Barnaby Chew found himself and the young lady under meticulous surveillance, as if they were prisoners, bound and controlled, where any thought of fleeing would lead to dire consequences. The captain instructed Barnaby to take a seat, indicating that he had something of great importance to discuss. As soon as Barnaby sat down, the captain began speaking, his expression grave. He commenced with these words, "Young sir, you may believe I am the captain of this vessel. However, in truth, I am not. I am merely a subordinate, executing the orders of my superiors in all these matters." He continued, stating that there was one paramount task remaining. Barnaby and the young lady had not departed from the beautiful Helen by mere chance, but rather due to a plot orchestrated by someone far more astute than themselves. He expressed a desire for both Barnaby and the young lady to willingly comply with the demands placed upon them, for regardless of their personal inclinations, they were obliged to acquiesce, as this was a command from a person who had never been defied. One could only imagine the protagonist's breath caught in his throat upon hearing such words. Yet, no matter how wild his dreams had once been, they paled in comparison to the bizarre nature of the command he had just received. "My order is thus," he continued. "I require that you and this lady be brought ashore, and I shall not depart until I witness your marriage." He revealed that he had summoned a kind, noble, and upright clergyman residing in a village on the shore, who was undoubtedly awaiting them. "This is my command, and the final task to be completed." He then granted them 5 minutes to deliberate, urging them to reach a swift decision, for whether they wished it or not, they were destined to wed. With that, he departed, leaving the two young souls in solitude. Barnaby appeared as if turned to stone, while the young lady turned away, her face ablaze like the evening sky. I am unaware of what Barnaby conveyed to her, nor the manner in which he expressed it, yet his mind was a tumultuous whirlwind. He declared to the young lady that God knew of his profound love for her, a love that encompassed his very being, with her as the sole inhabitant of his world. However, if she was unwilling to heed the command of marriage, if she rejected the prospect of being his bride, he would prefer to perish rather than coerce her into an act against her will. Furthermore, he insisted that she must articulate her feelings to express her willingness. For God was aware, if she acquiesced, he would relinquish the entirety of the world for her. His words tumbled forth in disarray, lacking coherence. She sat there, her chest heaving as though she could scarcely breathe. I cannot recount her exact words, but I know she affirmed her willingness to marry him. Upon hearing this confession, Barnaby enveloped the girl in his embrace and kissed her deeply, his heart brimming with a joy that felt as though it might dissolve into bliss. The vessel that was to ferry the captain to town awaited them at the shore where they disembarked. The captain bestowed upon them his blessings for peace and happiness, shaking Barnaby's hand vigorously before turning the ship around and setting sail with the wind, leaving behind the coastline and those peculiar individuals, shrouded in the embrace of night. As they sailed through the darkness, they could hear the creaking sound of the sails being raised on the two-masted ship. From this sound, they discerned that the vessel was once again embarking on the open sea. Barnaby never encountered those individuals again, nor have I heard of anyone else having done so. By the stroke of midnight, the ship finally reached Mr. Hartlett's dock on Wall Street. As they made their way to Barnaby's home, the streets lay cloaked in darkness, devoid of sound. One can easily imagine the astonishment and surprise of Barnaby's dear stepfather, clad in his nightgown and holding a candle, as he opened the door to find his son accompanied by a young and beautiful lady at such a late hour. The first thought that crossed the mind of this kind-hearted man was that the ship, the beautiful Helen, had arrived. "Barnaby," without offering an explanation, stepped inside. It was only after they had settled down and assured their safety that he recounted his extraordinary experience in detail to his stepfather. Barnaby. There are 2 foreign sailors who left something for you this afternoon, the benevolent elder announced as he guided his son through the hall, lifting the candle. He indicated a spot against the wall near the dining room door where some items were placed. Upon discovering that one of the boxes contained treasures seized by John Mario from Jamaica, he could not contain his astonishment and exclaimed loudly, "Of course, these boxes were subsequently taken by pirates from the beautiful Helen." As for Mr. Hartlett, he could not even begin to fathom what the contents truly were. The following day, news arrived regarding the beautiful Helen. It had indeed docked, but accompanied by dreadful tidings. That very night, the ship had been attacked at sea, and Mr. John Mario had perished. The cause of death was attributed to the sudden appearance of the old captain, whom he had believed to be dead and buried, but whose unexpected manifestation frightened him into shock, leading to a mental breakdown due to overwhelming anxiety. As the pirates departed with the young lady, Barnaby, and 2 travel trunks, someone aboard the ship discovered Mr. John Mario collapsed on the deck, his body convulsing, frothing at the mouth, and his complexion a ghastly shade of purple, as if something had obstructed his throat. He was carried to his bunk, and by 10 a.m. the following day, he had passed away, never having opened his eyes or uttered a single word. As for the nefarious servant, he was never seen again. It remains unclear whether he plunged into the sea or was taken by the marauding pirates. Upon hearing Barnaby's tale, Mr. Hartlett found himself unable to ascertain whether the treasure bestowed upon Barnaby truly belonged to his son. However, the news of John Mario's demise rendered the entire affair more transparent. Even if the treasure did not rightfully belong to Barnaby, there was no doubt it belonged to his wife, as she was the legitimate heir of Mr. John Mario. Thus, this considerable hoard of riches, estimated to exceed £63,000, fell into the hands of Barnaby Shute, the grandson of the notorious pirate William Brand. Since John Mario had no male heirs, his estate in Devonshire, England, was inherited by Captain Mario, the very man Miss Mario was to wed. As for the other trunk of treasure, its fate remains a mystery. Barnaby could only speculate whether it had been divided among the pirates as spoils of war or taken to some foreign isle for their own distribution. Thus concludes the tale. It can only be said that, regardless of whether one glimpsed the specter of Captain Brand or a living man in the moment when the gun was fired, the singular truth remains: no one has ever heard from him again. Since that fateful day in 1733, when he was shot in the back by Captain John Marlowe on the banks of the Cobra River, silence has enveloped his fate. Chapter 12. The Villainous Hero. Captain Morgan. What follows recounts the events that transpired between 1665 and 1666, involving Henry Mostyn while he served under the illustrious Captain Henry Morgan. This narrative primarily centers around the saga of the Spanish Vice-Admiral of Port Royal and the renowned pirate, Mr. Morgan, who undertook a daring quest to rescue Mr. Simon and his wife. However, before delving into this adventure, it is prudent to first explore the early experiences of Mr. Henry Mostyn. In 1664, Henry's father led the family aboard a vessel from Portsmouth, England, to the Caribbean island of Barbados, where he owned a considerable sugar plantation. Henry was the 5th of 8 children, robust and full of vitality. His parents initially envisioned a clerical path for him, yet he harbored no interest in such a vocation. At the time the story unfolds, Henry was not yet 16, though he had matured early and bore the appearance of a 20-year-old adult. His disposition was reckless and audacious, undeterred by any peril or daunting escapade. At that juncture in the Americas, tales of Captain Morgan's exploits abounded, recounting his astounding feats of plundering wealth from the Spaniards. Captain Morgan was once a contract laborer under Mr. Laws, a sugar agent in Barbados. Upon the completion of his term, unwilling to be bound by the law, he was propelled by a fervent desire for adventure and gathered a group of like-minded individuals to purchase a swift sailing ship armed with 3 cannons, thus embarking on his piratical career and ultimately becoming one of the most successful pirates in history. It was during his tenure under Mr. Laws that he met Henry, who was then a clerk at the sugar shipping docks. Tall and broad-shouldered, with a robust physique, flushed cheeks, and thick lips, Henry spoke in a rather coarse manner. At that time, no one could have foreseen the fame that would later envelop Morgan. His daring exploits became legendary, resonating throughout the region for nearly a year. In the latter half of 1665, Captain Morgan successfully executed an expedition in the Bay of Campeche, targeting the Spanish. During this venture, he seized astonishing loot from vessels transporting gold and silver plate. Subsequently, Morgan returned to Barbados, where he recruited more men and planned his next adventure. Along with other adventurers, he acquired a vessel of approximately 500 tons, intending to refit it into a pirate ship. They removed the portholes, installed cannons, and mounted 2 or 3 large-caliber short guns on the main deck. The ship was named the Charity Samaritan, a title that appeared incongruous with the nature of piracy, as it originally signified healing for others, yet was now repurposed by nefarious individuals to inflict harm. This adventure perfectly suited Henry's taste, prompting him to pack a few garments, devoid of a single penny in his pockets, and rush to the town in search of Captain Morgan. He discovered this illustrious pirate in a modest tavern, surrounded by a host of ruffians, all indulging in inferior rum and engaging in raucous conversation, their manner of drinking reminiscent of savoring syrup. The pirate captain appeared remarkably dashing and imposing. In his earlier days at the sugar dock, he had seemed so impoverished and humble, yet now he was a striking figure. His attire was adorned with lavish gold embroidery, a silver-mounted Spanish sword hung at his waist, and he sported an exquisite velvet sash, from which dangled 3 silver-embellished pistols. Prior to encountering the pirate, Henry's resolve was somewhat wavering. However, upon beholding the captain's radiant persona, he became resolute in his desire for adventure. Henry implored this hero for a moment of discourse, and once they retreated to a corner, he expressed his earnest wish to enlist in this escapade, sharing his long-held dream of becoming a gentleman adventurer. At these words, Captain Morgan erupted into hearty laughter, delivering a hearty slap to Henry's back, vowing to mold him into a true man, lamenting that such promising material should be wasted on the clergy. Captain Morgan upheld his promise, and as the charitable ship, the Samaritan, set sail towards the island of Jamaica, Henry found himself transformed into an adventurer aboard the vessel. In the year 1665, the port of Royal was a place where many remarkable sights could be admired. At that time, there were no decent houses in the vicinity, nor was there the brick-constructed accounting room we see today. The streets were merely lined with makeshift shelters crafted from wooden planks and reeds. These abodes were adorned with vibrant flags, appearing far more resplendent than any genuine spectacle of opulence. A multitude of pirates flocked to this locale, incessantly causing disturbances with their raucous revelry, engaging in gambling, and spending lavishly. Many ultimately succumbed to tropical fevers, a consequence of their hedonistic pursuits. The sky in the tropics was perpetually shrouded in clouds, oppressive and stifling, akin to being wrapped in a heavy blanket. When the sun pierced through the overcast sky, its rays would scorch the smoking sands, transforming the houses into ovens and the streets into furnaces. Thus, it was hardly surprising that some perished like trapped rodents in a burrow. Yet, the pirates seemed unfazed by this grim reality. One could witness them, adorned with red scarves and extravagant attire, brawling with grotesquely dressed women, Jews, and merchants, gambling or trading treasures illicitly seized from the Spaniards. Upon his arrival, Captain Morgan was met with an enthusiastic reception from the local populace, who urged him to promptly meet with His Excellency the Governor, who awaited his presence. Consequently, Morgan immediately took Henry, now a favored companion, along to pay a visit to the royal governor, Mr. Thomas Modiford, ensconced within this den of iniquity. Upon their arrival, they discovered His Excellency the Governor seated comfortably in a large chair on the shaded balcony, awaiting their presence. To escape the heat, the governor had donned only a shirt, riding breeches, and long socks, with a pair of slippers adorning his feet. He was indulging in a robust cigar, while beside him rested a glass of lime juice mixed with water and rum. The balcony, constructed of slats and adorned with tiled flooring, provided a refreshingly cool refuge despite the sweltering heat outside. The strong sea breeze rustled the slats, occasionally creaking, tousling Mr. Tobias's hair that he had swept back to seek relief from the heat. The primary agenda of this meeting revolved around the rescue of Mr. Simon, who had been captured along with his wife and daughter by the Spaniards. The Spanish had divided the captured pirates into several groups. Some were sent to toil in labor camps, others to serve aboard warships, some dispatched to the mines, while the fates of others remained unknown. Mr. Simon, the governor, was to be escorted to Spain, where he would face trial under Spanish law for his piratical offenses. This information had just arrived from Jamaica, delivered by a Spanish captain named Rodriguez Silvera, who bore urgent correspondence regarding the events to the Spanish government. It should be understood that their undertaking of such a rescue mission stemmed entirely from the profound friendship between the governor and Captain Morgan towards Mr. Simon. Indeed, these rogues were quite scrupulous in their dealings with one another, adhering to a strong sense of morality and unwavering honesty. You must also comprehend that, during that time, Governor Mortiford, Mr. Simon, and the pirates were kindred spirits, united by a shared purpose. They supported each other as if they were the most loyal companions in the world. Consequently, they resolved to rescue Mr. Simon from the clutches of the Spaniards. Upon observing the large gathering, Captain Morgan revealed his plan. He expressed his intention to confront the Spanish captain and compel him to surrender the urgent documents, hoping to enlist the others in his undertaking. Thus, these individuals followed Morgan as he set forth with great determination, flanked by his first mate, Bartholomew Davis from Cornwall, and Henry on either side. They traversed the streets for nearly an hour before locating the elusive Spanish captain. It was uncertain whether the captain had heard whispers of their pursuit or had sensed the peril surrounding him, prompting him to seek refuge. After an exhaustive search throughout the town, the pirates eventually discovered him concealed within a small inn run by a Portuguese Jew. Upon finding him, Captain Morgan entered the inn with an expression of indifference, while his crew clamored behind him. The interior was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the entrance and two large windows. In this dim and stifling chamber, a dozen men crowded around a table, imbibing spirits with menacing visages. The Jew and his wife attended to them nearby. Henry easily recognized Captain Sylvia, partly because Captain Morgan had been staring at him with a provocative intensity, and partly due to the fact that this Spaniard's attire stood out as more distinctive and refined compared to the others present. Captain Morgan approached Sylvia and commanded him to hand over the documents. In response, Captain Sylvia uttered a rapid string of words, a blend of Spanish and English, which no one could comprehend. Morgan resolutely declared that he would obtain those documents at any cost. With that, he drew a pistol from his holster and pressed it against Sylvia's head. This action elicited a terrified scream from the innkeeper's wife, while the Jewish proprietor frantically pleaded for them not to demolish his establishment. Henry could scarcely articulate the chaos that ensued. He only knew that a sudden melee erupted. Knives flashed overhead, bullets whizzed past his face, and he stood frozen in fear, later hearing someone loudly lamenting. Though it was unclear whether that individual had been struck by a friend or a foe, another volley of gunfire erupted, leaving Henry's ears ringing as if they had been deafened, the buzzing persisting even an hour later. The entire inn was engulfed in the acrid smoke of gunpowder, filled with the cacophony of fighting, curses, and the clashing of blades. Unable to bear such a tumultuous conflict and lacking any interest in its outcome, Henry made his way toward the exit. At that moment, a small, wiry Portuguese man, agile as a monkey, hid beneath a table. Upon seeing Henry approach, he seized a knife and lunged towards his abdomen, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Had that blade found its mark, Henry's adventurous life would have met an untimely end. Realizing the perilous nature of his predicament, Henry seized a heavy chair and hurled it toward his adversary. Upon seeing the chair hurtling through the air, the man immediately fled toward the exit. Outside, a throng had already gathered, while others, drawn by the commotion, rushed to the inn to join the fray. Amidst the crowd, Henry trembled as if he were but a leaf in an autumn gale, an icy chill coursing down his spine, truly a narrow escape from death. Do not hastily deem him a coward, for one must remember that he was yet not 16, facing such a harrowing experience for the first time. Following this incident, he exhibited remarkable bravery, displaying commendable courage in critical moments. Standing there, he endeavored to regain his composure, while chaos still reigned within the inn. Suddenly, two individuals burst through the front door, pursued by a large crowd. At the forefront was Captain Sylvia, closely followed by Captain Morgan. As the crowd at the entrance beheld the surge of people emerging, they parted to create a path. The Spanish captain, seizing the opportunity to escape, darted across the street with astonishing speed, heading towards a narrow alley. Realizing his quarry was about to flee, Captain Morgan swiftly drew a pistol from his holster, his arm deftly pivoting to take aim, and fired at the fleeing Spaniard. Although the streets were bustling with people, his shot was exceptionally precise. The Spaniard collapsed with a resounding thud, rolling a few times before tumbling into the gutter by the roadside. He convulsed a few times, then lay there motionless. Upon hearing the gunshot and witnessing the man fall, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd, which scattered in all directions, leaving the street eerily deserted. Captain Morgan, with his smoking pistol in hand, dashed towards the Spaniard, followed closely by Henry. From the concealed pocket of the Spaniard's waistcoat, Captain Morgan retrieved a wallet containing the documents. After inspecting these papers and feeling satisfied, he neatly bundled them up and stuffed the wallet and its contents into his own pocket. Captain Morgan's assassination of that man and the successful acquisition of the documents left him thoroughly pleased with the operation. That very night, he paid a second visit to Governor Mortiford, and the following morning set sail towards Dalian Bay. He patrolled these waters for 2 weeks without encountering a single ship, until at last he came upon a small, nimble sailing vessel heading from Bellio port to Cartagena. However, upon discovering that the best cargo aboard was merely some raw hides, the pirates chose to sink it about 20 miles from the shores of Cartagena. They interrogated the captain and learned that the treasure fleet was still docked at Bellio port, awaiting the change of wind before embarking for Spain. In addition, there was another piece of news that served as a delightful enhancement to their rescue plan. The Spaniard informed the pirates that Mr. Simon, along with his wife and daughter, were imprisoned aboard the treasure fleet, specifically on the vessel captained by Rear Admiral Santa Maria Fagiolori. Upon hearing this eagerly awaited information, Captain Morgan promptly directed his fleet towards the Bay of San Blas. He could safely land at the Cape of San Blas without the concern of being discovered, as this region was entirely uninhabited, lying a mere 20-25 leagues from the port of Bellio. Once they reached their destination and anchored securely, Captain Morgan immediately shared his strategy with his comrades. The plan was as follows: to maneuver their ships into Bellio port and launch an assault on the heavily armed fleet safeguarding the Spanish admiral, a feat that seemed nearly insurmountable. Thus, to achieve success, it was imperative to devise a meticulously crafted strategy rather than recklessly engaging in direct confrontation. After articulating this preamble, Morgan declared his intention to sail in a small boat to Bellio port, in hopes of finding an opportunity to carry out the rescue, or, at the very least, to gather further intelligence to facilitate a new rescue plan. He expressed his desire for daring volunteers to partake in this expedition, candidly stating that he would not compel anyone unwilling to embrace the perilous venture, as this undertaking was indeed fraught with difficulty. However, should they emerge victorious, they would undoubtedly gain immense prestige and perhaps even acquire a substantial bounty. This audacious man wields an astonishing influence over his companions, who harbor unwavering confidence in his plans and intellect. Consequently, only a handful of individuals hesitated to partake in this venture, while the majority eagerly aspired to be selected. Among these volunteers, Captain Morgan chose 20 individuals, including Henry. He instructed his first mate that if no word regarding the expedition's success arrived within 3 days, the ship should sail to Jamaica to await further information. Thus, Morgan led his crew into the heart of adventure. Although there exists no written account of this daring escapade, it stands as perhaps the most audacious and perilous undertaking of Captain Morgan's illustrious career. This endeavor bestowed upon him unparalleled honor, cementing his legendary status. What adventure could possibly rival Morgan's remarkable undertaking? At that time, he commanded a modest open boat, accompanied by merely 20 men, as they boldly breached the formidable harbor fortifications, ranked third in defensive strength among the Spanish colonies, and vanquished the Spanish admiral under the protection of a heavily armed fleet. One must ponder how many individuals in the world would dare to undertake such a risk. It is worth noting that this great pirate meticulously planned his perilous operation, ensuring that no errors would occur. Indeed, it was this seemingly unattainable mission that was the linchpin of the expedition's success. For no one anticipated that he would dare to execute such a bold strike, leaving the enemy utterly unprepared for his assault. Had he donned the royal military attire and engaged in combat according to the principles of warfare, he might have achieved greatness akin to that of Admiral Blake, garnering a lofty reputation. However, such considerations are inconsequential. What I wish to convey is that Captain Morgan, aboard an open vessel with 20 men, arrived at the Cape of San Mediana at dusk. Upon reaching the harbor, they discovered the treasure ship anchored there, guarded by 2 warships and an armed vessel, all stationed less than half a mile from other ships. After surveying the fleet's position, the pirates lowered their sails, disguising themselves as a Spanish vessel that had come from Dios Harbor and rowed along the coast. Successfully reaching the shore, they boldly entered the harbor, with a defensive fortress not far across the way. As they drew closer to their ultimate objective, Captain Morgan called upon everyone to swear an oath to fight alongside him to the bitter end. Henry and the others aboard, filled with fervor, pledged their allegiance. Yet, I must confess, faced with the impending events, Henry's heart raced with trepidation. Once all had sworn their oaths, Captain Morgan issued a command to the ship's surgeon. At the captain's signal, the surgeon was to bore 6 holes in the hull, allowing the vessel to sink beneath the waves. This would leave no avenue for retreat, compelling everyone to press forward with unwavering resolve. It was through such means that Captain Morgan commanded his crew, a practice that commanded both fear and respect. Despite the grim fate of either success or death that awaited them, not a single soul uttered a complaint. Even the ship's doctor held no doubts regarding the captain's orders, having never contemplated defying him. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Captain Morgan spotted a small vessel nearby, manned by 2 fishermen. He inquired in Spanish which ship among those anchored in the harbor belonged to the admiral, claiming he had an urgent message to deliver. The fishermen, without a hint of skepticism, directed him to a large sailing ship less than half a mile away. Following their guidance, the pirates adjusted their course and approached the majestic vessel closely. Captain Morgan then informed the ship's doctor that it was time to execute the command. Acting on his instructions, the doctor pierced the hull, and torrents of water swiftly surged into the ship. All aboard fervently rowed towards the grand sailing ship, as if their very lives depended on it. At that moment, what thoughts occupied Henry's mind? Like the others aboard, he held a profound reverence for Captain Morgan, preferring death over questioning his orders. This reverence peaked as they breached the ship's bottom. Thus, when the frigid seawater engulfed his feet, bare as he had removed his shoes and socks, fear gripped him, the dread of drowning taking hold. If only he could feel the solid wooden deck beneath him, the Spanish galleon would pose no further threat. Indeed, all the crew shared a similar panic, exerting tremendous effort in their rowing. By the time they reached the stern of the Spanish galleon, the ship was already half filled with water. The night had completely fallen, and the moon had yet to rise. At that moment, the sentry on the deck noticed them and greeted them. Captain Morgan, raising his voice in Spanish, proclaimed himself Captain Alvaro Mendez, bearing urgent news for the admiral. Before the others on deck could fully comprehend the identity of those who had ascended from below, a faction of pirates, led by the carpenter and the doctor, surged towards the armory, seizing weapons. Meanwhile, Captain Morgan, accompanied by Henry and a Portuguese man named Murilo Brasiliano, dashed into the grand cabin. There, they found the admiral engaged in a card game with Mr. Simon, a friend, along with Simon's wife and daughter. Without hesitation, Morgan pointed his gun at the Spanish captain's chest, his demeanor fierce and menacing. He threatened that should the captain utter a word or raise his voice, he would instantly meet his demise. Henry, not one to remain passive in this unfolding drama, similarly aimed his firearm at the chest of the Spanish captain's friend, warning that any movement of lips or fingers would result in his swift execution. The 2 women sat in stunned silence, oblivious to the chaos, but once their senses returned, Mr. Simon's daughter suddenly let out a scream. Mr. Simon promptly commanded her to be silent, as he recognized the newcomers as allies rather than adversaries. It is important to note that all these events transpired within the blink of an eye. In less than a minute, 3 or 4 more pirates and the Portuguese man rushed in, binding the 2 Spaniards and silencing them. Morgan was exceedingly pleased, and the terrifying expression on his face vanished almost instantly, replaced by hearty laughter as he strode forth from the shadows, clasping hands with Mr. Simon in a jovial manner. After this exchange, buoyed by the success of their initial endeavor, his spirits soared, exhibiting a delightful sense of humor. He turned towards the 2 ladies, taking young Henry by the hand and presenting him before them. "Ladies," he declared, "this gentleman is a young squire who has been learning the ways of piracy under my tutelage. Allow me to introduce him to you." Just imagine the embarrassment this caused young Henry. To be candid, he had always felt restless in the company of unfamiliar women, never truly at ease. One can only envision the tumult of emotions he experienced when Morgan introduced him to Mrs. Simon and her daughter. In that moment, he stood barefoot, clad only in a shirt and breeches, hatless, with a pistol in one hand and a cutlass in the other. However, his discomfort was short-lived. Before he could gather his composure, Captain Morgan suddenly adopted a grave demeanor, instructing Mr. Simon to escort his wife and daughter to safety. For the most perilous moment of their adventure was upon them. He swiftly led Henry, who we may now refer to as a pirate, and the other pirates away from the cabin. Upon returning to the deck, our protagonist discovered the Spanish crew huddled together like frightened sheep, while others remained confined beneath the hatch. These pirates were truly fearsome, and the poor souls trembled at the mere mention of Henry Morgan's name. Not a single person dared to raise the alarm, nor did anyone attempt to leap overboard in search of escape. Under Captain Morgan's command, these individuals were compelled by the pirates to ascend to higher ground, raising the sails as they set forth. The night had fully descended, and throughout this prolonged interval, The vessels moored nearby remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil aboard. Indeed, a mere shot or two would scarcely have captured anyone's attention, and the pirates might have successfully evaded capture. However, the full moon had risen, casting its luminous glow upon everything, rendering the scene starkly visible. At last, the nearest warship discerned the unusual occurrences aboard. An alarm was sounded, yet the damage was irreparable. The vessel closest to the admiral sprang into a state of alert, with commands being issued vociferously and drums being beaten, as crew members dashed across the deck in a frenzy. At this juncture, the admiral's ship had already unfurled its sails, at Captain Morgan's behest. The carpenter had severed the two anchor ropes. A robust wind blew from the land towards the sea, propelling the grand vessel swiftly off its course towards the harbor's exit. Only the ship nearest to it stood a chance of obstructing its advance. This vessel was equipped with a cannon and fired upon the admiral's ship, the shot striking directly ahead. In the moonlight, Henry could see the fragments of the cannonball soaring through the air like raindrops. The sound of the cannonade roused the pirates, who had previously been oblivious to the alarm. They understood that to effectuate their escape, they must break through the encirclement of all ships, leaving the harbor to reach the open sea. The moon now hung high, round and radiant, and in its light, the smoke wafting through the air appeared as white as snow. The air was thick with the hissing sound of cannonballs whizzing by, and whenever one struck the grand ship, the resounding crash echoed, while fragments illuminated by the moonlight sent plumes of smoke into the night. Henry's imagination was magnified tenfold. Suddenly, he caught sight of a wretched soul struck by a cannonball, crawling along the deck. As the man raised his arm from behind the mast, Henry observed that the hand was gone, and the sleeve of his shirt was drenched in blood. Witnessing this tragic scene, poor Henry felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, and he was certain that he too would face a fate equally dire, if not more so. At that moment, Captain Morgan stood above Henry, sheltering from the cannon fire at the ship's railing, while Mr. Simon followed him onto the deck. The captain lit a pipe. Positioned near the railing, and under the bright moonlight, he clasped his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. He displayed an astonishing calmness, seemingly unfazed by the tumult of battle around him, his eyes fixed on the waters 20 miles away. He occasionally pulled the pipe from his mouth to issue commands to the helmsman. Aside from this, he remained steadfast, motionless, as his long red hair swayed in the sea breeze. Had it not been for the slender, armed sailing vessel obstructing their path, the pirates might have long since sailed away with the grand ship. Despite the relentless bombardment, their vessel sustained little damage. With the nearest warship still at a distance, the pirates could navigate close to the shore, safely evading it. Moreover, under the cover of night, the warship posed no threat to them. However, just as the open sea lay within reach, a slender armed sailboat suddenly surged forth from the shore, seemingly intent on obstructing the pirates' path or compelling them to draw closer to the warship, thereby allowing its cannons to unleash their full destructive potential. It is worth noting that such elongated vessels are quite prevalent in these waters. Their hulls are elongated, with a shallow draft that enables the oars to glide effortlessly through the water. The bow is sharply pointed, protruding forward, and is equipped with a rotating machine gun, while the stern boasts numerous lookout posts, stacked one upon another to form a bastion capable of concealing numerous soldiers and commanding officers of the conflict. Our protagonist observed the approaching slender sailboat from the starboard wall, perceiving that the pirates were ensnared in a vice between it and the warship. Nevertheless, Captain Morgan maintained his composure, periodically issuing commands to the helmsman to alter the ship's course, directing the bow of the slender vessel towards his port side. It appeared he intended to evade the adversary's prow and venture into the open sea. As the course shifted, the pirates found themselves drawing ever closer to the armed warship, which responded by intensifying its firepower. The cannonade grew more fervent, with an increased accuracy in the incoming projectiles. With each cannonball that struck, the pirates could hear the splintering of wood accompanied by the anguished groans and cries of the wounded. Indeed, had it been daylight, the pirates would have likely been vanquished by now. Yet, as we have previously mentioned, under the cover of night, seizing the advantageous moment amidst the chaos, the pirates narrowly evaded total annihilation. Rather than attributing their successful escape to strategy, it would be more apt to ascribe it to a miracle. At this juncture, a slender sailing vessel approached, seemingly intent on forcibly boarding the pirate ship. It drew alarmingly close, commencing fire upon the pirate vessel with rifles. filling the air with the sounds of gunfire and the whizzing of bullets, accompanied by the booming of cannons and the rumbling of explosions. In mere moments, it appeared the enemy was poised to board their ship. Suddenly, Captain Morgan issued a loud command for the helmsman to hard over to starboard. The helmsman swiftly responded, turning the wheel, and the grand ship immediately veered. It was evident that if they continued to turn, a collision with the enemy vessel was inevitable. The Spaniards, perhaps realizing the pirates intended to slip past their stern, immediately began to row backward, obstructing the pirates' escape. The churn of the oars stirred the water into frothy white bubbles, while the Spaniards unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire upon the pirates. Under the intense pressure of their firepower, the pirates could only rely on a miracle for salvation. As for Henry, he had entirely forgotten everything else, his mind consumed solely with whether the captain's strategy would succeed. Instinctively, he grasped what Captain Morgan intended to do in that fleeting moment. All he could think of was executing the captain's command, oblivious to the cannonballs and bullets flying around him. Upon the completion of the task, he suddenly regained consciousness, only to find that the lookout tower was ablaze due to the enemy's gunfire. More alarmingly, all artillery was now directed at him. A profound sense of despair enveloped him as he scanned his surroundings, realizing that no one was available to relieve him of his duty. Although he yearned to abandon his post, he was acutely aware that such an action would herald his imminent demise. His ears buzzed, and his thoughts floated like feathers. It is uncertain whether he was still breathing at that moment. He tightly shut his eyes, as if this act could shield him from the hail of bullets. Meanwhile, the Spaniards must have uncovered the pirates' plot, abruptly ceasing their fire and issuing a flurry of commands, while the oars of their vessels swiftly sliced through the water, sending sprays of foam into the air. Yet, they were too late to escape. Within mere seconds, the great ship collided violently with the enemy vessel's port side, the impact nearly throwing Henry onto the deck. A tremendous sound of splintering wood reverberated, followed by the cries of the crew. The slender ship began to turn, while the great ship sailed into the open sea, leaving behind a sinking wreck for the enemy vessel adjacent to it. Under the moonlight, the surface of the water was dotted with heads bobbing up and down and hands waving in desperation. Now, all danger had genuinely passed, and numerous individuals rushed to assist Henry, who was at the helm. Captain Morgan approached the main deck, patted the young helmsman's back, and said, "Ah, Henry, did I not tell you that I would make you a true man?" Poor Henry broke into laughter, though his mirth was laced with sorrow, his hands trembling incessantly as if afflicted by malaria. God knows, his expression resembled tears more than laughter, yet Captain Morgan remained oblivious to this truth. Nonetheless, I firmly believe that in that pivotal moment, Henry exhibited remarkable bravery. I am curious to ponder how many young gentlemen today would rise to such occasion with equal distinction. For Henry, no other experience could rival the sheer thrill of this one. The following morning, the Spanish captain, a most courteous and cultured gentleman, dressed Henry in one of his own outfits and presented him before the ladies. For Captain Morgan, if he had previously felt a certain kinship with this young man, his regard for Henry had only deepened. During their meal in the grand cabin, he garnered the affection of all present. The plump and rosy-cheeked Mrs. Simon lavished praise upon Henry, while the exceedingly lovely young lady cast flirtatious glances in his direction. As the pirates examined their spoils, they were astounded to discover the ship laden with silverware and gold worth 180,000, nearly driving them to the brink of delirious joy. Remarkably, they refrained from becoming excessively intoxicated by their ample bounty, a true miracle indeed. This restraint was largely attributed to Captain Morgan, who was acutely aware that they remained within the Spanish fleet's route. He sternly warned the other pirates that any attempt to touch the rum would result in them being dragged to the deck for execution. Had it not been for Captain Morgan's intervention, it is likely that these individuals would have succumbed to inebriation. This threat proved remarkably effective. By the time the ship docked at Royal Harbor around 9 in the morning, everyone remained alert. "The spoils. Is it truly so?" his brother queried. "Do you genuinely believe Father would permit you to engage in such a bloody and perilous enterprise?" After a heated exchange, Henry was forcibly removed, deprived even of the chance to bid farewell to his beloved. As he departed, he caught a glimpse of her standing on the stern deck, weeping profusely as she watched him leave, a sight he would never witness again. A profound sense of desolation enveloped him, and he felt that life held no joy. He rose at the ship's stern, bowing elegantly with the hat borrowed from the Spanish captain in a gesture of farewell to his sweetheart. only to be swiftly commanded by his brother to sit down. Thus concluded this chapter of the tale. Yet it is worth noting that Henry not only avoided the gallows but swiftly ascended to the status of a respected and affluent sugar merchant. He married an Englishwoman and fathered a delightful brood. On occasions of good cheer, he would regale his family with tales of his adventures, undoubtedly including some captivating stories not mentioned here. Chapter 15. Tom Custer and the Treasure Chest. This is an ancient tale from the era of Captain Kidd. Our narrative must commence here, for it was this miraculous escape that bestowed upon Tom Custer his name. During the era of the American colonies, the majority of the scattered colonial outposts in Hamlapan were established by Americans, along with a few founded by Dutch and Swedish settlers. In the vast, unending expanse of America, punctuated by swamps and forests, these colonies were but a mere drop in the ocean, with no one knowing how far west one would need to travel to reach the frontier. The wilderness was not only teeming with wild beasts, but also inhabited by numerous Native Americans. Each autumn, the indigenous tribes would gather at the freshwater lake to the south of Hamlapan for the winter months, subsisting on fish, clams, wild ducks, and geese for the next 4 to 5 months. They would also craft arrowheads and pottery beneath the dunes and pines at the Cape. On weekends, Pastor Hilary Jones would occasionally preach in the small wooden church nestled behind the trees, while the semi-nude redskin natives would emerge from their settlements, squatting behind the church, listening with blank expressions to sermons that held no meaning for them. In 1686, a shipwreck occurred for the impoverished settlers living in the wilderness. These shipwrecked vessels on the beach appeared as a divine gift. The ship had met its fate at night, and by the following morning, the wreckage washed ashore, littering the beach with the cargo it carried: boxes, barrels, crates, ship's masts, timbers, and planks. For the local inhabitants, this was an immense bounty. They could take whatever they desired, unimpeded by anyone. Upon certain water buckets and storage boxes utilized by sailors, the name of the ship, Bristol Merchant, has been discovered, undoubtedly indicating its British origins. As previously mentioned, the sole survivor of the ill-fated vessel was Tom Custer. Tom and the remnants of the ship were cast ashore, fortuitously discovered by a fisherman named Matt Abrahamson and his daughter, Molly. At the time, he was nestled within a large wooden crate, tightly bound with ropes and secured between 2 ship's masts, evidently to better withstand the onslaught of the waves. When Matt Abrahamson first beheld this crate, he initially believed he had stumbled upon something of greater value. However, upon severing the ropes and cleaving open the box with an axe, he was astonished to find therein an infant no older than 9 months. The poor child was nearly suffocated beneath the blanket at the bottom of the crate. Matt Abrahamson's daughter, Molly, had recently lost her own child, and upon discovering the baby lying within the box, she cried out, proclaiming it to be a divine gift, a second child bestowed upon her by God. Soon, news of the infant's discovery amidst the wreckage reached the ears of Pastor Jones, who promptly visited the fisherman's humble abode to inspect the child. The pastor meticulously examined the garments adorning the infant, crafted from fine linen and exhibiting exquisite craftsmanship, leading him to conclude that the child's parents must have belonged to a noble lineage. Around the infant's neck was a handkerchief, which encircled the child's arm and was tied in a knot at the back. One corner of the handkerchief bore exquisite embroidery, showcasing the initials, T.C. Morley. "What name do you wish to bestow upon the child?" inquired Pastor Jones, as he stood by the fire warming his hands. A large square bottle nestled in his coat pocket, salvaged from the wreckage of a ship earlier that afternoon. "Morley, what name do you propose?" "I would like to name him Tom, after my own child," Morley replied. "That aligns perfectly with the initials on the handkerchief," Pastor Jones remarked. "But what about a name corresponding to C?" "I am uncertain what to call him," Morley confessed. "What do you think of the name Custer?" Given that he was discovered in a box from the sea, Tom Custer possesses a fleeting charm. Thus begins the tale of Tom Custer. It was not until the spring and summer of 1699 that the story of Captain Kidd's treasure chest unfolded. In addition to his foster mother, Tom Custer had a dear friend in Pastor Jones, who frequently visited Abraham's son's humble abode under the pretense of catching a few fish for breakfast. He would always engage in friendly conversation with little Tom. On winter mornings, Tom would go to the pastor's house to learn the fundamentals of reading, writing, and arithmetic. And as a result, he was now capable of spelling words found in the Bible and almanacs, as well as understanding how to exchange currency. This is Tom Custer, and this is the life he led. In the spring of 1699, Captain Kidd navigated his single-masted vessel into Delaware Bay, marking a profound turning point in Tom's destiny. We shall now recount the tale of Captain Kidd's treasure chest. Old mate Abrahamson owned a flat-bottomed boat, which he frequently sailed to the fishing grounds not far from the shore, near the site of the aforementioned shipwreck. Fishermen often frequented this area, and Old Mate's vessel was a common sight there. One afternoon, a thunderstorm swept through, and after the rain, Tom made his way to the shore to bail water from the boat in preparation for the next morning's fishing. Throughout the day, the pirates' single-masted ship rested on the beach behind the cape, its sails unfurled to dry in the sun after being drenched by the rain. Under the moonlight, Tom Craster could distinctly perceive the pale, faint glow emanating from those sails. As Tom walked along the shore toward home, he suddenly noticed a small boat moored on the narrow beach ahead, seemingly belonging to a larger ship, surrounded by a group of people who were intently observing it. Curiosity piqued, he hurried forward to discern who had come ashore. Upon closer inspection, he quickly recognized the nature of their gathering. It was evident that this group had disembarked from a pirate ship. Two individuals were lifting a chest from the small boat. One was a black man, bare-chested, while the other was a white man, dressed in a shirt and jacket, donning a Monterey hat, a red scarf around his neck, and gold earrings adorning his ears. He sported a lengthy braid that cascaded down his back, while a substantial sheathed dagger swayed at his waist. Apart from him, another individual, evidently the leader of the group, stood at a slight distance, one hand clasping a cane and the other hoisting a lantern, observing as his companions carried items from the vessel. Despite the moonlight illuminating the beach as brightly as day, he persisted in lighting the lantern. Clad in tall boots and a splendid coat adorned with lace, he boasted a long, curly beard and wore an exquisite hat embellished with feathers, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders. In the luminous moonlight, Tom Kirkster noticed the gilded buttons on the man's attire shimmering. Suddenly, he spotted three heads emerging from behind a sand dune, perilously close to where he was crouched. Startled, he immediately lowered himself further. He feared that those individuals had likely seen him in the moonlight, yet in reality, they remained oblivious, continuing their counting, causing his heart to race. 120, one of them called out, followed by 121, 122, 123, 124. Then, the counter rose from behind the small dune and stepped onto the brightly lit, open beach. This individual was indeed the leader Tom had just observed. With his cane tucked under his arm and the lantern illuminating an object, he scrutinized it with great care while steadily advancing in a straight line across the sandy terrain, counting with each step he took. Behind him followed two individuals, one, a bare-chested African man, and the other, a Caucasian adorned with long braids and earrings. They struggled to maneuver a heavy chest along the sandy beach. As the leader counted to 130, the two men abruptly dropped the chest onto the sand with a thud. The Caucasian gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. The counter promptly produced a piece of paper and inscribed some notes upon it. They lingered there for an extended period, while Tom concealed himself behind a dune, observing them in silence. Amid the stillness, Tom could hear the gentle lapping of waves against the distant shore, occasionally punctuated by the faint sounds of laughter from those by the small boat. A minute passed, then two, then three, before the men resumed their task of lifting the chest and continued forward, the man counting anew. 131, 132, 133, 134. His gaze fixated on the object in his hand as he traversed the open space. 135, 136, 137. He continued this enumeration until the trio vanished within a cavern nestled between two dunes across the clearing. Yet Tom could still hear the counting echoing from afar. When the three men finally disappeared completely behind the dunes, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the sky. Tom remained there, listening to the fading count, until a prolonged rumble of thunder resonated in the distance. He waited for a while longer before rising to his feet and making his way to the summit of the sand dune where he had previously reclined. He surveyed the surroundings but discerned no sign of life. Consequently, he descended the dune, heading in the direction where the pirate captain and the two men carrying a box had gone. He treaded cautiously, pausing intermittently to ensure he could still hear the counting. The moment the counting ceased, he promptly lay flat on the sand, awaiting the resumption of the sound. Before long, he glimpsed the silhouettes of three pirates re-emerging in the distance. Thus, he circumvented a patch of coarse bulrush and ascended to a vantage point that offered a clear view of the open space, where the moonlight cast a faint silvery glow upon the beach. Tom bided his time until they had ventured approximately half a mile ahead before he cautiously followed suit. Ahead lay a dune resembling a large bowl nestled in the sand, and he crawled over it, gaining a clear view of the three figures. Under the moonlight, the level expanse of sand beneath him shimmered with a dazzling white brilliance. The white man who was lifting the box knelt on the ground, engaged in some task that Tom initially could not discern. Eventually, he observed the man fashioning a stick into a long wooden peg. He swiftly completed his task, rose, and approached the spot where the captain stood. The individual who appeared to be the captain had thrust his staff into the ground, seemingly to use it as a specific marker. The white man extracted the staff from the sand and inserted the wooden peg into the very spot where the staff had been lodged. The black man grasped the elongated peg while the white man employed a mallet to drive it into the earth. In the stillness of the night sky, the sound of hammering was sharp and piercing, resonating with an unusual intensity. The man swiftly drove a wooden stake into the sand, inch by inch, halting only when a mere 2 or 3 inches remained above the surface. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the horizon, soon followed by a deep rumble of thunder. Tom gazed towards the western sky, observing the silver-edged, distinctly outlined cumulonimbus clouds slowly ascending, propelling a fragment of broken cirrus clouds forward. They meticulously measured their work 5 times, and Tom noticed the man with the braid fastening another wooden stake on the slope of a sand dune. The towering white dune stood out starkly against the night's backdrop. After the braided man secured the second stake into the sandy ground, he resumed measuring, traversing in another direction until he vanished behind the dune, out of Tom's sight. Meanwhile, the black man remained by the box, waiting patiently. The moonlight was so radiant that Tom could distinctly see the whites of the man's eyes glinting in the illumination. They had moved behind the hill, and the third echo of the hammer striking the stake shattered the surrounding quietude. Moments later, 2 pirates emerged from behind the white dune, stepping into the moonlit expanse. Tom could no longer discern the pirates' actions. He dared not cross the open sandy terrain. He lay there, pondering their intentions, as dark clouds loomed overhead, the thunder growing increasingly ominous, and flashes of lightning rent the thick, pitch-black sky. Occasionally, Tom caught the sound of metallic tools, the noise breaking the surrounding stillness. He speculated that the pirates were burying the chest, yet he could neither see nor ascertain the exact location of its concealment. He remained there, listening and observing, when a warm breeze suddenly swept over him, accompanied by a thunderous clap of thunder emanating from the darkening clouds on the horizon. The ominous clouds swiftly approached, drawing nearer. Yet Tom lay silently, keenly observing his surroundings. Unexpectedly, 3 figures emerged from behind a small dune. At the forefront stood the pirate captain, with a black man and a white man trailing closely behind. After traversing half the distance across the white sand, the white man abruptly halted, bending down as if to tie his shoelaces. Consequently, the black man surpassed him, advancing a few paces ahead. Tom distinctly noticed a knife protruding from the man's back, even perceiving the glint of the blade piercing through his chest. At that moment, the pirate captain also paused, leaning on his cane, his expression inscrutable as he regarded the unfolding scene. Suddenly, the black man broke into a run, while the white man stood frozen for a moment before sprinting after him. Not far from Tom, the black man stumbled and collapsed. He attempted to rise but seemed devoid of strength, falling once more to the ground, ultimately failing to get back up. At that instant, the clouds obscured the moon, plunging the sky into darkness. Yet, amidst the gloom, Tom once again heard a heavy thud followed by a groan, and then a voice instructed the captain that the deed was done. As Tom traversed the flat expanse of sand, he discerned the hazy silhouette of the captain. When the moon liberated itself from the clutches of the clouds, he beheld a dark figure motionless upon the sandy ground, while a white man stood nearby. At that moment, Tom Custer abruptly rose and sprinted forward with all his might, plunging into the shadowy recesses of the sandy ravine, then scaling another dune before darting into yet another dark hollow. Thus, he continued to run breathlessly across the undulating terrain of sand. He sensed a presence trailing behind him, instilling a profound fear within him, as if he could feel the icy edge of a blade piercing his flesh, reminiscent of the white man's knife plunging into the body of the black man. He ran on, as if ensnared in a nightmare. His legs felt as though they were laden with lead, his throat parched and burning, nearly gasping for air. Yet, he persevered, ultimately arriving at the humble abode of old Matt Abrahamson. He panted heavily, his knees buckling beneath him, and his thighs cramping painfully. He flung open the door and rushed into the dimly lit room, where Matt and Molly had long since succumbed to slumber. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, and he slammed the door shut with a resounding thud, as thunder rumbled ominously, akin to a colossal weight crashing upon the heavens, causing the windows and doors of the cottage to rattle violently. Tom Custer collapsed onto the bed, trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks, his heart pounding as if it were being relentlessly hammered. In an effort to escape the inexplicable dread that lurked behind him, he exerted himself to the fullest, running for an extensive duration across the soft, sandy terrain, leaving him now feeling dizzy and disoriented. He lay on the bed for what felt like an eternity, unable to succumb to slumber, his body trembling with chills. Eventually, in a haze of exhaustion, he drifted into a restless sleep, only to be plagued by nightmares, wherein he once again bore witness to the unfolding of that tragic event, accompanied by a kaleidoscope of bizarre and fantastical scenes. The following day, before the sun had graced the horizon, Tom rose from his restless slumber. Stepping outside, he noticed the rooftops still glistening with raindrops, the air thick with humidity. His first action upon exiting was to ascend the nearest sand dune, peering into the distance where the pirate ship had anchored, now vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, Matt Abrahamson emerged from his dwelling, calling for Tom to join him for breakfast before venturing out to fish. When the boat finally returned to shore, Tom hurriedly leapt onto the sand, consumed his lunch, and immediately sought out the minister. He jogged the entire way, hardly pausing to catch his breath, from Abrahamson's modest abode to the minister's residence. Upon knocking at the door of the minister's home, he found himself breathless. Reverend Jones sat leisurely on the threshold of the back kitchen, basking in the sunlight while puffing on a long pipe. Meanwhile, the minister's wife was in the kitchen, preparing dinner, the sound of pots and pans clattering filling the air, infused with the savory aroma of pork. As Tom gasped for air, he hurriedly recounted his harrowing experiences, while Reverend Jones listened, occasionally expressing his astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, the fire in his pipe had gradually extinguished, and the bowl had grown cold. "I failed to comprehend why they would take the life of that unfortunate black man," Tom remarked after recounting the tale. "Ah, it is quite understandable," said the esteemed pastor, "for they buried a chest filled with treasure." Jones, in a fit of excitement, rose abruptly, pacing restlessly while continuously drawing on his empty pipe, as if it still held embers. "A treasure chest," Tom exclaimed fervently. "Indeed, a treasure chest. That is the very reason they murdered that wretched black man. You must grasp that, apart from those two individuals, he was the sole person privy to the location of the hidden treasure. Now that they have slain him, only those two remain aware of this secret. These knaves. Goodness gracious, behold this." The pastor, overwhelmed with fervor, even snapped his pipe stem in two. Then, Tom interjected, "If that is the case, it must be a cursed treasure, stained with blood, destined to bring misfortune to whoever discovers it." "Nay, it should bring misfortune to those who buried it," Pastor Jones countered, "and fortune to those who unearth it. But tell me, Tom, do you believe it is still possible to locate its burial site?" "I cannot say for certain," Tom replied. "It lies amidst those sand dunes. You see, it was night at the time. However, we may be able to trace their footprints left upon the beach." "That seems implausible," the distinguished gentleman interjected, "for a storm raged last night, and all footprints must surely have been washed away." "I can ascertain the position where the small boat was anchored on the beach," Tom asserted. "Well then, that shall be our point of departure, Tom." The pastor remarked that if they could locate that place, perhaps they would uncover the whereabouts of the treasure chest. "If this indeed is a treasure chest," Tom Custer exclaimed, "I shall search every inch of land from here to Hanlopen until I find it." However, as Hilary Jones noted, this task seemed akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. On their return home, the weight of burdens and shadows that had pressed upon Tom's heart dissipated. As he and Jones made plans to embark on their treasure hunt the following day, his eagerness palpable. On the afternoon of the next day, Pastor Jones and Tom Custer set forth together, embarking on their grand adventure, one that promised Tom a wealth to enjoy for a lifetime. Tom carried a shovel over his shoulder, while the pastor grasped his cane as they journeyed onward. As they walked along the coast, they began to discuss their sole topic of fascination, the treasure chest. "How large do you envision it?" the pastor inquired. "About this long." Tom gestured with the shovel in the air, "and roughly this wide and this tall." "If it is filled with money, Tom," the pastor declared, his cane swinging enthusiastically as he strode forward, "just imagine the possibilities." "My goodness," Tom Custer replied, hastily keeping pace with his companion. I would purchase a ship for myself and sail to India and China for trade. If the chest is brimming with riches, sir, do you suppose it would be enough to buy a ship? Certainly enough, Tom. More than ample. There will undoubtedly be a great deal of money left over. If I discover it, it shall be mine, correct? Indeed, it is certainly yours, the pastor exclaimed, his voice resonating with conviction. Though he possessed little understanding of the law, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. After a moment's silence, he raised his voice. If you find it, whose else could it possibly be? Can you enlighten me? Pastor Jones erupted in laughter. Thank you, Tom. When I receive my tea, I shall express my gratitude once more. However, Tom, have you ever heard of a farmer's daughter who begins counting her chicks even before they hatch? As they conversed, they hurriedly traversed the sandy terrain. Suddenly, Tom halted and gazed around. It is right here, he declared. I saw the boat last night. I know this is the spot, for I remember the remnants of those vessels over there, and the tall stumps jutting from the sand. Mr. Jones donned his spectacles and approached the stump Tom had indicated. He scrutinized the stump closely and exclaimed, Ah, Tom, it has only recently been driven into the sand. This is a new stump. The pirates must have used it as a marker, just as they drive wooden pegs into the ground for guidance. Tom approached to examine the stump. It was an oak stump, nearly 2 inches in diameter, appearing to have been meticulously hewn, with its top painted a vivid red. He shook the stump, attempting to dislodge it, but it was anchored deeply and would not budge. Indeed, sir, he remarked, it must surely serve as a marker. I am certain that this tree stump was not present here yesterday or the day before. He stood there, surveying his surroundings in search of any additional signs left by the pirates. Not far away, a corner of something white protruded from the sandy ground. Tom discerned it to be a scrap of paper and exclaimed, There lies a piece of paper, sir. I believe it may have been left by the pirates. The mere presence of this paper was astonishing. Only an inch of it was exposed, and had it not been for Tom's keen eyes, it would have certainly gone unnoticed. The next storm could easily whisk it away, and if that were to happen, the tale that followed would never come to pass. Look, sir, he said, extracting the scrap from the sand. There are words upon it. Let me see, inquired Reverend Jones. He adjusted his glasses, took the paper, and began to examine it closely. What are these? He asked. They are all numbers, nothing else. He read aloud, Mark S. S. W. S. by S. What could this mean, Tom? Sir. I am equally perplexed, Tom replied. Perhaps you should read further. We might be able to decipher its significance. It is all numbers, Reverend Jones remarked. I suspect these figures pertain to navigational directions, perhaps holding no other implication. He began to read aloud, Mark S. S. W. S. by S. 47. 91, 130, 151, 177, 202, 232, 256, 271. Look, these must indicate the course of navigation. 299, 335, 362, 386, 415, 446, 469, 491, 522, 544, 571, 598, he continued. So many. 626, 652, 676, 695, 724, 851, 876, 905, 940, 967. Nails. S. E. by E 269 paces. Nails. S. S. W. S. by S. 427 paces. Move west for 6 paces, and then dig down. What do the nails signify? Tom shouted. What do the nails signify? It must be related to digging up that chest. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he felt the blood rush through his veins. Read it again, sir. He exclaimed. Oh, sir, do you remember I told you they drove a wooden nail into the sandy ground? Were they not speaking of digging down near the wooden nail? Read it again, sir, read it again. Wooden nail? The pastor inquired. Surely it is a wooden nail. Let me take another look. Yes, indeed. It is the wooden nail southeast by east 269 paces. Yes, Tom Cluster cried out in excitement. Do you remember I told you, sir, 269 paces? This must be what I saw those men measuring with a line. The fervent excitement burning within Tom ignited the Pastor Jones's enthusiasm as well. He felt as though something extraordinary was about to transpire. Indeed, it was certain, he exclaimed, and then they proceeded southward, measuring 427 steps towards the southwest, where they drove another stake into the ground. They buried the chest 6 steps to the west of the stake. Tom Clust, if our understanding is correct. Then we shall be rich. Tom Clust gazed at the old pastor's exuberant expression, perceiving nothing but the brilliance of the sun. Could they truly uncover the treasure? He felt the warmth of the sun upon his shoulders and heard the incessant, piercing cries of a tern. Looking up, he observed these birds, with their scissor-like tails and pointed white wings, swooping back and forth overhead. Yet, Tom remained motionless, his eyes fixed intently on the pastor's face. Pastor Jones was the first to speak. What do these numbers signify? Tom noticed the pastor's hands trembling with excitement, the paper rustling in his grasp. The pastor lifted the paper beneath his spectacles and began to read. Marks 40, 72, 91. Marks? Tom shouted, This must refer to that stump over there. It has to be the mark. He pointed at the red-headed oak stump, which stood gleaming on the sunlit beach. 40, 72, and 91, the pastor cried out in unison. These numbers must correspond to the steps that the pirates counted. It must indeed mean that. Tom Cust shouted, This must be it. There can be no other explanation. Come on, sir, let us hasten to find the treasure. Wait. The clergyman raised his hand, and Tom Cust noticed that it trembled violently. The minister's voice was steady yet somewhat hoarse, his hand shaking uncontrollably as if afflicted by a stroke. Hold on. First, we must follow these measured steps. It was truly astonishing. He paused momentarily, then hoarsely inquired, How did this piece of paper come to be here? Perhaps it was carried here by the strong winds. Tom Cust speculated. Indeed, very likely, replied Minister Jones. Those scoundrels buried the chest, murdered that unfortunate black man, and then encountered a storm. This scrap of paper must have fallen from his pocket, whisked away by the wind, unbeknownst to him. Let us go in search of the chest. Tom Cust exclaimed excitedly. Very well, the minister replied, but let us pause for just a moment longer, my child. We must first devise a plan for our quest. I have brought a pocket compass. We need something to measure our steps to locate the nail. You run to Tom Cruise's house and fetch the measuring rod he used for the new cattle pen. You retrieve the rod while I calculate the steps as instructed on the paper. This marked the very ground where the pirates drove the first nail, and later, where Tom witnessed the tragic murder of that unfortunate black man. Tom Custer glanced around, seeking traces of the tragedy that had occurred that fateful night. However, the ground lay unblemished and smooth, save for a few footprints left by Pastor Jones. The pastor was stooping down, examining an object, circling it incessantly. Eventually, he bent lower and scraped something off it. It was the first wooden peg. Within half an hour, they uncovered the second and third pegs. Tom Custer shed his coat and frantically began to dig in the sand. Jones stood by observing. As the sun sank slowly, Tom's shovel finally struck something solid. Even if the object the shovel encountered in the sand were his own heart, he would not tremble as he did now. He had never felt such exhilaration before. It was indeed the treasure chest. Pastor Jones leaped into the pit, as if driven mad, hastily shoveling the sand aside with his hands. With great effort, they finally dragged the chest from its sandy tomb. The chest was encrusted with sand, secured tightly with a padlock. The two men struck it repeatedly with the shovel until the lock finally yielded. Jones lifted the lid, revealing a half-full chest of books and papers, along with a half-full bundle of tightly bound canvas. Had they discovered gold and jewels, their astonishment would have paled in comparison. Jones extracted a canvas bag, opened it, and found it brimming with money. He severed the rope, trembling as he handed the bag to Tom, who was momentarily taken aback, teetering on the edge of dizziness. He spread his coat on the ground and emptied the contents of the canvas bag, silver coins cascading forth like a rushing stream, clinking melodiously as they fell onto the coarse fabric. Reverend Jones raised his hands in astonishment, while Tom stood transfixed, questioning the reality of the scene before him. He could not discern whether he was ensnared in a dream or fully awake. It felt as though he were still enveloped in slumber. The chest contained a total of 22 canvas bags, 10 filled with silver coins, 8 with gold, 3 with gold dust, and 1 crammed with cotton and paper, concealing a treasure trove of jewels. Reverend Jones exclaimed, "This is enough for us to live as wealthy men for a lifetime." Although the summer sun had dipped below the horizon, its lingering rays still blazed down upon them like fire, yet the two men remained oblivious to its heat. They had forgotten their hunger and fatigue, sitting in a daze upon the sandy ground, surrounded by scattered coins. Their coats were piled high with currency. while the open chest sat invitingly before them. With an hour remaining until sunset, Reverend Jones finally regained his senses and began to inspect the books and papers within the chest. Inside were 3 books. 2 were the navigational logs of pirates who had once anchored in Delaware Bay, while the third was penned in Spanish, clearly documenting the spoils acquired by the marauders. Tom sat nearby, listening intently, occasionally reaching out to surreptitiously touch the coins that lay upon his coat. One might ponder why Captain Kidd chose to maintain such gruesome records. Perhaps these documents serve as incriminating evidence, for they implicate numerous prominent figures from the New York colonies. Thus, to bring this pirate to justice without ensnaring these illustrious individuals seems an insurmountable challenge. Should he manage to safeguard these records, it would undoubtedly furnish him with a formidable defense against the gallows. Indeed, when Captain Kidd was ultimately pronounced guilty and led to the scaffold, the charge was not piracy, but rather murder, stemming from an incident in which a sailor incited a mutiny, prompting Kidd to strike him with a bucket, resulting in the sailor's untimely demise. Although the true motive behind Kidd's execution was his piratical activities, the authorities dared not convict him of piracy. It is known that the navigation logs brought to New York by Tom Coughlin led to his fateful sentence. Yet the accusation was one of murder for the death of his carpenter. As the sun began its descent, Reverend Jones meticulously perused the accounts detailing the pirates' heinous crimes, while Tom sat amidst a pile of gold and silver coins, attentively listening. Should anyone chance to pass by at that moment, they would be treated to an extraordinary spectacle. Yet, in reality, it was merely the 2 of them, beneath the vast expanse of sky and surrounded by desolate sands. The sun gradually sank lower, leaving scant time to examine the remaining papers, which were predominantly Goldsmith's drafts payable to some of New York's most illustrious merchants. Jones was aware that the names he encountered were predominantly those of esteemed gentlemen of his time. Indeed, he was certain that one gentleman's name would undoubtedly be among them. What? There is even Mr. So-and-so here. Ah, if these claims hold any truth, then this scoundrel must have robbed his dearest friend. He mused. I cannot fathom why this despicable individual would so meticulously arrange these items alongside the jewels. What purpose do they serve him? Subsequently, he arrived at a possible conclusion. It was likely that these possessions granted him leverage over the gentlemen whose signatures adorned them. Before returning these checks to their rightful owners, he could use them as bargaining chips, thereby securing his own survival. I implore you, Tom, he continued. You must journey to New York to return these items to their owner. This could effectively be considered an additional fortune of yours. The majority of the checks were made out to a gentleman named Richard Chillingworth. Pastor Jones remarked, he is the wealthiest man in the state of New York. You ought to seek him out and inform him of our findings. When shall I go? Tom Custer inquired. As soon as we procure the tickets, you shall depart immediately. Jones replied, turning with the bill of exchange in hand, gesturing towards the pile of money amassed on his coat. I wonder, Tom, he said, could you spare me a few coins? Tom, you are the finest person I have ever met, Jones declared. I shall be eternally grateful to you. Tom cradled a heap of silver coins in his hands and declared, Take it, sir, take as much as you wish. He poured the coins into the pastor's palm, who, just as he was about to deposit the money into his pocket, hesitated. I am uncertain whether it is right to accept the money of pirates, he remarked. Regardless of the morality of the matter, you are free to take it, Tom retorted. Yet the pastor remained indecisive. No, he suddenly asserted, I cannot accept it. It is ill-gotten gain. With that, he cast a substantial handful of coins into an empty box, stood up, brushed the sand from his trousers, and energetically stuffed the money into a canvas bag, placing it inside the box. Tom Custis retrieved a dozen gold coins, tucking them into his pocket. Convinced that his friend was indeed correct. He has been buried here forever, Pastor Jones stated, as he thrust his cane into the sand. Upon hearing this, Tom Custis felt a sudden tremor. He would not have been surprised if the metal tip of the cane had encountered something soft beneath the sand. However, such an occurrence did not transpire. They found no trace of a tragedy having unfolded here. Perhaps the pirates had removed the body and interred it elsewhere, or perhaps the storm had completely leveled the sand, leaving no evidence behind. Yet one thing remained certain. No one had ever seen that body again. At least not Tom Custis or Pastor Hilary Jones. This is the tale of the treasure chest, and as we approach the conclusion of Tom Custer's story, let us reflect upon the events that ensued in his life. Whenever old Abraham Sin indulged in excessive lamentations and became inebriated, he would incessantly regale Pastor Jones with tales of how he would deal with Tom if he ever laid eyes on the wayward child. However, Tom always took great care to evade the old fisherman, thus the threat remained unfulfilled. With trepidation, Tom approached the opulent three-story brick residence of Mr. Chisenworth, his heart pounding with apprehension. The office was located within the same grand structure, yet due to Mr. Jones's letter, he was ushered directly into the drawing room, where the illustrious and wealthy gentleman awaited him. Seated in a leather chair, smoking a cigar, he held a glass of fine aged Madeira wine in his hand. Having just arrived in New York, Tom had not had the opportunity to procure a new outfit. He was still clad in the coarse garments he had brought from Hanlopan, appearing rather disheveled and unkempt. Moreover, it seemed Mr. Chisenworth did not hold his appearance in high regard, as he continued to smoke, casting a sidelong glance at Tom. "Well, young man," he remarked, "do enlighten me with some astonishing revelation. I have received a letter from a certain Mr. Jones, and now I wish to hear what you have to divulge." If he had initially been indifferent to Tom's appearance, his demeanor soon shifted dramatically. Before Tom had uttered 20 words, the entire demeanor of Kiran Huasi had dramatically transformed. He straightened his posture, set aside his pipe, and pushed aside the Madeira wine, urging Tom to sit and share his tale. In silence, he listened intently as Tom Custer recounted the story of the treasure buried in the sands, detailing the sight of that unfortunate African being slain and how he and Jones stumbled upon the hidden riches. Kiran Huasi interrupted Tom only once during the narrative. "Consider this," he exclaimed. "The scoundrel is still walking nonchalantly through the streets of New York, masquerading as an upstanding citizen, while he continues to harass our kindest souls. However, if we could obtain the navigational log you mentioned, please continue and share more details." Upon the conclusion of Tom Custer's account, Mr. Kiran Huasi's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. He posed numerous questions to Tom, his tone imbued with humility, courtesy, and warmth. Not only did he offer Tom a glass of his vintage wine, but he also extended an invitation for dinner. He assured Tom that there were no outsiders present, only his wife and daughter. The mere mention of two ladies sent Tom into a state of panic, leading him to firmly decline the invitation, including Mr. Kiran Huasi's request for him to stay for a cup of tea. Little did he know that he was destined to remain there, perhaps for a lifetime. "Now, Mr. Kiran Huasi said, please introduce yourself." "I have little to share, sir," Tom replied, "except for one thing. I was cast ashore by the waves." Thus, Tom Custer began to narrate his own story. He began from the very beginning, recounting the tales that Morley Abrahamson frequently shared with him. As he narrated his lineage, Mr. Chillingworth's expression transformed from curiosity to mounting excitement. Suddenly, he leapt from his chair and began to pace restlessly around the room. "Stop! Stop!" he exclaimed, interrupting Tom at a crucial moment. "Do you know the name of the ill-fated vessel? Were you cast ashore from that ship?" "I have heard its name," Tom Custer replied. "It was called the Bristol Merchant." "I know it. I know it," the renowned merchant shouted, gesticulating wildly. "From the moment you began this story, I had an inkling, but please, tell me, when you were found, was there anything nearby that bore a mark or a name?" "There was a handkerchief," Tom said, "upon which were inscribed the letters Tansy, Theodosia Chillingworth." The merchant bellowed, "I know it. I know it. My heavens, how extraordinary this is. Child, do you realize who you are? You are the son of my dear brother. His name was Oliver Chillingworth, and you are his son." He rushed out, calling for his wife and daughter with great fervor. Ultimately, Tom Custer, who should now be called Thomas Chillingworth, remained to partake in the evening meal. That is the entirety of the tale, and I hope you find it enjoyable. As we anticipated, Tom Custer became affluent and wed his beautiful cousin, Theodosia, named in honor of his mother who perished aboard the Bristol Merchant. He did not forget his friend, Reverend Jones, inviting him to reside in New York. As for Morley and Matt Abrahams, both received an annual pension of £10. Now that Tom's fortunes had improved, he bore no animosity towards the old fisherman for the past assaults he endured. The treasure chest was later transported to New York, and although Tom Custer did not acquire all the riches, Jones initially believed he was entitled to the entirety. He at least secured a substantial portion. Subsequently, Captain Kidd was apprehended in Boston and executed by hanging in London. I believe the maritime logs played a significantly pivotal role in the trial, overshadowing other evidences. Chapter 19. The fate of the pirate Blackbeard in contemporary times. Individuals are safeguarded by law and the surrounding populace, making it difficult to envision the life endured by American colonists in the early 18th century. In that era, the region was not only plagued by malevolent pirates like Captain Teach, but also by governors and state officials who shared in the spoils, consistently shielding and protecting these marauders from legal repercussions. At that time, the American colonists were predominantly a crude and unsophisticated lot, residing in small, widely dispersed colonies. Consequently, they were unable to establish laws or utilize legal frameworks to safeguard their interests. Each individual or small group had to rely on their own strength to protect their possessions, thwarting others from plundering their belongings. It is inherent in human nature for individuals to desire to possess all that they can obtain. For instance, children often seek to take what they desire from others, claiming it as their own. In such instances, the only recourse is continual education, instilling in them the understanding that they should not resort to force to seize what does not rightfully belong to them. Through education and cultivation, individuals learn the virtues of honesty and integrity, refraining from appropriating that which is not theirs. Without adequate exposure to such education, or if a person's nature harbors elements that preclude acceptance of this education, they may seize the opportunity to plunder what they covet, much like a child. As previously mentioned, during that era in the colonies, the vast land coupled with a sparse population made it challenging to deter those resolute in acquiring what they desired through forceful means. Thus, people lived without restraint, free from the confines of legal governance. Today, however, we exist within a framework of sound social order, making it difficult to comprehend the conditions of that time. Interstate commerce relied upon maritime transport via coastal trading vessels. The coastal merchant vessels possessed little in the way of defensive capabilities, and the governments of the various states were powerless to protect them. Consequently, those with intentions to plunder these ships encountered minimal risk, achieving near certainty in their endeavors. During that era, armed pirates roamed the Western world, frequently intercepting merchant vessels and seizing whatever goods they desired. Each state was governed by royal governors appointed by the King of England, each of whom held the authority to act as they pleased within their jurisdiction. They were accountable solely to the king and the government. And given the considerable distance between England and America, they were effectively responsible only to themselves. Once the pirates absconded with the cargo from merchant ships, these goods were rendered permanently lost to their owners, who could not hope to recover them, even in vain attempts. The pilfered items remained stacked in the pirates' holds, making them appear akin to rightful owners. Naturally, the governors and state officials would not engage in outright piracy, as such actions would tarnish their reputations. However, they often nonchalantly appropriated items that seemed abandoned after the theft, rendering their actions seemingly less unethical. Adults frequently admonish children, teaching them that stealing candy from their peers is a reprehensible act. Yet, if a mischievous child pilfers candy from others and offers it to a third child to take a bite, this act appears less malevolent in nature. Although he was aware that the candy was snatched from other children, and that the child from whom it was taken was still weeping, it was undoubtedly perceived as a minor offense for figures such as Governor Eden of North Carolina, Governor Fletcher of New York, or other colonial governors to seize the plunder of pirates. For instance, appropriating the spoils pilfered by Blackbeard seemed far from malevolent. Even the act of compelling pirates to relinquish a portion of what was not rightfully theirs, seemingly abandoned treasures, appeared devoid of wickedness. During Governor Eden's administration, the population of the colonies burgeoned, and the legal measures safeguarding legitimate property became increasingly stringent. Governor Eden was the last to engage in such dealings with pirates, while Blackbeard stood as one of the final, most savage and formidable marauders, capable of traversing freely among those he had robbed, all without the governor's interference. Among all the American colonies at that time, Virginia was the most powerful and affluent state, with the neighboring South Carolina also boasting a thriving economy. Blackbeard's reign of terror in these two states inflicted significant suffering, leading even the most innocent residents to find life under the constant threat of piracy unbearable. Merchants and others beleaguered by the pirates clamored for protection from the government, compelling the colonial governors to heed the outcry of the populace. Citizens fervently petitioned Governor Eden, imploring him to take decisive action against the heinous deeds of the pirates. However, due to his cordial relations with the marauders, Eden found himself incapacitated, akin to a child savoring candy who must remain amiable to the one providing the sweet treats. Subsequently, Blackbeard raided the heart of Virginia, abducting the daughter of a prominent local figure. The governor of Virginia soon realized that the governor of North Carolina was utterly disinclined to impose any punitive measures against these transgressions, prompting him to take matters into his own hands. He promptly issued a bounty of £100 for the capture of Blackbeard, alongside varying sums for his crew, dead or alive, offered per individual. Governor Spotswood then appointed Captain Maynard to lead a contingent against the pirates operating in the adjacent waters of North Carolina. While he possessed the authority to issue the bounty, he lacked the power to execute the ensuing military action. a reflection of the chaotic and disorderly administrative conditions prevailing among the colonies at that time. On November 11th, the governor proclaimed the bounty for the capture of the pirates. On Sunday, this proclamation was read in all churches, and it was affixed to the doors of every government customs office in eastern Virginia. Admiral Parker equipped vessels for the suppression of piracy, and on the 17th of the month, Captain Maynard set sail with these ships towards Ocracoke. 5 days later, hostilities erupted. As Governor Spotswood's bounty was announced, Blackbeard's fleet lay anchored amidst a shoal in Ocracoke Bay. At that time, the sea had just weathered a tempest, prompting numerous vessels to seek refuge in the bay. Blackbeard was acquainted with nearly all the captains in this vicinity, and it was from them that he learned of the bounty. The fierce winds, still raging from the southeast, continued to wreak havoc. While approximately a dozen ships lay anchored in the bay, Blackbeard boarded a merchant ship hailing from Boston, where another captain was concurrently visiting. Upon noticing the pirates' arrival, the two captains abruptly ceased their conversation. However, Blackbeard had already gleaned sufficient information to comprehend the gist of their discussion. "I have heard what you were saying. Why the sudden silence?" he inquired. "What does it matter? Do you truly believe I would regard this as a significant matter? Spotswood intends to send men to apprehend me. That is what you were discussing, is it not? Well, and what of it? Do you think I would be intimidated?" "Certainly not, Captain, I do not think so," replied the visiting captain. "I am rather curious. What authority does he possess to send men to North Carolina to confront me?" "He has no such authority," the Boston captain reassured him. "Would you care for a taste of Dutch gin, Captain? There are still a few barrels aboard, and if you wish to indulge, I would be happy to bring some to you, considering we are old friends. However, I must inform you, Captain, that the visiting captain has declared to Blackbeard that they are resolutely determined to confront you. I tell you, Captain, Governor Spotswood has issued an urgent warrant for your capture, and this proclamation has been recited in all the churches. I personally witnessed this notice affixed to the door of the customs office in Yorktown, where a bounty of £100 has been placed on your head, £50 for your officers, and £20 for your sailors." "Ah, is that so?" Blackbeard replied, wishing them good fortune. "By the time they claim the bounty of £100 on me, they may very well find themselves without the opportunity to spend it. As for the Dutch gin," he turned to Captain Burleigh, stating, "I am well aware of what you have aboard and what you lack. Do you think you can deceive me? Very well, send 2 barrels my way, and I shall refrain from getting my hands dirty." The two captains fell into silence. "Regarding the Lieutenant Maynard you mentioned," Blackbeard continued, "I am quite familiar with him. He has been preoccupied with hunting pirates near Madagascar. I believe you are eager to see him rid me from this world, yet he shall not succeed. Among the Royal Navy, he is the one I most wish to encounter. I shall make it abundantly clear to him that this is North Carolina, not Madagascar." That very evening, 2 ships under Lieutenant Maynard's command sailed into Ocracoke Bay. By then, the weather had cleared, and all vessels had departed the harbor, save for one ship from New York which remained. The vessel had lingered here for a mere day and night, yet the captain swiftly forged a camaraderie with Blackbeard. On the evening that Maynard sailed into the harbor, a wedding was taking place on shore. Numerous individuals arrived at the beach via ox-drawn carts or sleds, while many others journeyed by boat from distant locales. As dusk descended, Captain New York and Blackbeard disembarked together. That afternoon, the two had remained aboard the pirate ship, indulging in libations. Now somewhat inebriated, Captain New York jovially chatted and laughed as they rowed ashore, in stark contrast to the solemn demeanor of the pirate, who sat in silence. By the time they reached land, the night had enveloped them in darkness. Captain New York stumbled along, eventually toppling to the ground and rolling about, much to the delight of the sailors aboard the ship. Meanwhile, revelers had commenced dancing in an open-air pavilion facing the coast. A bonfire, constructed from pine branches, blazed before the pavilion, casting a warm red glow upon its interior. A black musician played the violin within, surrounded by a medley of dancers who, in the throes of merriment, often erupted into spirited shouts. Amidst the cacophony of the crowd and the clamor of footsteps, the strains of the violin resonated continuously. At that moment, the bride approached the two men, her cheeks flushed from dancing, her hair slightly disheveled. "Hey, Captain, why not invite me for a dance?" she asked Blackbeard. Fixing her with a gaze, Blackbeard inquired, "And who might you be?" She burst into laughter, retorting, "You look as though you are ready to devour someone." Blackbeard's demeanor gradually relaxed. "Oh, you truly are a brazen individual," he remarked. "Very well, I shall dance with you for a while. I will make your heart leap out of your chest." Nearby, a small shack was selling liquor. After their dance, Blackbeard and the captain of New York made their way over to partake in drinks. "Ahoy, Captain!" someone called out. "Maynard's ship is just over there in the harbor." Bishop Jack just passed by. He mentioned that Maynard greeted him and is seeking a pilot to guide him into port. "Well, he is indeed fortunate. Hurry. I can hardly wait," Blackbeard bellowed in a hoarse voice. "So, Captain," the voice continued, "will you be fighting him tomorrow?" "Indeed," the pirate shouted. "If he comes seeking me, I shall certainly give them their heart's desire. As for the pilot, I assure you, if anyone were to serve that scoundrel as a pilot, it would be the most dreadful job of his life. I would be his sworn enemy." With that, he erupted into laughter. "Captain, let us raise a glass. A toast to this." "Aye, Captain. Cheers. Cheers," several voices exclaimed. "Well," the pirate captain proclaimed, "tomorrow shall witness a grand and fierce spectacle. The victor shall claim the crown." Bang, bang, just like that. He attempted to draw his pistol from his pocket, but it became ensnared. He exerted force to pull it out, straining against the stubborn pocket. The individuals standing before him began to scatter in a frenzy. At last, he drew forth his pistol, twirling it in his grasp, enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, a flash of fire erupted, followed by a deafening gunshot, and the sound of shattering glass resonated through the air. One man cried out, instinctively reaching to touch his back with fervor. "The shards of the broken cup cascaded upon me," he exclaimed. "Indeed," Blackbeard remarked. "Be cautious," warned the proprietor. "If such disturbances persist, I shall cease all sales of alcohol. Should any further trouble arise, I will extinguish the lights and close the establishment." Meanwhile, the strains of a violin continued to waft from the nearby tent, the ball still in full swing. "Captain, what if fortune does not favor you tomorrow?" A voice boomed. "Ah, in that case," Blackbeard replied, "I shall accept my fate, just like that. Your wife will become a wealthy widow, will she not?" A man shouted, prompting a wave of raucous laughter from the crowd. "Why," the captain retorted, "should a man with bloodied hands, such as yourself, be deserving of a wife like a virtuous man?" "She shall not be wealthier than she is now," Blackbeard countered. "She must know where your riches are concealed, Captain," someone boldly inquired. "Only the devil knows where I have hidden my fortune," Blackbeard declared. "I am aware of where I have stashed my wealth. The one who lives the longest in this world shall inherit all my treasures. That is the truth." Around 8 o'clock in the morning, Captain Maynard dispatched a small boat from the tall ship towards the colony, located some 4 or 5 miles away. A number of individuals stood languidly on the shore, observing the small vessel as it gradually approached. Upon reaching the dock, the crew lowered the oars, and the person directing the small craft was the ship's boatswain, who stood up to inquire if anyone on shore would be willing to serve as their pilot, guiding the grand vessel through the shallows. "Surely you jest," bellowed the boatswain. "Do you think I have never been here before? Do you presume I am unaware that no one in this vicinity is ignorant of the waterways through the shallows?" One man, clutching a pipe, glanced at another and asked, "Do you know the shallow waterways here, Jim?" The young man who was questioned, his hair tousled and wild as if it were overgrown grass, had his eyes obscured and shook his head, mumbling, "No, I do not." As the boatswain disembarked, the idle group on the dock began to converse, clearly intending their words for the crew aboard the small boat. "They have arrived," one person remarked, "to drive Blackbeard from the seas." "Indeed," another responded, "he is so calm, he would lie still and allow them to beat him, he would." "There is a young man there," yet another interjected. "He appears as though he ought not to perish, he should not. Ah, even for £1,000, I would not wish to exchange places with him. I suspect Blackbeard is too frightened. He is utterly bewildered," the first speaker reiterated. Subsequently, someone aboard the small boat began to speak. "Perhaps he truly does not comprehend how to regard us," he remarked, "but once our affairs with him conclude, we shall awaken his awareness." At this moment, an ever-increasing crowd gathered at the dock, all eyes fixed upon the individuals aboard the small vessel. What purpose do these Virginians, steeped in tobacco, have in North Carolina? Regardless, one newcomer asserted, they have received no orders to venture to North Carolina. "Perhaps you may impede our arrival, perhaps you may not," one of the individuals on the ship declared. Nearby, a heavy iron bolt lay upon the ground. One individual surreptitiously kicked it, sending the bolt flying, which clanged against the small boat. "What do you mean by this?" The captain of the vessel bellowed. "What is the meaning of this, you scoundrel? Do you intend to pierce our ship with a hole?" "Well," the one who kicked the bolt replied, "you know I did not do it intentionally, correct?" "Very well. Try again, and someone shall bear the consequences," the person on the ship retorted, brandishing the handle of a pistol. "Sir, we have found nothing," Baldwin stated. These fellows are either in league with pirates or are simply fearful of them. They do not even permit us to enter the village in search of a pilot. Oh, then, Mr. Maynard suggested, we shall proceed on our own. At 1 o'clock, high tide will be upon us. We shall seize this opportunity to sail as far as we can. You take the small boat to chart a course, and we shall follow closely behind with our long oars. Are you not well acquainted with these waters? They spoke from the shore. That scoundrel aboard has 40 men. The first mate reported. In truth, during the actual confrontation, there were merely 25 individuals aboard the pirate vessel. Captain Maynard, commanding a mere 60 men into battle, found himself at the helm of a sloop with 35 crew members, while a single-masted ship carried 25. He was devoid of cannons or short-range artillery, and his vessels were ill-equipped for repelling pirates. The sloop he commanded offered scant protection to its crew. The railing barely reached a foot in height, leaving those on deck almost entirely exposed. The single-masted ship boasted slightly higher railings, yet was equally unfit for combat. In fact, the captain relied on the authoritative presence of governmental forces to intimidate the pirates, rather than on tangible weaponry and manpower to subdue them. He had never anticipated that the pirates might actually resort to arms, and it was only when the final clash erupted that he recognized the fallacy of his assumptions. The pirates contended that the captain possessed no legitimate right to assault them in the waters of North Carolina, had it not been for this belief. They might have indeed refrained from violence, and circumstances could have unfolded quite differently. At midday, they raised anchor, with the sloop leading the way as both vessels gently glided into the harbor under a light breeze. A crew member stood at the bow of each ship, diligently probing the waters with a lead line. They cautiously navigated into the bay, discovering the pirate's single-masted vessel anchored 3 miles away. A small boat was being lowered from the pirate ship, making its way towards the shore. The captain and the navigator stood atop the cabin deck. The navigator raised his telescope to survey the distance. "Sir, it possesses a long cannon," he remarked, "along with 4 short guns. Sir, I believe that vessels such as ours, armed only with light weaponry, are suited solely for close-quarters combat. Engaging them would likely prove exceedingly challenging." The lieutenant chuckled. "Ah, Brooks," he said, "you seem to be preoccupied with thoughts of those belligerent pirates. You do not comprehend them as I do. They create a great spectacle, rallying their spirits through loud proclamations. But once you confront them with a show of strength, they quickly wither. Today, we may not even hear a single gunshot." Having dealt with these individuals for many years, he felt he had finally unraveled their true nature. As we previously mentioned, it was not until the very last moment that the lieutenant ceased to believe the pirates were devoid of any intention to engage in conflict. When the 2 ships sailed within less than a mile of the pirate sloop, they discovered the waters were too shallow, rendering further advancement impossible. Thus, they launched a small boat, with the boatswain steering it ahead to scout the waters, while both ships raised their sails, yet caught no wind, slowly propelling themselves with long oars. The pirates also hoisted their sails but remained stationary, as if awaiting the approach of the larger vessels. The boatswain, navigating the small boat ahead, struggled to chart the path, while the 2 ships inched forward with their oars, eventually nearing the pirates' vessel to within half a mile. At this juncture, the small boat was a mere quarter of a mile from the pirate ship. Suddenly, a plume of smoke erupted from the pirate vessel, followed by 2 more, and soon 3 gunshots rang out. "Damn it," the lieutenant bellowed. "They are undoubtedly firing upon the small boat." Then he observed a small boat turning its bow and sailing towards them. "However, sir," the navigator remarked, "we are surely destined to run aground." "Very well, sir," the captain replied, "you shall heed my command. If we run aground, so be it. I have measured the water depth to be approximately 6 feet, the navigator informed. But those rascals are preventing us from advancing any closer. I believe our course is correct. Ahead lies a more open expanse, and there is a cave. If we can navigate to the shallows behind the cave, I believe we shall be safe." "Excellent. Then, you shall take the helm, Baldwin," the captain instructed, "and demonstrate your full prowess." "Indeed, sir," the gunner affirmed. "Very well, prepare yourselves, lads. We shall board shortly. The water level here is still below 6 feet, sir," Jensen, standing at the bow, reported. At that moment, the vessel experienced a slight tremor, halting the sailboat and grounding it. "Push it to the leeward side, unfurl the sails." The helmsman bellowed, maneuvering the wheel. 6 men sprang into action, seizing the long oars and plunging them into the water. Others rushed to assist, but the oars sank into the mire, rendering the sailboat immovable. The sails had collapsed, flapping violently in the wind. Now they were in close proximity to the pirate ship when, suddenly, they heard a voice hailing them from aboard the pirate vessel. The captain turned to see a figure standing at the rail, gripping a halyard. "Who are you?" he shouted from a distance. "Where do you come from? What are you searching for? What is your purpose in coming here?" The captain heard someone say, "That is Blackbeard." He gazed with keen interest at the figure in the distance. "Ruffian," the captain remarked to the navigating officer beside him. "They are law-abiding merchants, are they? Do they truly appear to be respectable traders? Their vessel is armed with 4 short cannons and a long gun." He called out across the water. "As soon as my ship is free from the shoals, I shall sail over and inspect yours." "If you insist on boarding my ship," the pirate retorted, "I shall make you experience the sting of gunfire. You have no right to come aboard, and I shall not permit you. Should you choose to come, you will only bring misfortune upon yourself, for I will show you no mercy." "Very well," the captain replied. "If that is your desire, so be it. I shall indeed board your ship." "Head away from there," Baldwin shouted. "Quickly, why are you not steering the bow away? If they fire upon us now," the navigating officer warned, "we will be obliterated." "They will not shoot at us," the captain assured. "They do not dare." With that, he approached the sailors, urging them to maneuver the ship away from the shallows. Soon, the vessel began to move. At that moment, the navigating officer suddenly cried out, "Mr. Maynard, Mr. Maynard, they are preparing to fire their broadside cannons at us." As soon as he finished speaking, before Maynard could even turn his head, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, followed by a second and a third, accompanied by the splintering of wood. Yellow fragments flew in all directions. Suddenly, a person lunged towards the lieutenant, nearly knocking him over. However, he managed to steady himself, taking a sharp breath. The atmosphere was filled with screams, groans, and curses. The individual who had fallen against him lay face down on the deck, his thigh twitching uncontrollably, as a pool of blood steadily widened beneath him. The deck was crowded with people. Some were rising, others were struggling to get up, while a few could barely move. In the face of such broadside cannon fire, the low railings provided little protection for the crew. The lieutenant, realizing the urgency, ordered everyone to lie down. "Get down," he bellowed. "All of you, obey my command." The sailors crouched down, frantically scurrying into the cabin. Moments later, the deck was left desolate, save for 3 deceased crew members and 3 or 4 injured ones. The boatswain squatted by the helm, with only the lieutenant remaining on the deck, which was stained with blood. "Where's Brooks?" the lieutenant shouted. "Sir, he is injured and has gone below," the boatswain replied. Consequently, the lieutenant approached the foredeck hatch, signaling to the gunner to bring another ladder so that if the pirates attempted to board, the sailors could swiftly return to the deck. At that moment, the helmsman shouted that the pirates were preparing to fire again. The captain turned around and beheld the gunner aboard the pirate ship immersing a branding iron into the fiery maw. Instantly, he crouched down, only to be met with the deafening roar of a cannon firing. 1, 2, 3, 4, where the last 2 boomed almost in unison. Boland shouted, "It's a sloop, sir. Behold the sloop." At that moment, the boatswain cried out again, warning that the pirates were preparing to board their vessel. Through the dense smoke, the pirate ship loomed ever closer, its form growing increasingly formidable. The captain remained crouched, fixated on the approaching threat. Suddenly, the vessel veered sharply, presenting its side as it docked closely alongside. In an instant, a barrage of objects flew through the air, bottles, one after another. One shattered explosively upon the deck, while others rolled towards the distant railing. Each bottle contained a smoldering fuse. Suddenly, a bright flash erupted, followed by a dreadful explosion. Shards of glass and metal rained down, clattering upon the deck, mingled with the sounds of hacking coughs. Another explosion ensued, enveloping the air in a haze of gunpowder. "They are boarding our ship," the boatswain bellowed. Before his words could fully resonate, the captain roared, "All hands to your positions, repel them." In a heartbeat, the 2 ships collided, the resounding crash echoing through the chaos. Nearby, the sounds of men plunging into the water and cries for mercy filled the air. The captain rushed to the ship's edge, confronted by the scene he had anticipated. The pirate ship had severed its grappling hooks and drifted away. A few pirates, having leapt from the deck of the sloop, now found themselves submerged in the water, their hands raised in surrender. "Spare us!" they cried out. "Do not fire! Spare us!" Thus, the battle reached its conclusion. The captain glanced down at his hands, only to discover a deep gash etched upon the back of one. His arm and shirt sleeve were drenched in crimson. Clutching his wounded wrist, he made his way to the stern, where the first mate still held the helm. "Curse it!" the captain muttered, a nervous, trembling smile crossing his lips. "I had no inkling that these scoundrels possessed such prowess." The battered sloop, having endured cannon fire, hoisted its sails and approached. Yet the pirates had surrendered, marking the end of the skirmish. Chapter 22. The legendary tale of the blue-skinned pirates. The contours of Cape May and Cape Henlopen resemble the upper and lower jaws of an immense maw, from which the waters of Delaware Bay surge forth, merging into the tumultuous, shimmering expanse of the Atlantic Ocean. Extending from the lower jaw of Cape Henlopen is a long, curved canine tooth, adorned with gently undulating, towering sand dunes. This tooth appears so sharp and gleaming, standing solitary beneath a tranquil azure sky, accompanied only by the white lighthouse perched atop the highest peak of the surrounding mountains. In the depths of the dunes near this secluded, hook-shaped inlet, the waters of Lewis Harbor flow serenely. Not far from the shore lies a curious old town, where houses constructed of timber and cobblestones stand in darkened disarray. From the vantage point of the quaint town, one's gaze can traverse the masts of vessels moored in the harbor, revealing a distant, vividly straight purple coastline. Lewis is a peculiar ancient town, imbued with the fragrant essence of salt marshes and ocean breezes. The inhabitants of this town have dwelled on this land for generations, with few strangers ever gracing its shores. Thus, it serves as a nurturing ground for the preservation of numerous ancient legends and traditions, where even the most trivial gossip or hearsay may transform into widely circulated local folklore. In the bustling modern society, discussions often revolve around last year's elections. However, here, people typically share scattered historical tales with those willing to listen, such as a legend from the War of 1812. At the time, Beresford's fleet lay anchored in the harbor, threatening to bombard the town, or stories from the American Revolution. The ship of Lord Howe ascended the river, having briefly paused in this serene harbor before launching an assault on the Red Bank and the ancient fort of Mifflin in Philadelphia. When we critically examine the annals of true history, we are astonished to discover that many local legends possess a bizarre, ominous hue, particularly those recounting the nefarious deeds of notorious pirates and their clandestine movements, such as treasures buried deep within the sand dunes and pine forests along the Atlantic coast. The following tale narrates the legend of a pirate known as Blue Skin. In the early winter of 1750 and the spring of 1751, the tales of the infamous pirate Blue Skin began to circulate in the lore of Lewis Town. For approximately 3 to 4 years, seasoned captains brought various accounts of Blue Skin's nefarious deeds in the waters surrounding the West Indies and Carolina to the small town. They claimed that, in this world, there was perhaps no pirate more cruel, bloodthirsty, and wicked than he. However, the kind-hearted residents of Lewis never imagined that these gruesome and barbaric tales would one day become a part of their town's history. One fateful day, a sloop appeared in Lewis Harbor. The vessel appeared dilapidated, with its foredeck shattered, the foremast severed by cannon fire, and the mainsail riddled with 3 large holes. The first mate and a crew member rowed ashore in a small boat, seeking help, as they were in desperate need of a physician to save the lives of 3 injured crewmen. They reported that both the captain and the cook had perished, leaving 3 wounded aboard. Their harrowing account sent shivers down the spines of those who gathered to listen. It was said that they had encountered Blue Skin near Fenwick Island, approximately 20 to 30 miles south of the Cape, where the pirates seized their ship. Upon discovering that the vessel bore only a cargo of cypress planks and timber, they abandoned their loot. However, perhaps due to Blue Skin's disappointment at the lack of valuable spoils, he departed in a foul mood, firing 3 cannon shots at the helpless merchant ship as they left. During the initial bombardment, the captain tragically met his demise. Shortly thereafter, the cook was also killed, and 3 other crew members sustained severe injuries. Furthermore, the vessel was battered by relentless winds and waves, causing it to leak increasingly. This was the tale recounted by the first mate. The narrative spread like wildfire, igniting a frenzy throughout the town in less than half an hour. Fenwick Island lay perilously close, indicating that the Blue Skin could potentially sail into Lewis Harbor at any moment. Within an hour, Governor Jones summoned all the robust men in the town, as residents hastily retrieved rifles and muskets from their chimneys, ready to defend their homes. Should the pirates enter the harbor and attempt to land, they would spring into action. However, on that day, the Blue Skin did not arrive, nor did he appear the following day. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, news suddenly swept through the town. The pirates had entered the cove. Upon hearing this, people flocked to the grassy area in front of the tavern, where a small group of seasoned sailors had gathered, fixated on the sea and whispering in hushed tones. At that moment, they observed 2 ships slowly approaching the harbor, one a 3-masted vessel equipped with rigging, and the other a smaller single-masted craft. Both ships had entered the cove and were now merely 2 miles away. At first glance, the vessels appeared unremarkable, Yet, the crowd on the grass remained vigilant, anxiously scrutinizing the two ships in the bay. They sailed against the wind, the single-masted sailboat closely trailing behind the three-masted vessel, much like mackerel following a shark. However, they did not seem to be heading towards the port. Rather, they appeared to be bound for the Jersey coast. Soon, the situation became clear. The blue-skinned pirates had no intention of visiting this small town. They observed for another hour and a half, only to witness the pirate ships 6 miles away, abruptly change course and sail swiftly into the open sea. It was only then that the townsfolk finally let out a collective sigh of relief. The vile scoundrels had departed at last. Old Captain Ulf snapped shut his telescope. Yet, the people of Lewistown did not emerge from the shadow cast by the blue-skinned pirates. 2 days later, a mixed-race individual from Indian River Bay arrived in town, bearing news. The pirates had entered the port, and now, approximately 15 miles from Lewistown, they were beached, cleaning the hulls of their three-masted ships. Perhaps the blue-skinned pirates did not wish to incite hostility among the locals. The mixed-race man reported that the pirates had caused no harm to the residents, as they had compensated the villagers for goods taken from Indian River and Rehoboth. In the mid-18th century, there stood a mill 2 miles from Lewistown, which, despite its brief existence of merely 50 or 60 years, appeared to have weathered the storms of time. The pine boards used to construct the mill have weathered the elements, transforming into an ancient grayish-white hue. A thick layer of white flour has accumulated upon the roof, resembling years of dust. This somber backdrop casts a dim, murky pall over the interior, imbuing it with an air of inscrutable mystery. Outside the mill, a cluster of willow trees provides ample shade, their mottled shadows dancing upon the path before the entrance. In front of the mill stands a single-story structure with a four-pitched roof constructed from long and narrow cobblestones. Legend has it that this mill was erected in 1701 by Ephraim White, and by the time our tale unfolds, it has passed into the hands of Ephraim White's grandson, Hiram White. At the age of 27, Hiram White had already gained notoriety in the locality. In his youth, he was regarded as a simpleton, lacking in common sense. And in this small town where everyone knows one another, such a fate was indeed unfortunate, rendering him a target for the scornful jests of his sharp-tongued neighbors. Even in adulthood, he remained derided, often described with peculiar terms such as dullard or lunatic. Hiram's face was round and heavy, his movements clumsy, and his loose joints gave him a rather foolish and pitiable appearance. His small eyes were widely spaced, flatly set within his visage, with nearly white eyebrows and hair of a sandy gray, presenting an impression of almost complete colorlessness. He is taciturn, and when he occasionally speaks, his words are often slurred and hesitant, marked by a stutter and a tendency to falter as though his thoughts struggle to keep pace with his speech. Those who revel in teasing him often attempt to persuade, coerce, or entice him into conversation, and whenever they witness his halting speech and the foolish droop of his chin, they erupt into laughter. In this small town, Attorney Hall may be the sole individual who does not regard Hiram as a fool. He has maintained a connection with Hiram and has asserted that anyone who continues to view Hiram as a simpleton is the true fool. Regardless of Hiram's intellectual capacity or public perception, one fact remains indisputable. He has consistently managed his mill with great success and prosperity. At that time, in South Delaware, his life was quite affluent. In truth, he is no pushover. Should anyone provoke him, he retaliates with equal force, delivering a lethal blow in response. In this unfortunate venture, Hiram invested a total of $700, of which $500 was an inheritance from his father left to his half-brother Levi West 7 years prior. Hiram's father, Eliezer White, had been married twice, the second time to the widow West. When West arrived, he brought with him a tall, dark-haired, dark-eyed boy, striking in appearance and about a year younger than Hiram. Though this child appeared clever and shrewd, his character was marked by laziness and capriciousness. Despite his lack of refinement and numerous flaws, one cannot deny that he possesses remarkable intelligence, a stark contrast to the foolish clumsiness of Hiram. Eliezer White never truly loved his own son and often felt a sense of shame for having such a pitiable, dull-witted child. In contrast, he greatly admired the clever and handsome Levi West, treating him as his own flesh and blood, affectionately referring to him as our Levi. He invested considerable patience and effort into training this boy, assigning him tasks at the mill. And it could be said that his dedication far exceeded that of most fathers towards their lazy and incompetent stepchildren. Never mind, he would often say, Levi will excel. Levi is the brightest of them all. After Eliezer's passing, It was discovered that he bequeathed £500 to his beloved stepson, Levi Wast, with Hall as the executor. Levi Wast had been away from his hometown for nearly 9 years, and no one had heard any news of him. It was widely assumed that he had surely perished. One day, Hiram arrived at Hall's office with a letter from the Philadelphia merchant Josiah Shippen. Hiram frequently engaged in business dealings with this merchant. At that time, amidst the tumult of the French War, the price of cornmeal had skyrocketed in the British-controlled West Indies, reaching exorbitant heights. Mr. Shippen proposed that Hiram join him in a venture to transport wheat and cornmeal to Kingston, Jamaica, for resale. Upon receiving this letter, Hiram contemplated it throughout the night and subsequently sought out old Hall. After Hall's lawyer perused the letter, he waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "The risk is too great, Hiram. If Mr. Shippen could find other partners, he certainly would not approach you to take this gamble. I assume you are here seeking my counsel?" Hiram shook his head. "No," the lawyer inquired. "Then what brings you to me?" £700, Hiram replied. £700, exclaimed Hall's lawyer. "I do not possess that sum to lend you, Hiram. My father bequeathed £500 to Levi. I have £100 of my own, and an additional 100 is earmarked as collateral." Hiram insisted, "Perhaps that is so." The lawyer conceded, "Yet we are still uncertain of his demise." "I shall use bonds as security," Hiram stated. Thus, Hiram White managed to raise £700, investing it into this perilous venture, which unfortunately resulted in the complete loss of his funds, consumed by flames near the Cretak Strait. In truth, this just holds a kernel of reality. Regardless of whether the weather be blustery or fair, Hiram's foot invariably crossed the threshold of Sally Marsh's home every week. Twice a week, on Thursdays and Sundays, he would occupy his designated spot by the hearth in Sally's residence. During his time at Sally's, he spoke little, merely nodding to the farmer's wife, and then to Sally. If Sally's brother was present, he would also acknowledge him with a nod, after which he would remain silent, never daring to overstep his bounds. He sat there, indifferent and sluggish, from 7:30 until 9, casting a vacant gaze here and there, yet inevitably, his eyes would settle upon Sally. Occasionally, Sally's friends would come to play, such as the boy from next door, but they seemed to have no connection to Hiram. He silently endured all the crude jokes directed at him, regardless of the derisive chuckles or loud laughter that followed, remaining impassive and unperturbed. He remained seated, mute and numb, and when the clock struck 9, he would rise, draping his coat over his awkward frame, placing a triangular hat upon his head, and uttering, "Good night, Sally, I'm leaving," before carefully closing the door behind him. Perhaps, in this world, no girl has ever had a suitor quite like Sally Martin, nor received such a courtship. Before long. It was late November, specifically a Thursday evening, roughly a week after the tales of pirates reaching the Indian River mouth. The air was still and frigid. A sudden cold snap had enveloped the land, icing over the puddles. At that moment, wisps of smoke curled upward as nightfall approached. On this chilly winter's day, it seemed that even the slightest utterance would resonate loudly in the silence. Hiram White sat beneath the dim glow of a tallow candle, straining to peruse a collection of ledgers. It was not yet 7 o'clock, and he had never visited Sally Martin's abode prior to this hour. His fingers moved slowly and hesitantly down the lines of text when, all of a sudden, the kitchen door behind him creaked open and swiftly closed again. He heard hurried footsteps traversing the floor, followed by the sound of a chair being dragged to the hearth. Then came the crackling noise of corn husks being tossed onto the fire, accompanied by the hissing of flames. Without giving it much thought, Hiram assumed it must be Bob, the black laborer from the mill, or perhaps the elderly black housekeeper, Dinah, and thus he did not lift his gaze but continued to scrutinize his ledgers. Eventually, he abruptly snapped the ledger shut, adjusted his hair, rose to his feet, and taking the candle, crossed the room to the back kitchen. Hiram spoke not a word. He directly approached the hearth, placing the candle upon the dusty mantelpiece nestled between boxes and bottles. He then dragged a chair to the opposite side of the fireplace and seated himself. His dull, little eyes fixated on his half-brother's face, devoid of curiosity or astonishment. His thick chin sagged more than usual, and his plump visage bore not only the customary blank expression, but also the heavy rhythm of his breathing. Yet that was all. As previously noted, the face before him had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to years past. Although it was indeed Levi West's face, it bore little resemblance to the Levi West who had set sail on the Brazilian brig 9 years ago. 9 years ago, Levi Vast was a crude, boorish individual, careless and easygoing, lacking consideration in his actions, selfish, yet fundamentally not malevolent or savage. However, the Levi Vast who now occupies the chair opposite the fireplace bears the unmistakable marks of wickedness and ferocity upon his visage. His skin, once unremarkable, has been darkened to a bronzed hue, reminiscent of Native American lineage, and his face is marred by an odd stain and a long, sinuous scar that grotesquely traverses his forehead, sideburns, and cheek. The scar is a pale shade, its surface bearing the traces of stitching. The stain, roughly the size of a palm, is a deep blue, likely ink, imprinted upon his cheek and the side of his neck. Hiram finds it almost impossible to divert his gaze from this blemish and the scar. Levi's attire is equally peculiar. Heavy gold earrings dangle from his ears, and a soiled red scarf is loosely knotted around his neck, the open collar revealing a gaunt yet muscular throat and a pronounced Adam's apple. His garb suggests he may have once been a sailor. The coat, once a splendid deep purple, is now sullied and faded, ill-fitting on his slender frame, the lace embellishments having lost their former luster. The grimy, thin fabric of the sleeves hangs loosely at his wrists, while his fingers are adorned with an array of rings, each set with various gemstones that glimmer in the firelight. His hair at the temples was styled in the manner of Spanish curls, flat against his cheeks, with a braid cascading down his back to the midpoint of his waist. Hiram uttered not a word, remaining motionless as he sat there, his dull eyes ceaselessly surveying his half-brother. "I thought you were dead," Hiram stated, rather sluggishly. Levi laughed heartily, withdrawing a glowing ember from the fire to ignite his pipe. The air soon saturated with the acrid scent of tobacco. "No, no," he exhaled a smoke ring. "I am not dead, nor can I ever be. Yet, dear God, while I may not have perished, I have engaged in numerous perilous escapades with the old sea deity. Such is life." Hiram scrutinized his jagged scar with skepticism, and Levi noted his gaze. "Look at this," he said, tracing a curved suture with his finger. "It appears rather frightful, yet in truth, it is not so alarming." His hand lingered on the purplish bruise for a moment. "In September 4 years ago, we encountered a ship laden with opium on the China Sea, where a Singaporean scoundrel, laboring as a coolie, dealt me a knife wound. This very mark," he remarked, touching the blue stain again, "is from a stray shot. While near the island of San Galena, a Spanish captain fired upon me. The proximity allowed the gunpowder to penetrate my skin, and it shall never be extricated." His eyes. On that morning, he would have been better off firing a bullet into his own head. But never mind that. I reckon my appearance has changed, hasn't it, Hiram? He withdrew a pipe from his mouth, casting a questioning gaze at Hiram, who nodded in response. Hiram then shook his head, remaining motionless for a brief moment. He finally spoke, revealing that he had invested all his money, only to incur complete losses. Levi's countenance immediately darkened as he removed the pipe from his lips and fixed Hiram with a piercing stare. "What did you say?" After a pause, he continued. "I thought you were dead and invested. 700 pounds. In the Nancy Lee. But the blue skin burned it near Kritak." Hiram opened his mouth as if to respond, but after a moment's contemplation, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. That Thursday evening marked the first time in 6 months that Hiram White did not cross the threshold of Sally Martin's home. In less than a week, Levi Vast found himself mingling once more with his old companions. Although this Levi was a stark contrast to the one from years past, and their relationships had evolved significantly over the course of 9 years, he was still greeted with warm enthusiasm in both the tavern and the country shop, remaining the center of attention as he always had been. During these 9 years, he appeared to have endured numerous brutal adventures both on land and at sea. And as long as there were listeners, he could regale them with tales for hours on end. Even the seasoned sailors who had navigated the Atlantic since childhood were left astonished and in awe of his reckless, carefree lifestyle. He appeared to be quite affluent, spending lavishly and astonishingly, evoking both admiration and envy in those who witnessed his extravagant ways. Earlier, we discussed the notorious pirate, Blueskin, who had become a frequent topic of conversation. Subsequently, as word spread of Levi's encounters with the bloodthirsty and fearsome pirate, his renown within the town only grew. Levi described Blueskin as a robust and brawny figure, with a thick, black beard. He always set sail armed with a sword and pistol, yet in truth, he was not as sinister as the tale suggested. Levi regaled his audience with numerous adventurous exploits of Blueskin, captivating listeners who became utterly absorbed in the narratives. One day, a 3-masted sailing ship, having departed from Bristol and bound for Cuba, docked at Lewisport to replenish its freshwater supply, laden with valuable fabrics and silks. The captain disembarked and lingered in a tavern for 2 or 3 hours. Coincidentally, Levi was present, recounting his tales of Blueskin. The English captain, an old sailor with graying hair, displayed considerable disdain for Levi's stories. He remarked that he had navigated the waters of the China Sea and the Indian Ocean for countless years, never fearing the greedy American pirate, Blueskin. He dismissed a Chinese flat-bottomed junk filled with laborers and reeking of foul odors as mere fodder for conversation. Questioning who had ever heard of a pirate like Blueskin robbing vessels larger than Spanish canoes or American coastal trading ships, Levi chuckled softly. "Regardless, dear sir," he said, "if I were you, I would keep my distance from Blueskin. I have heard that not long ago he was seen here cleaning boats. If one approaches him too closely, he might bring forth a modicum of trouble." The Englishman, upon hearing this, merely smiled and refrained from comment, suggesting it was indeed possible that if the wind and weather were favorable the following noon, he intended to set sail. The next afternoon, as the captain had anticipated, the weather was splendid and the sea was tranquil. Thus the three-masted schooner embarked on its journey. That night, Lewistown remained awake, its inhabitants astonished by the fiery glow illuminating the southeastern sky. 2 days later, a black oyster fisherman from the Indian River brought news that the pirates had anchored their ship at the river's mouth, unloading large bundles of cargo from their vessel, stacking them upon the beach and covering them with waterproof tarpaulins. He reported that the Blueskin had encountered a British three-masted ship in the Indian River, whereupon the pirates not only set the ship ablaze and killed the captain, but also captured all the crew, turning them into pirates, with only 3 individuals escaping the dreadful fate. This horrifying event incited unrest and panic among the populace, and just as the tumult began to subside, another incident arose, stirring up a fresh wave of commotion. One afternoon, a small boat, attached to a large ship, entered Lewisport, carrying 5 men and 2 women. This was the auxiliary boat of a Charleston liner bound for New York, commanded by the first mate, 10 miles southeast of Hanlapan Point. The liner had been attacked by pirates and, regrettably, captured. Under the cover of night, when the darkness rendered the surroundings nearly silent, the pirates boarded the vessel with little resistance, seizing the ship. It is precisely for this reason that the pirates did not take a single life nor resort to any acts of violence. However, they plundered every valuable possession from the captain, crew, and passengers, set the steamer ablaze, and cast everyone adrift in the lifeboats, leaving them to fate's mercy. The night was enveloped in darkness, causing the lifeboats to drift apart, and it was only with the dawn that those aboard one of the boats realized they had reached Hanlapan. It is said that Lawyer Hall composed a report regarding these 2 incidents, which was delivered to the first mate of the steamer for submission in Philadelphia. Yet, for reasons unknown, it was nearly 4 weeks before New York dispatched a warship to this location. During this interval, the pirates had already dealt with the spoils, which were covered with waterproof tarpaulins and stacked upon the shores of the Indian River. A portion of these treasures was transported away on 2 small single-masted sailing vessels, while another segment was conveyed to the countryside by wagon. Hiram pushed back his chair and stood up, leaning against the far side of the fireplace. "I must remain at home," he asserted firmly. "But I do not wish for you to stay at home," Leviathan countered. "We have business to discuss, and I need you to go out." "I must remain at home," Hiram reiterated. Immediately, Leviathan's expression darkened, his teeth grinding audibly, as if he were on the verge of an eruption. Nevertheless, he managed to suppress his fury, declaring, "You foolish, pig-headed imbecile." Hiram did not so much as blink. "As for you," Levi turned to the elderly black woman, Dana, who was clearing the dining table, glaring fiercely, "Take these things away, get out, and do not approach the kitchen again without my permission. If I catch you peeking, I will not hesitate to extract your eyes and liver, even if I spare your heart." Approximately half an hour later, Levi's friends arrived. One was a diminutive, emaciated foreign man clad in rust-colored attire, with grayish-white stockings adorning his feet and brass buckles on his shoes. The other, evidently also a foreigner, donned canvas breeches and a thick woolen short coat, complemented by knee-high boots and a red belt cinched around his waist, resembling a sailor's garb. When he pushed back his coat, Hiram glimpsed the gleam of a pistol grip. This man was robustly built, albeit not tall, with low-set brows, a somewhat short neck, and stubble adorning his cheeks, chin, and throat. A red bandana was tied around his head, and he wore a triangular hat embellished with tarnished golden lace. Levi personally opened the door for them, exchanging a few words with the guests in a foreign tongue, which Hiram could not comprehend. Upon entering, the slender man cast a sharp glance at Hiram, while the burly brute glared menacingly at him. The 2 strangers made no attempt to greet Hiram and thereafter disregarded him completely. Levi drew the blinds, bolted the front door, and propped a chair against the door connecting the kitchen and the room. Then, 3 individuals seated themselves around the dining table, which Dana had only partially tidied. The robust man retrieved a pack of papers from his overcoat pocket, and the 3 of them began to scrutinize these documents with utmost concentration. They conversed in the same language Levi had employed when greeting them, a tongue that Hale could not comprehend. At times their voices dipped to hushed tones, only to rise abruptly as if embroiled in a fervent debate. Yet this intensity was fleeting, and soon they resumed their whispered exchanges. The clock in the corner struck twice, and this protracted discussion persisted. Hale remained still, akin to a tree stump, silent and unwavering, his gaze fixated on the 3 heads huddled together beneath the dim light, along with the scattered papers on the table. Suddenly, their conversation drew to a close. The 3 heads parted, and the chairs scraped against the floor with a jarring sound. Levi stood up, approached the cupboard, and retrieved a bottle of Hale's apple brandy with an ease that suggested ownership. He set 3 glasses upon the table, accompanied by a jug of water, and then the trio generously served themselves. As the 2 guests departed, Levi lingered by the door, watching them until their indistinct silhouettes vanished into the darkness, before he turned and re-entered, shutting the door behind him. A shiver coursed through him, and he downed the last sip of his drink in one go, before retreating to bed. Since the moment he had managed to restrain his anger, he had not exchanged a single word with Hale. Abandoned in silence, Hiram stood motionless for a moment, then slowly surveyed his surroundings. Shrugging his shoulders as if to awaken himself, with a candle in hand, he departed the room, gently closing the door behind him. It was a bleak afternoon in early December, the weather dreary and exceedingly cold. At last, Hiram completed the transaction, methodically tearing the bonds apart. Attorney Hall pushed the documents aside and propped his feet on the table. "Hiram," he suddenly said, "did you know that Levi Wast has been lingering around Sally Martin's home, seemingly courting his beautiful daughter?" After uttering this statement, he was met with an extended silence, leading the attorney to doubt whether Hiram had truly heard him. In truth, Hiram had listened. "No," he replied, "I did not know." "Well, it is indeed the case," Hall continued. "The neighbors have been talking. This rumor is quite troubling, you know? They say she has been missing for 3 days since last week, and no one knows her whereabouts. That fellow's fabrications and deceit have ensnared her." Hiram remained silent, his gaze fixed on Hall in a numb stupor. "Your half-brother," the old lawyer added, "is a scoundrel, Hiram. I suspect he may be even worse than that. I've heard that recently he has been seen in peculiar places, associating with strange individuals." He paused once more, yet Hiram said nothing. "As for you, Hiram," the old man suddenly spoke again, "I have heard that you are also pursuing that girl, is it not so?" "Indeed," Hiram replied, "I too am in pursuit of her." "Alas," the lawyer exclaimed, "how unfortunate, Hiram. I fear you may not catch up with her." After leaving the lawyer's office, Hiram stood on the street for quite some time. With his head bare, he cradled his hat in his hands, his gaze fixed unblinkingly upon the ground, his lips drooping foolishly, and his eyes devoid of luster. After a while, he lifted his hand and slowly combed through his light brown hair. Then, as if suddenly awakening, he shivered slightly, dully surveying the street around him, before donning his hat and turning to stagger away slowly. By a twist of fate, Hiram found himself at Sally Martin's home that day, whether by good fortune or ill. He arrived at that moment, only to witness the most dreadful scene he had long feared, plunging him into utter despair. Not far from the Martin residence, there lay a barren hedge of mountain laurel, stripped bare of leaves. As Hiram approached the hedge, he heard footsteps accompanied by hushed whispers. He quickly concealed himself in the corner of the fence, hiding behind the dense, leafless branches. In the fading light of the sunset, he saw 2 figures approaching along the path. One was his stepbrother, and the other was Sally Martin. At that moment, Levi was holding the girl, whispering in her ear, while she rested her head upon his shoulder. Hiram stood there motionless, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, utterly unable to breathe. They halted by the roadside, positioned directly in front of Hiram's hiding place. Hiram gazed intently at them, as the 2 whispered among themselves, their murmurs occasionally reaching the ears of this breathless, silent observer. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door swung open, and Betty Martin's sharp, commanding voice shattered the stillness. "Sally! Sally! Sally Martin! You, Sally Martin! Come in. Where are you?" The girl opened her arms and wrapped them around Levi's neck, quickly planting a kiss on him before darting away along the path leading from Hiram's position. As she ran past, Hiram instinctively crouched down. Levi remained standing, watching her leave until her figure vanished from sight, before turning to whistle as he walked away. The piercing sound of Levi's whistle gradually faded into the distance, while Hiram stumbled out from behind the fence, his face adorned with an expression never seen before, one that defied description. Hiram stood before the hearth, hands clasped behind his back, tightly gripping his fists. He did not even touch the dinner laid out on the table. Levi, however, displayed a hearty appetite, devouring his meal ravenously. Suddenly, his gaze shifted from the plate to his stepbrother. "What about the 500 pounds, Hiram?" he inquired. "I granted you a month to gather it. Although the time has not yet elapsed, I intend to leave here the day after tomorrow. You must have the money for me by tomorrow at the latest. I want my own money. Today, I entrusted the funds to Attorney Hall." "Who is safeguarding this sum for you?" Hiram said dully. Levi abruptly set down his cutlery with a clatter. "Attorney Hall," he exclaimed. "What relevance does Attorney Hall have in this matter? Attorney Hall has no claim to this money. It is you who has availed yourself of it. You must return it to me. If you do not, I swear by God, I will certainly sue you, absolutely. Attorney Hall is merely the custodian." "I am not your custodian," Hiram replied in the same vacuous tone. "I know nothing of custodians," Levi retorted, "nor of any attorney. What I wish to ascertain is whether you will return my money." "No," Hiram replied, "I shall not give it to you. Attorney Hall will provide it. Go seek him." Levi Waster's face flushed a deep crimson as he violently pushed his chair back and shouted, his voice piercing, "You wretched land pirate!" He seethed through clenched teeth. "I see through your schemes. You intend to swindle my money. You know Attorney Hall harbors animosity towards me. He despises me and has authored that report to Philadelphia, striving to turn everyone against me, even dispatching sailors to oppose me. I am fully aware of your ruse, but you cannot deceive me. As long as there exists law in this world, I shall reclaim my funds. You cursed, depraved thief. You have violated the last wishes of our deceased father." The ensuing events would surely astonish Levi Waster even more than if the roof had caved in. Hiram abruptly stepped forward, his fist clenched, half of his body leaning over the table, fixating his gaze fiercely upon Levi's eyes. His expression was vacant and foolish, contorted in rage, with the veins on his temples bulging like twisted whipcords. His voice transcended the bounds of a Christian's decorum, emerging as a breathless roar. "You intend to sue me? Just you?" he spat. "You dare to bring me to court, Levi Vast. Go ahead, test the waters of legality, and see if you relish the experience. What audacity you possess to label me a thief, you despicable, ruthless ruffian. You are the true thief, Levi Vast. You arrived here and stole my father away. You have bankrupted me, compelling me to part with the wealth that rightfully belonged to me. You have also taken the woman I sought after." He paused, his lips trembling with the weight of his unuttered words. "I know you," he ground out through clenched teeth. "I know you. Were it not for my father's oath, I would have long since reported you to the authorities." Then, trembling, he pointed at Levi, declaring, "There is the door. Do you see it? Get out and never return. If you dare to set foot in here again, or if I catch sight of you anywhere, I swear before God, I shall ensure you are handed over to the lawyer, revealing everything I know and have witnessed. Oh, I will indeed do this. I shall grant you your desires. If it is the law you seek, I will provide you with an abundance of it. Now, leave this house at once." Upon hearing Hiram's words, Levi seemed to curl inward, his bronze visage growing even more sallow, resembling dull, lifeless wax. After Hiram finished speaking, he uttered not a single word, pushed back his chair, rose to his feet, donned his hat, furtively glanced around, and stealthily departed the house. Though dinner had been slightly disturbed, he did not pause to finish it. From that moment on, he never again stepped foot into Hiram White's abode. 10. Hiram had finally expelled the scoundrel from his home. Yet the villain's long-conceived misdeeds came to fruition. The following day, rumors spread that Sally Martin had eloped with Levi West. In the early hours, old Billy Martin arrived in town armed with a rifle, scouring for Levi and threatening that upon capturing the rogue who led his daughter astray, he would execute him on the spot. As this miscreant departed Hiram's residence, another nefarious figure also vacated his harbor. Days later, news arrived from the Indian River that the pirate Blue Skin had set sail from the estuary, heading southeast. Those who appeared to know all claimed that he had abandoned this place. Blue Skin's departure was a prudent decision, for merely 3 days after his exit, a sloop named Scorpion anchored at Lewisport, carrying the unfortunate agent of the ill-fated steamer and a government commissioner. In that fleeting moment, it seemed that the residents had all, to some extent, become tainted by the shadow of piracy. Even the unfortunate Hiram White could not escape suspicion. Investigators uncovered connections between Levi Vast and the criminal activities of the pirate Blue Skin, leading them to believe that Hiram was also involved with the pirates. Both Old Diana and Black Bob came under scrutiny, and thus, it became widely known not only that Levi had met with these two guests, but also that Hiram had been present during discussions among the pirates regarding the disposition of their plunder. Hiram bore all this in silence. It appeared that nothing could wound him more deeply than these unjust suspicions. Among all the misfortunes he encountered, this was the final and heaviest blow, the most difficult to endure. Levi had not only stripped him of paternal affection but had also driven him to the brink of bankruptcy. Even more detestable was the fact that he had eloped with Hiram's beloved, and now, he had tarnished Hiram's good name. In response to the suspicions against him, the inspectors acted with urgency. The pirates had once seized checks worth hundreds of pounds from a vessel, and thus, Hiram faced rigorous interrogation and stringent scrutiny as they sought to uncover whether he was aware of the pirates' whereabouts. A series of calamities descended upon him, pressing down like a mountain, and under this immense weight, Hiram became not only more dazed and silent than before, but also increasingly morose and melancholic, often succumbing to involuntary bouts of contemplation. By the fireside, he would sit for hours on end, motionless, staring blankly ahead. On a frigid night in February, with 3 inches of snow blanketing the ground, Hiram sat in a contemplative stupor when a gentle tapping at the door broke the silence. The knock was soft and somewhat hesitant, stirring Hiram from his reverie. After a moment of stillness, he surveyed his surroundings before abruptly pushing back his chair, rising to his feet, and opening the door. To his surprise, standing before him was Sally Martin. Hiram stared at her expressionlessly, uttering not a single word. Sally was the first to speak. "Hiram, won't you invite me in for a moment?" she implored. "I am cold and famished, nearly starving. Please, for the love of God, let me in." "You had best come inside," Hiram replied. "It is far too cold to remain out there." He stepped aside to allow the girl entry, and she gratefully hurried into the warmth of the house. Hiram instructed the black servant, Dinah, to bring her some food, and Sally sat down, devouring her meal with fervor. As she ate, Hiram stood with his back to the fire, observing her. The once plump, rosy cheeks of hers had now become gaunt and haggard. "Are you unwell, Sally?" he inquired. A silence ensued. Dinah curled up on a small stool on the other side of the hearth, listening intently to their conversation, though Hiram paid her no mind. "Did you not run off with Levi?" he suddenly asked. The girl lowered her gaze, stealing a furtive glance upward at him. "Do not be afraid," he reassured her. "Where did you go?" At the sound of this question, she abruptly set down her knife and fork. Hiram gazed intently at her, lost in thought for a considerable while. Eventually, he spoke again. "I have longed to behold you for just a few more moments, Sally." The clock in the kitchen chimed, and Hiram paused to count the tolls, which had now reached 12. As the final chime echoed into silence, the night once again enveloped them in stillness, and he remained motionless. Now, he was attentively listening for another sound. At the conclusion of the last chime, he discerned footsteps approaching cautiously along the path in front of the house, coming to a halt beneath the open window. A few seconds later, the creaking of rusty hinges announced the arrival of a mysterious visitor into the mill. Hiram stealthily approached the window and peered outside. At that moment, a brilliant full moon illuminated the dust-laden roof of the old mill, and not more than 30 paces away, he saw the door swing open abruptly. He immediately sharpened his focus, watching intently, and after a brief moment of silence, a distinct and vivid silhouette emerged from the darkness beyond the open door. The moonlight shone brightly, allowing Hiram to see the person's face as clearly as in daylight. It was Levi Wast. At that moment, he held an empty flour sack tucked under his arm. Levi scanned his surroundings, then removed his hat, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. He gently closed the door and left the mill with the same cautiousness as he had arrived. He moved stealthily along the side of the house, and Hiram glanced down at him, realizing that he could merely extend his hand and touch him. As Levi approached the house, he halted at a distance of 50 or 60 yards, when a second figure unexpectedly emerged from the shadows behind the twisted fence, evidently there to rendezvous with Levi. They conversed briefly, with Levi occasionally gesturing towards the mill, before both turned and crossed the fence, taking a shortcut through a wide expanse of farmland, navigating through tall and unruly weeds in a southeast direction. Hiram stood upright, inhaling deeply. The moonlight illuminated his face, revealing his contorted, furious expression, one that mirrored the same emotion he had displayed 7 months prior when confronted with his step-sibling in the kitchen. At that moment, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. He wiped the perspiration away with his sleeve and, without donning a coat or hat, leapt through the window and traversed the grassland, resolutely following the path taken by Levi. Scaling the fence, he clearly beheld the two figures in the moonlight, walking across the distant, flat, lush meadow, on the verge of entering a narrow pine forest. Shortly thereafter, they vanished into the shadows of the trees. Beyond the cornfield lay a road leading south towards Lewis, crossing a solitary bridge and traversing a vast salt marsh that connected the town to the distant dunes. The two figures continued along this route, with Hiram trailing persistently behind. Suddenly, Hiram realized he had caught up with them, now less than 50 paces away. He could discern that Levi's companion was shouldering a bundle that resembled tools of some sort. He paused for a moment, allowing a distance to form between himself and the two individuals ahead, then wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, fixating intently on them. After a while, the duo climbed over a fence and onto the main road. Hiram followed them for about 2 miles, perhaps even further, traversing the flat white road that meandered through the tranquil residences of Greenfield, immersed in a sweet slumber. They passed barns, outbuildings, towering haystacks, fields, woodlands, open meadows, and the dimly lit, silent little town, finally arriving at a vast expanse of blindingly white salt marshes. Under the silvery moonlight, the marsh stretched endlessly before him, though in reality, it did possess boundaries, merging in the distance with a long stretch of snow-white dunes. Hiram continued to pursue them across the flat salt marsh, through lush sedge fields and crystalline lakes. As he passed the lakes, he caught a glimpse of his own reflection upon the surface. They walked on and on until they reached a grove of stunted pines. These ancient dwarf pines, growing at the foot of the white dunes, bore the marks of harsh weather yet stood remarkably tall. Hiram concealed himself in the shadows of the pines, waiting as the two figures made their way into a clearing, their elongated shadows trailing behind them, dark as ink. In the profound stillness, Hiram seemed to faintly hear the distant, powerful sound of the Atlantic waves crashing against the dunes half a mile away. Eventually, the two men rounded the southern end of the white cliffs. Hiram closely followed. But at that moment, they vanished from sight. Before him stood a smooth and steep sand dune, its jagged ridges piercing the heavens. The figures of two individuals ascended the mountain, swiftly disappearing over the summit, with Hiram following suit. Beyond the ridge lay a circular, bowl-shaped valley, approximately 50 feet wide and 1,800 feet deep, shaped almost perfectly round by the caress of the sea breeze. Hiram cautiously and slowly made his way to the peak, peering furtively into the valley below. The two men were seated upon the sandy ground. Not far from them stood a lifeless pine tree. Its bare trunk rose starkly from the sand, perhaps having thrived there for centuries. At that moment, Levi had removed his coat and vest, fanning himself with his hat. He spread the bundle he had carried onto the sand and took a seat. His companion sat opposite him. The bright moonlight illuminated the man's face, and Hiram instantly recognized him as the robust foreign scoundrel who had accompanied the small man in search of Levi that fateful night. The man had removed his hat and was wiping the sweat from his brow with a red scarf. Beside him lay a bundle of tools he had carried, 2 iron shovels, a length of rope, and a pointed iron rod. The two conversed in a foreign tongue, the words incomprehensible to Hiram. However, he observed as his half-brother gestured towards the dead tree and then towards the steep white sands on the opposite side of the bowl-shaped valley. Eventually, the two appeared to have rested sufficiently, and their meeting, if it could indeed be termed as such, seemed to have reached its conclusion. Levi led the way, with another individual trailing behind. The duo arrived at a dead pine tree. Levi came to a halt and began to busy himself, as if searching for a certain mark. Once he located it, he retrieved a measuring tape and a large brass compass from his bag. He handed one end of the tape to his companion, pressing the other end against a specific spot on the tree with his thumb. Then, he used the compass to ascertain the direction, occasionally issuing commands to the other person, who shifted slightly left or right in accordance with the instructions. Subsequently, Levi gave another command, prompting his companion to produce a wooden stake from his pocket, which he drove into the sandy ground. Using this stake as a reference point, they measured according to the compass's guidance and subsequently drove in a second stake. After a third measurement, it seemed they had finally reached their destination. Levi marked the spot with a cross using his heel. He then handed his companion a pointed iron rod and stood aside while Levi plunged the rod deep into the sand. He continued to push it down gradually, as if searching for something concealed beneath the surface. This endeavor persisted for some time, and eventually, the rod appeared to strike something solid beneath the sand, emitting a piercing sound. It seemed he had discovered what he was seeking. He prodded down a few more times with the rod to confirm, and once assured, he left it in place and brushed the sand off his hands. "Now go fetch the iron shovel, Peter," he said, marking his first conversation in English with the other man. The two individuals commenced their laborious task of excavating sand, as their sought-after objective appeared to be buried approximately 6 feet beneath the surface. The incessant slipping of sand back into the pit rendered the endeavor arduous and repetitive. Eventually, their iron shovel struck something solid. Levi wiped the grains of sand from his hands and bent down. His companion emerged from the sand pit, tossing a rope to him. Levi secured the object with the rope and climbed out of the pit. Together, they exerted considerable effort, finally dragging a heavy metal box from the depths of the hole. The box measured about 3 feet in length, 1 foot in width, and 1 foot in height. Levi's companion bent down to untie the rope that bound the box. What transpired next was swift, terrifying, and utterly unforeseen. Levi stepped back, casting a rapid glance around him before swiftly reaching behind him. By the silvery light of the moon, Hiram caught sight of a long, pointed, and exceptionally sharp blade. As his companion straightened up, Levi swiftly raised the dagger and plunged it with force. Followed by a second strike, both attacks were executed with remarkable ferocity. Hiram distinctly observed the tip of the blade pierce the man's back, even hearing the muted sound of the point colliding with the ribs, once, twice. The burly man with the black beard let out a horrifying scream, collapsing to the ground. Then, with a frantic cry, he staggered back to his feet, desperately and madly grasping Levi by the throat and arm. The ensuing brief skirmish, though seemingly exhilarating, transpired in utter silence. Apart from the heavy gasps and the chaotic footsteps upon the sandy ground, scarcely any other sound could be discerned. Helam observed a large pool of dark crimson blood staining the sand. It was evident that this was a contest marked by a stark disparity in strength. Lasting no more than a fleeting couple of seconds, Levi extracted his arm from the grasp of the wounded individual, tearing the shirt sleeve from shoulder to wrist, and once more raised the sharp blade, plunging it down mercilessly, again and again. The knife had completely lost its original pristine white hue. In an instant, all was concluded. Levi's comrade collapsed to the ground like a bundle of rags, silently succumbing to the sand, half of his face buried within it. Subsequently, his body convulsed slightly before lying still, motionless. Levi clutched the blade tightly, bending down to scrutinize the man. His shirt, hands, and exposed arms were all stained with the blood of the fallen. As moonlight illuminated his face, Helam beheld the visage of a demon that had crawled forth from the depths of hell. Throughout the harrowing confrontation, from inception to conclusion, Helam remained silent and motionless atop the dune, his eyes wide with terror and confusion as he observed the deadly struggle unfolding in the sandy ravine below. The sand beneath him gradually slipped away, yet Levi, engrossed in rummaging through the contents of a box, remained oblivious to the faint sound of shifting grains. Helam's face was as pale and haggard as that of a corpse. He opened his mouth as if to speak, yet no words escaped his lips. He stood there silently, resembling a statue rather than a living being, until his gaze suddenly fell upon the bag that Levi had brought. Undoubtedly, this bag was intended for holding jewels, and now it lay quietly on the sandy ground. At that moment, a spark of realization flashed through Hiram's mind, transforming the expression on his face. He pressed his lips together tightly, as if fearing that he might inadvertently make a sound, and the weariness that had previously marred his features vanished entirely. He cautiously descended the slope along the edge of the dune, his movements slow and silent. The soft sand beneath his feet made not a whisper. Thus, he stealthily made his way down the dune, approaching the bag, and silently picked it up. Levi remained engrossed in examining the papers inside the box, merely 4 feet away from him. As Hiram grasped the bag, a slight rustle inadvertently escaped, prompting Levi to swiftly turn his head. However, it was too late. In an instant, the bag enveloped him completely. Throughout the winter and spring, the Scorpion warship had been anchored at Lewisport, perhaps still harboring a flicker of hope that the pirates might return. That morning at 8 o'clock, Captain Maynard sat in Attorney Hall's office, fanning himself with his hat while conversing with the lawyer. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside, growing ever closer. The lawyer and the captain hurried outside. They observed a large throng of people approaching, bustling and clamoring, some traversing the sidewalk, while others occupied the roadway. Nearby residents flung open their doors and windows, craning their necks to ascertain what was transpiring. As the crowd drew nearer, it became evident that among them was an individual they were escorting. This person was Hiram White. Devoid of a hat and coat, sweat cascading down his cheeks, Yet his countenance remained impassive and silent as ever. He bore upon his shoulder a substantial bag, tightly secured with ropes. When they finally arrived, the lawyer and the captain discerned a pair of legs clad in gray stockings protruding from the bag. It appeared that Hiram was, in fact, carrying a person. Earlier that morning, Hiram had traversed 5 miles with this burden, not pausing for a moment. Directly arriving at the lawyer's office, he ascended the steep stairs, entered the office without uttering a word, and unceremoniously dropped the load upon the floor, then wiped the sweat from his brow. The lawyer, leaning on the desk, first regarded Hiram, then glanced at the peculiar object on the floor. Despite the cacophony outside, an abrupt silence enveloped the office. "What is this, Hiram?" inquired Attorney Hall. Hiram, panting heavily, finally spoke. "This is a murderer, hands stained with blood," he declared, trembling as he pointed towards the motionless figure within the bag. "Here, a few of you come over." The lawyer exclaimed loudly, "Come here. Free this man. Who is he?" A dozen individuals rushed forward to assist, swiftly unbinding the ropes that restrained him. The flour sack slid off his head and body, revealing a visage dusted with flour. Yet the white powder could not conceal the dark stains of blood scattered across his head, arms, and shirt. Levi propped himself up with his elbow, a furrowed brow surveying the astonished faces surrounding him. Suddenly, Captain Maynard pushed through the crowd encircling Levi, forcing his way in. He seized Levi by the hair, tilting his head back to discern the man's features. "Levi Vast," he declared loudly. "Is this not the Levi Vast you once mentioned? Look at that scar. And the marks upon his face. He is the blue skin, in the chest excavated from the sandy ground by the blue skin. Not only were the stolen goldsmith's drafts from the steamer discovered, but also a plethora of valuable items belonging to the officials and passengers of that ship who had been robbed. In November of that year, Hiram and the widow of the pirate, Sally Martin, finally embarked upon the sacred journey of matrimony." Chapter 27. The mysterious Captain Scaffield. I can scarcely recall in which esteemed historical tome regarding notorious pirates I once encountered a comprehensive account of the life of Captain Jack Scaffield. Undoubtedly, the author may have gathered the data regarding Captain Mainwaring's demise and the destruction of the vessel from his report. Now, we can consult these records in the archives of the Navy Department. Of course, had the author not perused the historical pamphlet published by Isaiah Thomas in Newburyport between 1821 and 1822, entitled The Memoirs of Captain Jack Scaffield, it would have been nearly impossible to locate any other references from the monotonous and dreary accounts alone. The purpose of composing this narrative is to address a notable deficiency, the lack of detailed historical documentation concerning a figure so illustrious in the realm of piracy. To facilitate a more seamless reading experience for those eager to delve into the entirety of this tale, I find it more fitting to narrate it in the form of a novel. Thus, here unfolds the story. Elijah Cooper, a distinguished member of the Society of Friends, is more commonly recognized as Captain Cooper in Philadelphia. He serves as the overseer of the society and frequently delivers speeches at various designated occasions. Upon each return from his maritime voyages, he steadfastly attends the society's meetings every Sunday and Thursday. In the eyes of his compatriots, he is perceived as a principled and reputable merchant, exemplifying integrity in business, while in his household, he stands as a model of a dutiful and responsible man. The matter I am about to discuss bears little significance to the progression of the narrative, yet it warrants mention. Captain Cooper primarily engaged in coastal trade. This form of trade entails the captain transporting his own goods aboard his vessel, navigating the ship himself, and conducting transactions directly on deck. He commanded a swift and efficient large schooner named Philadelphia Eliza Cooper, christened after his wife. The captain predominantly sailed within the West Indies, dealing chiefly in brandy from Wilmington, Delaware, as well as flour and cornmeal produced by local mills. It is well known that during the War of 1812, this enterprise yielded him substantial profits, as the British blockade isolated the French, Spanish, Dutch, and Danish islands, resulting in soaring prices for local flour and cornmeal. Engaging in smuggling across the blockade during wartime was fraught with peril. Nevertheless, Captain Cooper shuttled between the shores, amassing remarkable profits from his goods. By the war's conclusion, he emerged as one of the wealthiest merchants in the region. Physically, Cooper was tall, with a slender face and sharply defined features. In terms of personality, he was perpetually solemn, often appearing stern as though wearing a mask. He exhibited a reserved demeanor, approached tasks with a calm disposition, and seemed perpetually unperturbed. His conduct was characterized by simplicity and reticence, adhering strictly to the tenets of his religious beliefs without deviation. As previously mentioned, this is a delightful and comfortable abode. Upon entry, one is immediately struck by its immaculate cleanliness. The brass door handles gleam brilliantly, unmarred by any smudge. The robust leather furnishings in the living room are immaculate, with brass tacks twinkling like stars in the night sky. The corridor is sprinkled with fine sand, impeccably tidy, and the handles of the wooden doors have been polished countless times, from the grip to the tacks. The entire house is infused with a subtle fragrance of soap and warm water. The Elias Cooper couple, though childless, share their home with another individual who breathes life into this otherwise spacious, tranquil, and somewhat chilly residence. This individual is Lucinda Fairbanks, the niece of Captain Cooper, the daughter of his elder sister, approximately in her 20s, lively and charming, and a well-regarded figure within the city's social circles. Now, only one character remains to be introduced. Yet this individual may very well be the most pivotal in the entire narrative, Lieutenant James Mainwaring. Broad-shouldered, with rosy cheeks and a robust physique, he is likely in his mid-20s. Mainwaring is a darling of the social scene, having participated in the decisive battles of the Constabulary and Warrior Brigades. While serving in the Constabulary, it was Mainwaring who ignited the fuse for the first cannon shot in this grand conflict. Mainwaring's mother is a close friend of Eliza Cooper, which is why he frequently visits Captain Cooper's home. Each week, due to various minor matters arranged by the ladies, he was obliged to pay visits at least 6 or 7 times. If Captain Cooper was at home, they would indulge in a smoke together and share a drink, perhaps the renowned aged Jamaican rum, or engage in a game of checkers in the evening. The two elderly gentlemen were certainly aware of the true motives behind Mervyn's visits, yet they seldom pondered the nature of the feelings that might arise between the two young individuals. In April 1820, Mervyn unexpectedly received orders to report to Washington. It turned out that the previous autumn had seen rampant piracy in the West Indian River region, particularly the notorious Captain Jack Scaffield, who not only captured the Mabwa head passenger ship, but also raided and set fire to 2 coastal trading vessels departing from the shores of Georgia. The government ultimately resolved to take proactive measures to suppress these pests of the West Indian River region and to impose severe penalties on these bandits. Mervyn was commanded to lead the USS America in patrolling the Bahamas, a swift, shallow draft, and large armed brigantine. His mission was to apprehend all pirates they encountered and to destroy their ships. The USS America was awaiting orders in New York. On his journey from Washington to New York, Mervyn took the opportunity to visit Philadelphia to bid farewell to his friends in the city. He once again called upon the Cooper household. It was a Sunday afternoon, the weather warm and pleasant, although it was early spring. It felt as though summer had already arrived. The apple trees were laden with blossoms, thriving abundantly, and the air was perfumed with the sweet fragrance of apple blossoms. Bees buzz about, diligently collecting nectar while the warm sun cast a drowsy spell upon the people. To the astonishment of Mainwaring, this esteemed member of the Old Gentleman's Society surprisingly took a stance in defense of the pirates, asserting that the crimes attributed to the defendants had been grossly exaggerated. He professed intimate familiarity with certain pirates, viewing them merely as a group of unfortunate souls led astray, tempted by the government during the last war. They had embarked on a path of patrolling with private vessels, gradually descending into the depths of depravity. He acknowledged Captain Scaffield's involvement in numerous heinous acts. Yet he contended that this pirate had also engaged in many benevolent deeds, which were overlooked in favor of condemning his transgressions, while he admitted that Captain Scaffield had erred, such as allowing his crew to draw lots to determine the fates of the Northern Rose captain's wife and daughter. No one seemed to recall the perilous efforts he and his crew undertook to rescue all the crew members aboard the sailing vessel Halifax, who had succumbed to yellow fever and were adrift at sea. Furthermore, no one mentioned how they navigated that vessel, laden with the afflicted, into the rescue zone of Kingston Harbor. Eleazar remarked that he could not deny the infamous actions of Scaffield, who had once stripped the captain of the Baltimore Beauty, bound him to the foremast of a brigantine, and allowed his subordinates to hurl bottles at the helpless captive, ultimately leading to the captain's demise that very night due to his grievous injuries. However, it must be noted that Scaffield's crew were inebriated at the time, which somewhat mitigates their culpability. In this instance, Scaffield undoubtedly merits condemnation. Yet, after the hurricane of 1818, he had braved great peril to transport an entire shipload of essential supplies procured in Tampa Bay to Bella Vista Island before the government. Who has ever lauded him for this deed? During this notable venture, he narrowly escaped with his life, pursued for 2 days by the British frigate Curries, which eventually captured a prisoner and threatened to hang him at the yardarm without regard for the fact that this unfortunate soul was engaged in a noble act of charity rather than inflicting harm. As Eleazar spoke, He maintained an expression of defense for the accused, growing increasingly animated and loquacious. The ember in his pipe had long since extinguished, yet he remained oblivious to this fact. In his fervor, a faint blush appeared upon his gaunt, sunken cheeks. Main Vannon listened in astonishment to this peculiar defense. A fervently peace-loving missionary advocating for the notorious and bloodthirsty pirate, Jack Baristre. The surrounding environment was warm and pristine, and within the old brick house, tranquility reigned supreme. The apple trees were laden with fragrant blossoms, while bees buzzed busily, gathering nectar. Everything around stood in stark contrast to the astonishing defense the old captain had made for that scoundrel. The elderly member of the guild spoke incessantly, continuing his discourse until the warm sun dipped below the horizon and nightfall enveloped the scene. As he bid farewell to the elders, an overwhelming melancholy filled his heart, nearly suffocating him. He could almost feel her cheek resting against his shoulder, the sensation of her soft, smooth lips brushing against him. Yet, this clandestine affection paled in comparison to the right he felt to call her his beloved across the vast ocean. At that moment, he perceived himself as a coward evading responsibility. Nevertheless, his love ran too deep. The following morning dawned gloomy, with a light rain falling, a stark contrast to the previous day's warmth and sunshine. Main Vannon sat in the carriage, enveloped in a relentless solitude akin to damp leather. He retrieved a small, oval photograph from beneath the hem of his shirt, gazing blankly at it for an extended period, his heart swelling with tenderness as he contemplated the pure visage depicted on the silky, ivory surface. Those cerulean eyes, and those gentle, lovely red lips filled him with both affection and a foolish joy. In the ensuing 5 months, Main Vannon spent the majority of his time patrolling the waters of the Bahamas, discovering and dispersing numerous pirates, and destroying no fewer than 15 vessels of various types, ranging from small whaling boats to 3-masted ships weighing up to 300 tons. Soon, the formidable American ship gained a notorious reputation, instilling terror among all pirates of the West Indies. Recently, the marauders haunting the waters of the Bahamas were nearly eradicated. However, the elusive pirate Jack Baristre, whom Main Vannon had been relentlessly pursuing, evaded him like a shadow, seemingly possessing some sort of enchantment that enabled him to slip through Main Vannon's grasp time and again. There were 2 instances when he came alarmingly close to confronting the infamous pirate, yet each time he arrived at the scene, all that remained were the haunting remnants of the pirate's vessel. On the first occasion, he stumbled upon a drifting wreck in the Great Bahama Channel. The ship recently scorched by flames and still exuding thick smoke, its hull awash with water. This vessel was the Sea Witch of Saran. Subsequently, a portion of its crew was discovered in Maria Bay, revealing the tragic fate that had befallen them, 2 weeks having elapsed since the ship's calamity. The harrowing accounts of the survivors revealed that they were crew members of the Sea Witch, spared by the pirate only to deliver a message to the American commander. They were to beseech the commander for sanctuary, with Captain Scarfield promising to express his regards and provide him with a warm meal. 3 weeks later, Main Vannon encountered the Baltimore Belle, rescuing the surviving crew members. By then, the ship was in a state of utter disrepair, its decks stained with blood. 8 crew members, led by the captain, had been bound hand and foot and cast into the sea. This time, Scarfield left a message for the commander of the American ship. Mainwaring could adjust the taste of the food he discovered to his liking. Impetuous and filled with righteous indignation, Mainwaring swore an oath of vengeance, declaring that he would never share the same sky with John Scarfield. It would be either his demise or that of his adversary. However, he was entirely oblivious to the fact that his furious vow would soon manifest into reality. At that time, pirates frequently congregated on a small island at the southernmost tip of the Bahamas, in San Jose. Prior to the arrival of the American ship, they often tilted their vessels on the beaches here to clean their hulls, while also replenishing supplies, ammunition, and rum, preparing for the next assault on merchant ships traversing the archipelago or crossing the Bahama Channel. Mainwaring had visited this pirate lair several times. Enjoying 2 significant bounties that garnered him considerable renown, he considered it a fated location and hoped to capture Captain Scarfield there. Let us briefly introduce this infamous pirate haven. It is a small colony, characterized by the typical houses found in the West Indies, which are constructed by weaving a framework of reeds and then coating it with plaster. Only 3 houses are built of wood, appearing more aesthetically pleasing than the others. One serves as a warehouse, another as a rum shop, and the third is inhabited by a woman of mixed race, rumored to be Captain Scarfield's secret wife. The inhabitants of this village are predominantly of African and mixed descent. On the island, there exists a scattering of Caucasians, primarily comprising one or two dubious Jewish individuals and a handful of American merchants. Additionally, there are some individuals of African descent, biracial persons of black and white heritage, Eurasian Spaniards, as well as several Asian women and children. The colony is arranged in a curved formation along the beach, creating a quaint little harbor that provides an excellent anchorage for small vessels, provided the southeast winds do not blow. The village is adorned with coconut and banana trees, while just beyond lies an extensive stretch of white sandy beach, winding gracefully like a silver necklace encircling a pool of emerald waters. Despite the formidable power of the Atlantic's colossal waves, they merely caress the outer beaches, never threatening the beauty of this pristine shoreline. This is the renowned pirate colony of San Jose, a veritable paradise of nature, yet simultaneously a hell on earth, rife with degradation and malevolence. Shortly after rescuing the crew from the sinking Baltimore Beauty, Mainwaring once again set foot upon this land. Upon encountering a small bay flanked by a ring of palm trees, densely populated with thatched roof huts, he discovered an unfamiliar vessel anchored in the harbor. It was a grand square-rigged ship, well-equipped and boasting a tonnage of approximately 250 to 300. The American ship chose a strategic position at the stern of this vessel to drop anchor, ensuring that, in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, its broadside cannons could unleash their full might. Mainwaring peered through his telescope at the stern of the opposing vessel. When the white letters spelling Eliza Cooper materialized within the circular lens, he found himself utterly at a loss for words to express his astonishment. He could scarcely believe his own eyes and judgment. Never had he envisaged that the Eliza Cooper would manifest in such a den of iniquity, a lair of devils. Mainwaring commanded his crew to lower the dinghy and personally rowed to the sails of the ship. Regardless of his speculations regarding the vessel's identity, all uncertainty vanished upon witnessing Captain Cooper himself standing at the gangway to receive him. This acquaintance displayed a countenance of indifference, showing no hint of the surprise or disarray one might expect from such an unexpected encounter. However, as Vannon ascended to the deck of the Eliza Cooper and surveyed his surroundings, he could hardly fathom the scene before him. The main deck boasted 8 12-pound cannons, shrouded in waterproof tarpaulins. At the bow lay a long-range cannon, similarly covered, its muzzle pointed towards the sea beyond the ship's slanted mast. Faced with this unforeseen spectacle, Mainwaring could not disguise his astonishment. Whether it was his overactive imagination or not, it seemed to him that Captain Cooper, despite his outward composure, was internally quite flustered. Leading the way, Captain Cooper entered the cabin, where he and the young man shared a smoke from a bag and savored a bottle of fine aged Jamaican rum. Mainwaring did not suppress his curiosity. Instead, he directly inquired of the elder why he had chosen to modify the vessel in such a peculiar manner. Mainwaring pondered. If those formidable weapons were merely intended for defense, it would indeed be rather extreme. After silently indulging in his tobacco for a moment, he abruptly posed a question. How would he engage in combat against an adversary like Captain Scarfield? The member of the society fell silent. To Mainwaring, the elder's expression seemed to reflect a contemplation of how candid he ought to be. My friend, James, he finally spoke. I must confess that my crew members are worldly individuals. In fact, their perspectives may diverge from my own. I prefer to believe that if a dispute arises with those unreasonable beings, despite my personal advocacy for peace, it would not suffice to deter my crew from resorting to violence and retaliation. As for myself, you are aware of my disposition and should comprehend my consistent stance on such matters. Although the member of the society's indirect manner of speaking raised suspicions, Mainwaring refrained from commenting and proceeded to ask a second question. May I inquire, he said, what brings you here? Why do you deem it necessary to venture into such a nefarious and perilous locale? Indeed, I anticipated you would pose this question, his friend replied. I shall candidly inform you that these bloodthirsty and avaricious individuals are, after all, human. They too require sustenance. Aboard this vessel, there are 250 barrels of flour, which can be sold here at prices exceeding those in other regions of the West Indies. Frankly, I hope to sell most of my goods at profitable rates. Yet your arrival has driven away my finest customers. Mainwaring remained silent for a moment, persistently drawing on his cigarette. The words of his counterpart elucidated many issues that had previously eluded his understanding. It clarified why, in this era of peace, Captain Cooper could still earn profits from his flour and cornmeal nearly equivalent to those during wartime. It also explained why he had so fervently defended Captain Scarfield and other pirates that afternoon in the garden. So, what ought he to do? Captain Cooper had openly confessed to his dealings with the pirates. Now, what responsibility did he, main veining, bear in this matter. Did Elijah Cooper's trade in goods constitute illicit transactions? Should they be confiscated? Furthermore, another question lingered in his mind. Who exactly was the customer he had driven away? As if sensing his confusion, his counterpart began to address the issue directly. I know, he said, that you will soon inquire about the customer I mentioned earlier. I do not wish to conceal his identity from you. He is Captain Jack, or you may refer to him as Captain Jack Scaffield. Main veining immediately leaped from his seat. You speak of that devil, he exclaimed. How long has he been gone? The member of the society leisurely filled his emptied pipe with tobacco. He said, since someone delivered the news of your imminent arrival, that villain has vanished without a trace. I believe he departed approximately 4 or 5 hours ago. Captain Cooper placed his pipe on the candle flame, ignited it, and took a puff. Please understand, James Mainwaring. He continued, I'm not an ally of this scoundrel. His safety bears no consequence for me. Our relationship is purely transactional. I can assure you that should I receive any information regarding this demon, I will promptly relay it to you. It is highly probable that you will receive news about him within a day. However, if conflict arises, you must fight alone, for I will not assist you. I harbor no affection for war, nor do I relish bloodshed. I shall extend no support to either side. In tropical regions, night descends with remarkable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, the world is enveloped in twilight, and shortly thereafter, darkness consumes all. On the evening when the tale unfolds, the weather was somber, heralding the impending rainy season. The warm tropical rain clouds lent a hazy tint to the darkened sky, causing night to fall sooner than usual and with an extraordinary intensity. Occasionally, a few stars flickered through the clouds, yet silence reigned supreme, as darkness enveloped the boundless expanse of the sea like a vast velvet blanket. As twilight gradually descended, Mainwaring commanded his crew to illuminate the lanterns and hang them on the side and main rigging. The dim yellow glow bathed the small warship, casting a myriad of twinkling lights upon the brass ornaments, which danced in the soft radiance, making the rows of cannons appear particularly imposing. For reasons unknown, Mainwaring felt an unsettling disquiet. He wandered the deck for an extended period, still perplexed by his anxiety. Subsequently, he retreated to the cabin to continue his log of the day's voyage. He laid his curved dagger upon the table, placed the lantern beside his papers, and was just about to remove his coat when he suddenly heard a message relayed to him. The captain of the merchant ship was alongside the warship, wishing to discuss some private matters. Mainwaring immediately surmised that the merchant's visit might pertain to news regarding Captain Scaffield. Perhaps some information was finally about to surface. Instantly, his previous agitation dissipated, replaced by a sense of calm. He instructed the crew to escort Captain Cooper to the cabin without delay. Moments later, a tall, angular member of the guild entered the narrow, lantern-lit cabin. James Mainwaring, he began, I once vowed to you that I would inform you at the first sign of piracy. Are you prepared to hear my news? Mainwaring felt a peculiar blend of excitement and unease, a sensation that seemed to unsettle him further, mirroring the strange feelings now emanating from Cooper. I am uncertain of your meaning, sir, he exclaimed, questioning if I wished to hear the news he had brought. At this moment, the information I most fervently desired pertained to that scoundrel. Are you willing? Are you willing? The other party grew even more animated, exclaiming loudly. Are you so eager to meet him? Splendid, splendid. If I can arrange for you to face him, what would you say? To meet him, James Mainwaring. I do not comprehend your meaning, sir, he shouted. Are you implying that you know the whereabouts of this villain? If so, please inform me at once. For with every passing minute, that rogue may very well elude capture once again. There is no such peril. He will not escape. The other party emphatically declared. I shall reveal to you his location, and I will promptly bring him before you. He slammed his fist down upon the open nautical log with a resounding thud. His agitation seemed to intensify, his demeanor growing increasingly frenzied. Under the light, his eyes appeared to glimmer with a greenish hue. Sweat streamed down his forehead like a trickling brook to his cheek, with a droplet suspended like a translucent gem upon his aquiline nose. Captain Cooper stepped forward, leaning toward Mainwaring, his manner oddly imposing, causing the lieutenant to instinctively retreat a step. Captain Scaffield has sent you something, Eliasa remarked in a voice that was almost hoarse, and you will undoubtedly be astonished by what you see. As he uttered those words, the singular you transformed into the plural you all, a shift that rendered Mainwaring profoundly disoriented. While speaking, Eliasa rummaged through the pockets of his brown, long-tailed coat, producing an object that shimmered under the light. Then, Mainwaring beheld the dark muzzle of a handgun pointed directly at his face. Instantly, An oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings, obliterating all sound. "I am the one you seek," Eliasa Cooper suddenly exclaimed, his voice taut with tension, as if he were holding his breath. The entire incident transpired with such abruptness that it utterly caught Mainvainen off guard. He stood there, frozen like a stone. Even a thunderclap striking at his feet would not have shocked him as profoundly as this moment. It felt as though he were ensnared in a nightmare, and through an incredible haze. He perceived that the face renowned for its composure had morphed into a visage of demonic malevolence. At that moment, his face, pale as ashes, contorted into a devilish grin. Under the illumination, his teeth gleamed brightly, his brows knitted tightly, and his eyes glinted with a malicious green light, reminiscent of a beast cornered in desperation. He again held his breath and declared, "I am Jack Scarfield. If you wish to see a pirate, gaze upon me." Following this proclamation, silence reigned once more. In that stillness, Mainvainen could hear the ticking of the watch hanging on the waterproof wall. The other party continued, "You wish to expel me from the West Indies. Do you? And what now, you? You have fallen into the very trap of your own design. You may call out for help as you wish to extricate yourself from this predicament. But heed this warning. Should you utter a single word or move even a finger, I shall immediately splatter your brains against the wall behind you. If you fail to obey my command, you will swiftly find yourself a lifeless corpse. Hurry, issue the order for my assistants and brethren to come to this cabin at once. I still have my finger on the trigger, and the moment I pull it, your lips shall be sealed forever." The pirate was taken aback, believing another adversary stood behind him, and swiftly turned the gun towards the blank wall behind. In that instant, he realized he had fallen into a trap and quickly spun around. Although his 2 rotations occurred in the blink of an eye, Mainvainen had already been prepared. And that fleeting moment undoubtedly saved his life. As the opponent turned, Mainvainen lunged forward. The pistol erupted with blue flames, followed by a deafening explosion that nearly shattered his skull. In an instant, Mainvainen felt a wave of dizziness, convinced he had been struck. However, he soon realized he had narrowly evaded the bullet. Mainvainen swiftly maneuvered the enemy, forcefully driving him against the corner of the table. The pirate shouted. And then both men collapsed to the ground, the pistol clattering onto the floor. As they fell, Mainvainen landed atop his foe, roaring out commands. "Everyone, take action and repel the assailants." He shouted once more, urging everyone to take action and repel the assailants, perhaps injured by the corner of a table. The pirate sprawled on the ground, struggling as if possessed by a demon. Moments later, he produced a glinting dagger from some hidden recess of his person. Upon seeing the blade gleaming ominously, Mainwaring instinctively lunged for his wrist. Yet, the adversary's muscles felt as if they were forged from iron, unyieldingly firm. In that desperate silence, they grappled. One was resolutely intent on executing the thwarted plan to eliminate his opponent, while the other fought with all his might to preserve his own life. Mainwaring felt the blade penetrate his flesh time and again, piercing his arms, shoulders, and even his neck. He sensed the warm blood gushing from his wounds, a torrent that brought with it a searing agony. In a moment of despair, he glanced around, and suddenly, his eyes fell upon a pistol resting on the floor not far away. With a fierce grip on his opponent's wrist, he desperately seized the firearm, delivering a brutal strike to the bare, narrow forehead below him. On the third blow, the taut muscles of the man beneath him convulsed violently before gradually relaxing, eventually collapsing into a lifeless heap. Mainwaring emerged victorious from the fray. Throughout the tumultuous scuffle, he had been acutely aware of the cacophony outside, shouts, hurried footsteps, and the deafening crack of gunfire, realizing, even in that dire moment, that the American vessel was under siege by pirates. Upon feeling the muscles of the struggling adversary beneath him relax and the man fall silent, he sprang to his feet, seized the curved dagger from the table, and rushed onto the deck. Fortunately, in anticipation of a pirate assault, he had arranged for double sentries. Otherwise, the USS America would have surely succumbed entirely. Nevertheless, he was profoundly shocked by the unfolding scene. The pirates, who had previously concealed themselves within the large whaling boat, had not only gained the upper hand on the deck, but appeared intent on exterminating every soul aboard the 2-masted vessel. However, when the bloodied Mainwaring burst onto the deck, the pirates immediately recognized that their captain had been subdued, and these desperate men swiftly lost their resolve. 1 or 2 pirates leapt into the sea. Another, seemingly the first mate, was shot dead. In an instant, the pirates scattered in all directions. Under the dim lights, a multitude of them plunged into the water, the tranquil surface of the sea echoing with the sounds of their desperate leaps. The crew of the America continued to fire at the shimmering waves, striving to eradicate those pirates who had plunged into the depths to escape. Of course, it is difficult to ascertain whether such gunfire had any effect. However, the pirate captain did not perish immediately. He lingered for 3 or 4 days, at times delirious, at times half-conscious, most often in a state of oblivion. As he lay dying in bed, his mixed-race wife, a blend of black and white, tirelessly tended to him, though the resources available on the island were exceedingly meager. When he found himself in a state of confusion, the duality of his personality tormented him incessantly. At times, he would transform into the composed, poised, disciplined individual known to his friends in the tranquil society. At other moments, the repressed facet of his nature would erupt like a ferocious beast, baring its fangs. Occasionally, he would articulate his thoughts on matters pertaining to the peaceful community with clarity, yet at other times, he would engage in vehement curses and frenzied outcries. Despite the relentless torment of his wounds, Mainvanen would sit beside the dying elder, enduring the long, drawn-out nights together. Each time he gazed upon the gaunt visage and listened to the aimless ramblings, he found himself pondering the true meaning behind those words. Perhaps it was a manifestation of madness, wherein the interplay of good and evil could coexist with such striking clarity within a single being. He contemplated this notion. Who among us has not felt that inner voice rebelling against the harsh shackles of morality and decorum? This voice was as wild and savage as Cooper himself. Had the beast within the elder already shattered its bonds? And could he allow the tempestuous creature within himself to burst forth, wreaking havoc and annihilating all in its path? Mainvanen questioned himself thus. How had this come to pass? How had this esteemed member of the Society of Friends descended step by step from the normalcy of his homeland into the abyss of sin? Mainwaring was persistently consumed by these thoughts as he observed the pirate captain gradually liberate himself from the burdens of this world that tormented him. Ultimately, the wretched man succumbed, finding solace at last, having endured relentless suffering. Subsequently, Mainwaring embarked on a thorough search of the island, intent on locating the pirates, yet his efforts yielded naught. Perhaps they were concealed in some secret refuge upon the island, a highly improbable notion, or perhaps they had escaped aboard a vessel hidden within the tropical thickets. Regardless, they had vanished. Just as he found no trace of the elusive pirates, Mainwaring was equally unsuccessful in uncovering any signs of treasure on the island. Following the captain's demise, the mixed-race woman was subjected to intense interrogation. She wept copiously, ultimately succumbing to despair and confessing in her fractured English that Captain Schofield had once brought a substantial quantity of silver coins aboard the ship. Yet, the treasure remained elusive. Perhaps the woman had erred, or perhaps the pirate captain had subsequently relocated the riches to another hiding place. Without a fortuitous twist of fate, the treasure might never have been discovered. Later, Mainwaring commanded the incineration of the Eliza Cooper and dispatched a crew to carry out this task. At that moment, the cook aboard the American requested the lieutenant to leave behind some Wilmington brandy for him, intending to use it to prepare raisin pudding the following day. Mainwaring acquiesced to his request, instructing a crew member to fetch sufficient flour for the cook. Mainvanen hurriedly arrived at the Eliza Cooper, where he discovered a plethora of silver coins buried within an open barrel of flour. The crew promptly commenced a thorough search of the vessel, lifting each flour barrel in succession, smashing them onto the deck, and subsequently scouring their contents. Should a barrel contain only flour, it was swept overboard, creating a cloud of flour that floated across the surrounding sea for miles, permeating even the air with fine particles. As the tale approaches its conclusion, we must mention a piece of black-painted canvas discovered in the hold of the Eliza Cooper, emblazoned with the imposing white letters Hound. Undoubtedly, this cloth was intended to obscure the true name of the merchant brigantine, much like its captain, who draped a veneer of morality and honor over the stark, bloody cruelty of human nature. This is the authentic narrative of Captain Jack Scarfield. The aforementioned pamphlet, published in Newburyport, only recounts the tale of how this pirate masqueraded as a Quaker merchant upon the seas, neglecting to reveal any further stories. It is nearly impossible for anyone to recognize that Eliza Cooper was indeed that pirate, even among the crew of the American. Only Mainvanen knew the true identity of Captain Scarfield. The others were informed only that Eliza Cooper had perished in a skirmish with pirates. Within the ensuing year, Mainvanen wed Lucinda Fairbanks. Ultimately, the estate of Elijah Cooper passed to Mainwaring through Lucinda Fairbanks. The captain pondered numerous times the origins of this wealth. How precisely had it been acquired? Among these assets, he could ascertain that at least a portion had been obtained through piracy at sea, yet he remained uncertain as to how much had been earned through legitimate trade. Subsequently, Mainwaring relocated to New York, where he invested a part of the inheritance left to him by the pirate Scaffield into the esteemed shipping firm of Mainwaring Bigot, renowned for its illustrious transatlantic mail ships that enjoyed a stellar reputation worldwide. Chapter 30. The Devil of New Hope Town. The tale we are about to narrate commences in the years 1740 to 1742 in Rhode Island, where a dilapidated wooden church stood, once serving as the chapel for the old Free Grace sect. This peculiar religious group had constructed this modest edifice. The fundamental tenet of their creed was a rejection of any notion of hell. They believed in a benevolent God who extended mercy to the entire world, asserting that, through divine grace, all souls should attain everlasting happiness in the afterlife. Considered a perilous heretical cult, the adherents of the Free Grace sect had been expelled from the Massachusetts colony. After years of wandering, they ultimately settled in the Providence Plantation of Rhode Island, in close proximity to New Hope Town. There, they constructed a row of modest dwellings alongside a chapel for worship, temporarily residing in this desolate expanse as they sought to carve out a livelihood on this barren land, leading to a rather precarious existence. It is hardly surprising that the local inhabitants did not warmly embrace this peculiar group. Eventually, they even issued warnings demanding that these newcomers vacate their damp, rickety abodes and relocate elsewhere. Thus, they faced expulsion, compelled aboard a Bristol brigantine bound for Pennsylvania, where they gradually faded into obscurity. The abandoned homes slowly succumbed to ruin, and their chapel fell into decline. This marks the inception of the tale. What events shall unfold next? Let us delve further into the narrative. At this juncture, the settlement of New Hope had evolved into a bustling port city, thriving with vibrant trade with the West Indies, primarily exchanging cornmeal and dried cod for sugar, molasses, and rum. Within the affluent upper class, numerous individuals of considerable stature emerged, among whom the most illustrious was Colonel William Belford, a figure of high regard and renown in both public and military affairs of the time. This gentleman was the illegitimate son of the Earl of Cranford and a surgeon from the 67th Regiment of Scotland. Following his father's demise, he inherited a substantial fortune, enabling him to indulge in a life of comfort and bask in immense glory. The esteemed and renowned gentleman, Captain Obadiah Belford, who was his own worst enemy, hails from the West Indies, residing in Kingston, Jamaica. He is morally corrupt, having been excommunicated from the church, and has engaged in the nefarious trade of enslaving individuals, gaining notoriety for his former life as a pirate. Naturally, such disreputable news does not spread as swiftly as the flora that flourishes in tropical locales, and thus remains largely unknown in this context. Each time, he resides at his brother's home, much to the family's chagrin regarding his outrageous behavior. He is notorious for smoking in the parlor, making lewd jokes at the expense of the maid, cursing and swearing in the corridors, and loudly berating the dockworkers, often becoming red-faced with rage. Consequently, when Colonel Belford received a letter from his brother Captain Obadiah, he was filled with trepidation, for his brother announced his intention to leave the tropics, seeking to establish himself in New Hope. On a sun-drenched morning, our West Indian, Captain Obadiah, fulfilled his promise and abruptly appeared in New Hope, laden with numerous trunks and travel cases, his boisterous arrival making waves throughout the town in less than half an hour. However, upon reaching Colonel Belford, he was met with a frosty reception, dousing his fervor like a bucket of cold water. The colonel, unwilling to endure the burdensome ramifications of this West Indian's presence any longer, offered a few polite greetings before swiftly articulating his disquiet. "Dear Obadiah, it is with a heavy heart that I must confess to you that my family and I cannot provide you with a home. This is not solely due to your mannerisms, which I find somewhat unsettling. Rather, as your elder brother, I must inform you that we reside in the northern regions, where certain peculiar behaviors from the West Indies are, without a doubt, unwelcome. My family aspires to lead a life grounded in nature, and I have no desire for my kin to adopt your lifestyle. However, I can offer you a suggestion. You might consider seeking accommodation at the Blue Lion Tavern, where the ambience would surely resonate with your preferences, and I believe you would find great joy there. I have conducted my inquiries, and I assure you that you will discover the finest suite that is well suited to your needs in that delightful establishment." Nevertheless, he heeded Belford's counsel and took up residence at the Blue Lion Tavern, where, before long, his extravagant spending attracted a throng of like-minded individuals. His lavish expenditures were indeed astonishing, and he boasted audaciously that his wealth could rival that of the two richest individuals in New Hope. He claimed that his fortune was ample enough to procure his brother from head to toe. He never shied away from recounting the cold shoulder and rejection he faced at Belford's, The grievances he endured there clung to him like a shroud, deepening his discontent with each passing moment. Whenever enveloped by fury, he would curse like a demon, vowing that he would appeal to the heavens, declaring that if he did not show his brother some semblance of retribution, he would remain in New Hope indefinitely. He repeatedly proclaimed his determination to others, his curses evolving in their complexity, and astonishingly, he declared his intention to grind his brother's face into dust. During this time, he acquired vast tracts of land in Rhode Island, including the old Free Grace Chapel. He announced his plan to construct a residence that would overshadow his brother's wooden house, thereby bringing him shame. Thus, he commenced the construction of an immense edifice on this site, one that would evoke envy in all who beheld it, and which came to be known as the Belford Palace. This grand structure was entirely built of brick, and Captain Obadiah took pride in the materials, boasting that they had been transported from New York. Throughout this premier construction endeavor, he employed all the carpenters and masons from the surrounding area, resulting in rapid progress. And before long, the house rose majestically. During this period, he entertained visitors to the construction site with rum and Dutch gin, transforming the location into a popular gathering spot where nearly all the townsfolk indulged in revelry, sampling the strong spirits. Many even traveled from distant places to partake in the joys brought forth by the captain's extravagance. Simultaneously, as he had professed, he expended funds to renovate the old Free Grace Chapel, restoring its roof and walls, reviving the once dreary and weathered structure to a state of brilliance and vitality. The captain offered no explanation for this peculiar endeavor, merely stating that he preferred to act according to his own whims, a pursuit that brought him great satisfaction. Ultimately, the grand residence was completed, meticulously furnished according to his personal tastes. Shortly after moving in, he began to lavishly squander his wealth, hosting extravagant feasts for friends within the mansion, basking in the envy that emanated from the entire colony. The captain entertained guests, predominantly military officers and government officials from Newport and Fort Boston. The means by which he had forged such an extensive acquaintance remains a mystery. At times, these audacious gentlemen would commandeer the town, parading through the streets under their host's guidance, casting the most callous and brazen glances at the ladies passing by, loudly commenting on everything they observed in a tone laced with sarcasm and mockery. In this atmosphere of unparalleled freedom, they articulated their opinions using the most ludicrous language. Naturally, the debauchery within the Belford Palace was not confined to gambling and excessive drinking. The community frequently witnessed the arrival of flamboyantly dressed women, whose origins were unknown, reveling within the opulent halls of the mountaintop palace, much to the dismay of the townsfolk, who speculated that these individuals were catering to the whims of some esteemed figures in New Hope. Initially, these occurrences were but faint signs, attracting little attention, yet gradually, peculiar and abnormal situations began to emerge, initially whispered among civilians, before capturing the interest of others. What began as hushed murmurs soon escalated into rumors of devilish apparitions haunting the old Liberty Grace Chapel. It is said that when Captain Obadiah was informed of the gathering of some possessed individuals in the old chapel, he fixed the informant with a menacing gaze, filled with malice, warning him not to interfere in the matter. Ultimately, his terrifying expression suddenly vanished, and he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "What? So what? You must understand. In the past, the devil and I were good friends. I would often encounter him in the West Indies. I must tell you. The reason I restored this old chapel was to facilitate our frequent meetings here, where we could indulge in some dried cod and sip on rum, allowing those American fellows who smoke meat to eavesdrop on our conversations. You know, just yesterday, a ghostly woman danced with me on the distant meadow, while the devil sat cross-legged atop Daniel Root's gravestone, gnawing on a dry, dusty tibia that resembled a flute. At this moment, he made a horrifying oath. You know the worst-case scenario? If anyone were to tread upon this place at dusk, disturbing the merriment of the devil and me, they would be condemned to hell, consumed by raging flames or scorched by sulfur, only to be puffed into a pipe of smoke. Although these dreadful words may seem somewhat exaggerated, they undeniably affirm the most terrifying suspicion that indeed some fearsome spirits haunt this place. However, should anyone still harbor doubts about the veracity of these malicious rumors, Obadiah would swiftly quash such skepticism with the same fervor. Pastor Josiah was accustomed to dining at Colonel Balfour's exquisite home on Saturdays. Once, this gentleman was smoking with his host in the library when a sudden, jarring clatter erupted from outside the door. A servant ushered someone in, revealing Obadiah, a man who, unlike others, dared to be so impolite. With a cunning glint in his eye, Obadiah cast a malevolent glance at his brother and clasped his hands together, donning a mockingly humble expression that was difficult to describe. As he directly introduced himself to the clergyman, "Sir," he began, "before you stands a humble, penitent sinner who has suffered unjustly. I wonder if a devout person such as yourself could possibly rescue him from the abyss. Sir, the townsfolk claim that the devil has taken possession of my old chapel. Alas, I must confess, there is truth in this." At this moment, the captain lowered his head, as if horrified by the dreadful words he had uttered. "What did you say?" the clergyman exclaimed. "Is what I heard true? Is it indeed true?" Colonel Belford interjected. "Do you truly believe what you have heard? Have you not discerned the absurdity of this lie? Can you not see that he speaks these words to mock you and to threaten me? Are you referring to pirates?" the clergyman inquired, to which Obadiah nodded. "Liars." Colonel Belford slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming, "He has never possessed the courage to engage in such perilous endeavors as piracy, nor to partake in anything more wicked than the slave trade. Sir," Obadiah continued to the pastor, "I wish to elaborate further. It is to you that I confide these words. One fateful day, we espied a modestly toned Spanish brigantine, laden with a bounty of gold and silver tableware, yet devoid of wind, rendering us unable to approach the vessel. At that moment, I uttered, if only a breeze could carry us thither, I would willingly surrender my soul to the devil. Lo and behold, the wind arose, and a voice reverberated beside me. Alas, I must concede that I beheld a man, his countenance foreboding, a visage I had never before encountered aboard the ship. He proclaimed, 'Sign here.' The wind is yours. Where is the pen?" I inquired. "With your blood," he replied. "Alas, sir, how unfortunate it is for one such as I, ensnared by temptation. Did you sign it?" The pastor, captivated by this peculiar tale, inquired with excitement. "Alas, sir, I did." Captain Obadiah rolled his eyes, revealing a mere sliver of the whites. "Did you seize that Spanish ship?" "Indeed, sir. We captured it, stripping it bare." "This is a preposterous fabrication," Belford exclaimed in fury. "How can you sit here, so self-satisfied, concocting such an exaggerated tale to deceive us?" "It is indeed inconceivable," the pastor echoed. "Utterly incredible," he shouted. "This is a blatant falsehood," the colonel declared. "Now, how might I extricate myself from this pit I have dug?" Obadiah pondered. "Sir," the pastor replied, "should your words bear truth, then I am powerless to assist you. Alas." Obadiah sighed. "Alas. Alas. Indeed. I am truly damned." He then waved his arms in the air, as if overwhelmed by profound despair, before turning and dashing out of the house as though pursued by 100 vengeful deities. This was the most bizarre tale that Pastor Josiah had ever encountered. For 2 weeks, he pondered this incident wherever he went. "This is the most incredible story I have ever heard," he exclaimed. "Look over there, so much smoke. Surely, there must be a fire. As for that unfortunate soul, I had once witnessed this lost spirit standing before me in the Belford Library." He concluded, "Yes, indeed. It is truly unbelievable. It shatters all faith. If this is true, then the world is just, and this devil ought to possess a pagan sanctuary as a refuge. One that not only repels the influences of Christianity and other sects, but also undermines their abodes, becoming the devil's eternal dwelling." As for Captain Belford, he yearned to keep the secrets of this place forever. This method effectively deterred those who sought to pry into the mysteries. Thomas Goodhouse, the customs collector of New Hopetown, had previously enjoyed an unblemished reputation. He was renowned locally for his remarkable ability to consume vast quantities of pineapple rum without it affecting his work. His voice boomed, his physique was stout and robust, with a round face that bore a crimson hue and fiery red hair, giving him the appearance of being perpetually ablaze. The customs office is a pristine white edifice adorned with green shutters, from which rainwater cascades during inclement weather. Regardless of the day, between the hours of 10 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon, the collector can be found at his desk, indulging in a cigarette while diligently organizing the mountain of ledgers and documents that lie before him. The opportunity to serve as a royal customs collector is a testament to the assistance provided by Belford, for which Goodhouse expresses profound gratitude. Several years prior, Goodhouse approached this gentleman with an extraordinary letter of recommendation from the Earl of Crandine. Fortune favored him, as he had saved the life of the esteemed Mr. Frederick Dunburn, the Earl's second son, a young man known for his arrogance, debauchery, and unruly antics, which included twisting door knockers, ringing bells, and pilfering tavern signs. To Thomas Goodhouse, guided by the benevolent hand of Providence, he safeguarded a precious, virtuous young life, and in gratitude for this noble act, the boy's father bestowed upon him a token of appreciation. On August 17, 1752, the Viscount Dunburn and the Earl of Crandene did not take on the grave responsibility of determining the future fate of the savior of his son. However, the Earl felt compelled to do something in recognition of Guduz's valor and thus penned a letter of recommendation, urging him to present it to Colonel Belford in America. The gentleman, of course, aspired to please the legitimate head of the family, and thus, leveraging his influence, successfully arranged for Goodhouse to assume the position of customs collector, replacing the recently deceased Captain Moore. Goodhouse, profoundly grateful to those who aided him, diligently and responsibly executed his duties, meticulously managing the royal taxation with greater care than he devoted to his own salary. During Captain Moore's tenure as collector, it was not uncommon for him to receive fine Dutch gin, a roll of silk, or a small cask of brandy from influential merchants or colonial dignitaries. However, under Goodhouse stewardship, such negligence was never tolerated. He would rather offend his closest friends or forfeit his most cherished possessions than act unfaithfully to the crown. After a long day, he would indulge in some relaxation, yet come 10 o'clock each morning, regardless of his condition, he would don the royal customs collector's uniform and take to his duties. In this manner, he wielded virtue against his own weaknesses, achieving a stable equilibrium between the two. When faced with moments that left him trembling with fear, he would always emphasize his integrity, asserting that during his tenure, nothing passed through customs without due taxation. He invoked God as his witness, claiming to have saved the life of a young gentleman with his own hands. In those moments, he would tightly clutch the gold snuff-box nestled in his pocket with his brown, hairy fist, drawing instant comfort from its presence. Whenever someone engages him in conversation, he will first present his snuff-box, inviting them to read the inscription engraved upon its lid. He then remarks that if a person occasionally indulges a bit too freely, it is of little consequence. Should he merely collect a trifling tax for the royal treasury, it is solely to safeguard the son of Count Clanneber. He never allows this cherished snuff-box to leave his side, for it symbolizes his virtues and understanding known only to himself. Thus, the more he doubts his own character, the heavier the weight of this emblem of integrity becomes in his eyes. Indeed, you may examine it, he proclaims, but should you find any fault with me, I assure you I shall not falter. Let the devil take it from me. As the murmurs of skepticism regarding the chapel grow louder, the beleaguered tax collector suddenly experiences an inexplicable dread. He asserts that he senses a presence more dreadful than the devil of Rhode Island, insisting that Captain Obadiah is engaged in clandestine trade, using this unbelievable tale as a guise to smuggle goods and evade taxes under cover of night. He vows, with solemnity, to devise a meticulous plan to unearth this truth, determined to achieve his objective. To that end, he intends to visit the site, hoping to ascertain whether this devil or smuggler is indeed conducting transactions within the old Free Grace Congregational Chapel. Thus, he retrieved his cherished snuff-box, securely fastening its lid, and then scrutinized the inscription upon it, pondering whether a man of his audacity, in such dire circumstances, ought still to fear the demons lurking within the church. I shall, he proclaimed with fervor, deal a fatal blow to the devil. Indeed, I shall compel him to peruse this and demand he confess whether he dares to believe he can evade my gaze. Clearly, these declarations were not the foolish bravado of a tax collector. Within a mere week, it was rumored that activities within the ancient church had resumed. The tax collector discovered that none dared accompany him, thus he embarked alone in his small boat, setting off to Rhode Island for his inquiries, feeling an unwarranted sense of pride at the citizens' evident agitation. As he commenced this unforgettable and solitary expedition, twilight was fast approaching. By the time he arrived, darkness had enveloped the land completely. He carried with him a bottle of aged rum, from which he took a sip to stave off the chill emanating from his very bones. Before long, he realized his small vessel had drifted into the shadows cast by the looming rocks, rendering visibility non-existent. The night deepened, an infinite blackness wrapping around him as if to engulf him within the nebulous waters. Above the bay, perched upon the rugged slopes of the towering hills, the enigmatic church loomed ominously. The tax collector rode slowly, his gaze fixed vacantly upon a row of dim, foreboding lights ahead, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Thus, he steeled himself, summoning all his strength, and rode forward. He discerned that the radiant beams emanated from the old Free Grace Chapel. He hastened his rowing, swiftly reaching the shore, though he felt as if his head were heavy and his feet light, swaying unsteadily. Nevertheless, he ascended the steep, rugged path leading to the enigmatic light without a hint of hesitation. Occasionally, he stumbled over stones and pebbles, yet he maintained his balance, never daring to lower his guard. Although a touch drowsy, he stubbornly pressed on, ultimately finding a sense of belonging in his adventure and his fate. The aged chapel boasted 2 levels. The ground floor served as a venue for the former Free Grace congregants to conduct rituals celebrating some arcane aspect of their faith, while the upper level was reserved for the customary Sunday worship. A long, steep staircase led to the secluded hall on the 2nd floor. The tax collector paused to observe the tightly shut shutters on the lower level, which were secured with wooden bars, from which a dim, eerie light spilled forth from the upper windows. Summoning his courage, he ascended the staircase, a feat only someone inebriated could muster. He halted, intending to rap on the door. But before his fingers could make contact with the panel, the door creaked open abruptly. An indescribable, potent aroma assaulted his senses, momentarily leaving him breathless, and he found himself face to face with a towering figure. Even in the presence of this sudden apparition, the tax collector did not waver in his resolve. Swiftly adopting a posture of defiance, he steadied himself and opened his mouth. I knew he would say, "Who are you?" "You are a devil, I dare say. If you do not pay taxes to King George, you cannot conduct business." "I might be a bit inebriated," he bellowed, "but I am fulfilling my duty. I have come to collect taxes." He then produced a snuff box and placed it beneath the nose of the man before him. "Take a look, read it," he roared. "But do not touch it. I shall not allow any criminal to escape from my grasp." The following day, the tax collector did not arrive at his office at the usual hour, and throughout the morning, the office remained desolate. It was not until noon that alarms began to resonate within the community. Around 2 o'clock, during high tide, Mr. Tompkins, along with 2 crew members from Sala Goodrich, appeared at Mr. Hobson's dock. They boarded a small speedboat to investigate the whereabouts of the tax collector. They navigated along the coast for approximately half an hour, ultimately uncovering some traces of the missing collector. At last, they discovered him lying on a pebble-strewn beach not far away. Judging by his position and the manner in which he lay, it was evident that he had indulged too much. Mr. Tompkins halted, stepping onto the pebbles that jutted out of the shallow water, making his way to where his superior lay. The tax collector had one arm draped over his eyes, seemingly to shield himself from the sun. However, as Mr. Tompkins approached, he suddenly let out a sharp cry. The tax collector's lips were a ghastly shade of blue, parted to reveal yellowed teeth, and his corpulent, hairy hands were a waxy pallor. In truth, from the overall appearance, he immediately realized that the tax collector was deceased. Upon hearing the scream, 2 crew members rushed over. They endeavored to maintain their composure as they turned the tax collector over, discovering no signs of violence upon his body. Suddenly, one of them noticed that his neck was twisted. The other speculated that he might have fallen from the rocks, breaking his neck in the process. The 2 sailors examined his pockets while the officer stood by, trembling all over from shock, his face resembling raw dough. He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and his limbs quivered uncontrollably, as if paralyzed. Witnessing 2 living men rummaging through the pockets of a lifeless body instilled an inexplicable fear within him. He thought he would rather forfeit a week's wages than partake in such a perilous venture for the officer. In the tax collector's pockets, they discovered a roll of tobacco, a vividly colored red handkerchief, a wallet filled with copper and silver coins, a silver watch that continued to tick away, a tar-coated rope, and a folding knife. However, the gold snuff box, which the tax collector had always regarded as a great honor and a symbol of his virtue, was conspicuously absent. Frederick Dunburn, the second son of the Earl of Clarendon, was aboard the ship along with 2 friends, Captain Brysonton and George Fitt, having earned approximately £600 during their term. Upon the conclusion of their service, they indulged in a night of revelry in a distant part of London, after which they boarded a ship at Cape York, embarking on a spree of mischief. On board the vessel, 3 young gentlemen vociferously reveled in their merriment, occasionally dashing to the side of the ship to jest with passing boats and their occupants. Initially, their antics were met with hearty laughter or irate shouts from those aboard the other vessels. Eventually, they encountered a speedboat, seemingly of Dutch origin, manned by a few inebriated crew members, which meandered slowly into the harbor. At the stern of the boat stood a figure who appeared to be the captain. However, due to the dim lighting, the pervasive mist, and the hazy moonlight, Dunburn could not ascertain this with certainty. The man possessed a large visage, his sunburned skin glowing red, and atop his pointed head rested a filthy leather cap. In response to the young gentleman's provocations, whenever the 2 vessels drew near enough for a minute or 2, he hurled profanities at them, urging them to silence. It was evident that, given the opportunity, he would not hesitate to launch, putting it Dunburn. and if the vessels were within arm's reach, he would surely hurl an anchor crown at the trio. Later, upon awakening for the second time, he found himself aboard the two-masted ship, Prophet Daniel. Deducing from its name, he surmised it must be American, and observing the stern facing westward, he concluded it was bound for Baltimore. The wind howled fiercely as the ship sped toward distant, uncharted lands, revealing only the vast, daunting expanse of the sea before him. Dunburn found himself still clad in a solitary sleeved shirt and tattered riding trousers, remaining in the grimy chamber where he first regained consciousness. However, atop his head rested a dilapidated hat with only a partial brim. He noticed a slight alteration in his disheveled and sorrowful appearance. His beard and hair had grown, and the once walnut-sized swelling on his head was adorned with a filthy bandage. He realized that he now resembled the wretched souls who were daily driven from the slums and alleyways of the great city, only to be transported to America by ship. Before long, he discerned that his journey had come to an end, and he was on the verge of being sold to a Maryland plantation, destined to become one among the ranks of indentured laborers. Subsequently, the unfortunate Dunburn earned the moniker of the Madman, as they conferred upon him the name of the Earl of Inreg. His companions, equally beset by misfortune, sought amusement by incessantly mocking what they deemed the hapless Dunburn, persistently coaxing him to recount his adventurous tales. It is difficult to fathom the torment inflicted upon him by those pitiable, depraved, and unfortunate individuals. Under the provocation of their malicious derision, Dunburn once confessed that he might derive immense satisfaction from becoming a murderer. Nevertheless, he maintained his self-restraint, tempering his emotions within the bounds of reason and principle. Fortunately, he was proficient in both French and Italian. Thus, when engulfed by uncontrollable rage, he would unleash his fury in a foreign tongue, punishing himself and liberating his repressed spirit. Because as long as his companions understood a single word he uttered, they would beat him mercilessly, at times nearly taking his life. Naturally, they regarded all of this as the nonsensical ramblings of a madman losing his wits. During their voyage, the ship, the Prophet Daniel, encountered a tremendous storm, one that far exceeded the captain's expectations. In late August, amidst tempestuous weather, they finally glimpsed land. The first mate, having years of experience in the New Scotland trade, suggested to the captain that they could enter the port of New Hope and wait for the southeast winds to abate before venturing out to sea. The captain acquiesced to this counsel, and by nightfall, they anchored in the comparatively tranquil harbor. Dunburn, an accomplished swimmer with extensive experience, leapt from the ship as darkness enveloped the sky. He dove beneath the two-masted vessel and swam slowly to the port side, while those aboard were searching for him or his lifeless body on the starboard side of the Prophet Daniel. He swam approximately a mile toward the shore. As shadows deepened, he beheld an ancient wooden structure that resembled a church, not far off on land, alongside a tall, leaning brick house with a chimney. The waters of America were frigid to the bone. Although Dunburn was accustomed to swimming, upon reaching the pebble-strewn beach, he lay there for an extended period, like a corpse. The chill seeped into his bones, rendering his limbs stiff and nearly devoid of strength. After a considerable time, he gradually regained awareness, but his legs continued to twitch and tremble uncontrollably, his entire body quaking. At last, he let out a deep sigh, rousing himself and surveying his surroundings, feeling an overwhelming sense of despondency. Though consciousness had returned, the incessant crashing of the waves against the shore unsettled his spirit. The wind howled fiercely, and the towering waves surged violently from the harbor, creating frothy white crests. Above the tumultuous sea, the night sky loomed damp and gloomy, where only the diagonal, dense lines of rain were visible, evoking a chill within. Through the thin mist and dark shroud, amidst the rain of the night, Dunburn perceived a faint glimmer of light in the distance. The sight of nearby human presence filled the young gentleman with elation, and he summoned all his strength to rise. After a moment, he began to ascend the rocky hill between the shores, making his way toward that dim yet invigorating beacon. After a strenuous battle against the tempest, he finally reached a dark, square building that shimmered with light. This structure appeared to be a quaint two-story wooden chapel, with the shutters on the lower level tightly secured, as if fastened from within. The upper windows were open, and it was from there that the guiding light emanated, leading him from the beach to this sanctuary. The wooden steps were steep and perilously slick from the rain, and he found himself at a small, additional corridor or foyer, arriving at the second floor of the chapel, where a door stood resolutely shut. As he lingered there, Dunburn discerned the voice of a rather mundane man, whom he surmised might be a missionary. The young gentleman, as one might envision, found himself in a precarious predicament. At that moment, he had not washed his face, nor shaved his beard. The only garment adorning him was the tattered shirt he had worn throughout his arduous journey, accompanied by a pair of trousers that barely covered him. These filthy, worn-out clothes clung to his skin uncomfortably due to their dampness. Yet, he acknowledged his insufficient mental fortitude to endure the immense anguish inflicted by the scornful gazes of strangers. Thus, he sought refuge in a corner of the church's vestibule, wrapping himself tightly in his tattered attire, determined to find a semblance of warmth to fend off the encroaching cold and biting winds. As he huddled there, he was beset by the myriad of dull, sorrowful sounds emanating from within the grand edifice, occasionally punctuated by the clinking of iron chains. To his astonishment, a nearby door swung open, and a figure approached, lantern in hand, casting a feeble red glow that illuminated the passage. Another silhouette followed closely behind. Dunburn soon discerned that they were a group of forlorn, unprotected souls, their nakedness a testament to their suffering. As they emerged, their outlines became discernible in the dim light from behind. These wretched individuals sighed pitifully, moaning and emitting a monotonous lament, their wrists shackled together in pairs. As they passed near Dunburn, a nauseating stench wafted from the unfortunate souls, nearly overpowering him. As the last unfortunate soul exited that dreadful house, a tremendous shout erupted nearby, startling Dunburn and causing his ears to ring. The voice proclaimed, a total of 26. Instantly, the light emanating from within extinguished, plunging the surroundings back into darkness and restoring silence. At that moment, apart from the persistent patter of rain outside and the rhythmic drumming of raindrops on the roof, as well as the sound of water cascading from the eaves into the puddles below, Dunburn could hear nothing else. He then rose, astonished by his recent discovery. Suddenly, a resounding, startling crash echoed, reminiscent of a trapdoor collapsing. The dim room was illuminated once more, as if someone had emerged with a lantern. Following this, a jingling sound, akin to keys, was heard, along with the approaching footsteps and the murmur of two individuals conversing. Suddenly, two figures materialized in the foyer. One wielded a lantern typically used on boats, while the other closed the door and secured it with a lock. It was evident that they had not noticed Dunburn and were about to turn away. Abruptly, the beam from the lantern illuminated a pale, melancholic face, and Dunburn instantly realized he had been discovered. The lantern was then thrust before him, and in its glow, he saw a pistol swiftly pressed against his forehead. At this moment, the young gentleman's life hung by a thread. His mind was a blank, and his ears buzzed as though a swarm of flies surrounded him. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence. "Who are you, and what is your intention?" "To be honest," Dunburn replied, "I do not know. What are you doing here?" "I also do not know why I am here." The individual raised the lantern, casting light upon Dunburn's face. His companion then inquired, "How did you arrive here? Have you received an education?" "If what you say is true," he added. "Indeed, I have been educated," Dunburn affirmed. "I have received quite a commendable education, and given the opportunity, I could become a person of stature. Yet, what good is it?" He exclaimed in despair, "I would rather have been uneducated. Living as a beggar amidst the underbrush, that might have served me better." Another person waved the lantern towards him, observing the young gentleman's disheveled, barefooted appearance. "I have an idea," he remarked. "You could bash your head against the wall, but now I have another thought to make you somewhat useful. I shall spare your life for the moment and observe your conduct." His tone was laced with mockery. The young gentleman retorted loudly, "I shall not yield to you merely because you have spared my life. Yet I must say, should you choose not to kill me this time, you might never find such an excellent opportunity again." Chapter 33. The Devil of New Hope Town. 4. The enigmatic guide continued to hold the lantern, directly leading Dunburn up a broad staircase. He opened the door, leading him through an opulent corridor, eventually arriving at the dining room ahead. There, the young gentleman beheld a long mahogany table adorned with 3 or 4 candles, alongside a mahogany sideboard intricately carved with floral patterns. The guide called out, and a black servant promptly appeared. The master of the house instructed him to fetch some bread, cheese, and a bottle of rum for this unfortunate guest. The servant immediately turned and left. The master leisurely seated himself, scrutinizing Dunburn for an extended period, before suddenly inquiring about the young gentleman's name. "Sir," Dunburn replied earnestly, "I regret to inform you that I may not meet your expectations. As you noted, I too find it rather effortless to lie, given adequate time. I dare say I could become an adept in other, perhaps more nefarious, criminal endeavors to satiate your imagination. I cannot bring myself to be a murderer, nor do I wish to become an arsonist. However, I could easily learn the art of cheating at cards, or, if it would please you. I might forge your name on a 100-pound check. Yet, I remain perplexed as to why you would choose me for such a wicked, reputation-destroying task." Upon hearing these words, the man erupted into hearty laughter. "I assure you," he exclaimed, "you are the most composed scoundrel I have ever encountered. But come now." He quickly regained his composure and asked, "What is your name?" "Sir," Dunburn candidly stated, "I must confess I have completely forgotten whether my name is Tom or John Robinson." The man burst into laughter once more, exclaiming, "What difference does it make? Thomas or John, it is all the same. I comprehend that you are a rude, filthy beggar, and I firmly believe you shall become a fugitive servant. Even in the most dire circumstances, as you have described, you are nevertheless well suited to my needs. As for your name, I shall bestow upon you an appropriate one, indeed, the finest name within this household. I will provide you with a home and sufficient attire for 3 months, ensuring you appear as a noble. You may lead a most splendid life, mingling with the elite of the colonies. However, this is contingent upon your compliance with my instructions over the course of these 3 months. I shall treat you well. So, what do you say? Is it a deal?" Dunburn sat there, contemplatively serious for a moment, and finally stated, "First, I must know what name you will give me." The man regarded him with skepticism, then, as if making a sudden resolution, proclaimed loudly, "What of it? What does it matter? Why should I fear? I tell you. Your name is Frederick Dunburn, the second son of the Earl of Crandy. Belinda Belford is the only daughter of William Belford. This young lady possesses an unpretentious charm, embodying the grace of a noblewoman. Indeed, many esteemed connoisseurs unanimously regard her as the most captivating beauty in the northern colonies. She is of medium height, with a curvaceous figure and an unforgettable poise. Her hair is a rich chestnut brown, remarkably soft, sometimes curling to rest against her alabaster neck, leading one to mistakenly perceive it as black. Her eyes are a deep coffee hue, exuding a mesmerizing, liquid-like luminescence capable of melting hearts. Her nose, though not large, stands tall and delicate, serving as the exquisite finishing touch that bestows upon her an endless allure. In any gathering, her mere presence commands the attention of all, and her name frequently becomes the topic of conversation in the esteemed circles of the northern province's primary stronghold, especially during tea and after-meal discussions. On this particular day, Mrs. Belford and her charming daughter joyfully entertained a group of friends, savoring a delightful morning within high society's bustling yet pleasurable atmosphere, indulging in refreshments and spirited conversation. Suddenly, Colonel Belford burst into the room, visibly exhilarated, even bordering on the unrestrained. My dear," he exclaimed, "I bring you splendid news. It is simply unbelievable, astonishing. Ladies, can you guess who has arrived in New Hope? No, you certainly cannot, so allow me to enlighten you. Frederick has come, the second son of the Earl. Indeed. You appear quite astonished. This very morning, less than half an hour ago, I encountered him and even spoke with him. He is traveling here incognito, and my brother Obadiah recognized him and is currently hosting him in the new residence. I have heard that many officials from the fort have gathered there to play cards and roll dice with the young gentleman. The noble young man, upon seeing me, immediately recognized me. This is, he said, if I am not mistaken, you must be Colonel Belford, a friend esteemed by my father," he continued, stating that he was the most intriguing and forthright young man, remarkably vivacious, with an elegant demeanor, strikingly reminiscent of his esteemed father, just as he had imagined. This revelation immediately stirred a commotion among all present. Dear Mrs. Belford, upon hearing the news of Colonel Belford, displayed an exaggerated astonishment, exclaiming, "My dear, why did you not bring him along for us to see? You have squandered such a splendid opportunity." "To speak frankly," Colonel Belford replied, "I did not forget to extend an invitation to him. He assured me that nothing would bring him greater joy than to be here, were it not for a prior engagement with some young gentleman from the fortress. However, rest assured, I shall not allow him to depart without certainty regarding his next visit. Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, he shall join us for luncheon. Belinda, dear," Colonel Belford then noticed his daughter's rosy cheeks, "you must present your finest self, for this is quite a formal occasion. I am certain that the distinguished gentleman possesses a unique taste for the fairer sex." "Fear not, father," the lively young lady exclaimed. "I shall ensure that the young gentleman perceives not a hint of impropriety, I vow to you. I guarantee it." She spiritedly added, "I cannot fathom why he did not inform us of his arrival in New Hope ahead of time. After all, you are his father's clandestine correspondent. I also doubt that the hospitality of Uncle Obadiah's household could surpass that of our own." "My dear," Colonel Belford said calmly, "your words reflect a certain recklessness. Consider your esteemed position. However, I must clarify that his arrival in America was indeed accidental. Otherwise, he would not have traveled incognito. Had it not been for my brother Obadiah recognizing him, we might still be unaware of his presence. He expressed that he had no intention of visiting New Hope, and would certainly not have come had it not been for Captain Obadiah's earnest persuasion. Despite the young lady's repeated assurances that she would extend an extraordinary welcome to their anticipated guest, she remained preoccupied with the matter for which she had been reproached. Thus, when her father brought her before the distinguished visitor, her countenance was radiant, her eyes sparkling, a reflection of the tumultuous emotions within her. The young gentleman found himself utterly captivated, standing there in a daze, uncertain of how to proceed, even forgetting the customary grace expected during such visits. "Indeed, madam," he exclaimed, "I must express my gratitude for this unexpected turn of events that has befallen me. The journey from England to America has been filled with surprises beyond my imagination. The scenery here is remarkably beautiful. Nature is so bountiful. And you, madam, appear to embody such elegance," he declared passionately. "Your country truly is a paradise." "Indeed, sir," the young lady replied joyfully. "I do not wish to regard your praise as mere flattery. I assure you, I have never encountered a young gentleman who could continue to revel in the joys of paradise amidst adversity." Indeed, our protagonist remarked, for a young individual, the opportunity to visit the abode of a sage is a luxury, and to engage in conversation with a striking beauty was beyond his wildest dreams. "Are you certain there are beauties in England?" the young lady inquired. "In America, one must conform to the prevailing societal standards dictated by the current constitutional framework." "Indeed, miss," the young gentleman replied, "your words compel me to confess that much of my conduct within high society is primarily motivated by the pursuit of my own interests, leaving scant opportunities for interactions with enchanting women." The young gentleman, blessed by Providence, possessed an impressive stature, a prominent nose, and elegantly slender cheeks, unmistakably indicative of a refined education. For Belinda, she had never encountered anyone who surpassed the elegance and nobility of the gentleman portrayed in Richard S. novels. Unbeknownst to her, he had indelibly etched himself into her memory. She endeavored to mask her emotions, yet her attempts appeared feeble and insipid. At that moment, should anyone have glimpsed her thoughts, she would undoubtedly have felt profound humiliation. While Our Lady reveled in this foolish reverie, the reader must understand that her esteemed status would surely shroud these naive, romantic fantasies in a veneer of sophistication. She intended to captivate him tenfold when he beheld her the following afternoon. Undoubtedly, the young lady possesses an exquisite understanding of how to fully seize such opportunities. She is well versed in the art of captivating the opposite sex, capable of evoking both sweetness and torment. By night, she draws forth their ardent gazes, while by day she inspires peculiar fantasies within them. As the month draws to a close, the young gentleman finds himself oblivious to whether this life will endure for weeks or years, enraptured by the sweetness. He has ceased to regard the passage of time, and others perceive him as having been consumed by high society. He grows increasingly impatient with the customary games of cards and dice, and his tolerance for languishing among the elite at the Belford Palace wanes. Once liberated from their company, he immerses himself once more in his own passions. Meanwhile, Captain Obadiah has grown accustomed to the presence of his guests, showing no pretense regarding his dreadful undertakings, which continually instill fear in the local populace. Naturally, this West Indian individual has been covertly observing his patrons. On a splendid day in October, our young gentleman spent a considerable portion of the afternoon socializing within high society. Despite the leaves having fallen, the golden sunlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting an enchanting glow. Our protagonist, aflame with passion, felt as though he soared like a feather each time he departed her abode. Uncertain whether it was the warmth of the sun or the fervor of his desires that ignited such warmth within him. Imagine the sensation of a soul, blissfully strolling through paradise, abruptly thrust into the filth of hell, such as the revulsion and disdain that envelopes our protagonist at this moment. He was engrossed in contemplative reverie when, with startling suddenness, he awoke from a dream of love, finding himself before a cruel and lascivious benefactor, whose coarse greetings echoed in his ears. The young gentleman halted abruptly, his visage contorted with anguish. The mere thought of his father's wrath propelled him to extricate himself from the entanglements of affection. "Captain Obadiah Belford," he declared, "you are the most shameless scoundrel I have ever encountered. Yet, should fortune smile upon me and I win the favor of the young lady, I would rather perish than serve you." To these words, Captain Obadiah was not incensed. Rather, he erupted into a raucous laughter, tilting his head back. his chin exaggeratedly quivering in the sunlight that illuminated his broad, cavernous throat. News of the impending marriage between Frederick Dunburn, the second son of Count Grandneighbor, and Belinda Belford, the only daughter of Colonel William Belford of New Hope, swiftly spread, igniting immense interest among the colonists of North America. The wedding date had been set, and arrangements were meticulously crafted to host the high society guests to the utmost standards. Captain Obadiah did not partake in the ceremony nor join for breakfast. Instead, he languidly wandered through the grand hall of his expansive residence, smoking and snapping his fingers, seeing his scheme about to come to fruition. He could not help but burst into laughter, convinced that he had successfully manipulated his brother, Colonel Belford. The day of the wedding had finally arrived, and the festivities were unparalleled, showcasing the opulence and nobility of the Belford family. As the banquet commenced, the enormous folding doors between the drawing room and dining room were flung open, revealing a table stretching the length of 2 suites, laden with exquisite plates and fine china. A multitude of distinguished guests gathered around the table, the scene a spectacle of extraordinary grandeur. At the head of the table, the young couple radiated joy, entirely absorbed in their present bliss and oblivious to what the future might hold. Just as the celebration reached its zenith, a commotion erupted in the corridor, with inquiries about the disturbance. At that moment, Obadiah Belford burst into the room, brandishing his ivory-headed cane, his demeanor unmistakably sinister. He addressed the groom directly, disregarding everyone else, exclaiming, "Though I do not wish to disrupt this joyous occasion, I shall fulfill my promise to provide you with the sum of 20 pounds, as pledged upon your marriage to my niece." He then produced a handful of gold coins from his silk purse and placed them on the groom's table. The young gentleman rose, bowing politely, and discreetly pocketed the money. At this moment, the young gentleman observed Captain Obadiah, who grasped his hand, wedging his cane beneath his arm. Beneath his brows lay an exaggerated gaze filled with malice as he bellowed, "Now, young sir, it may be prudent for you to elucidate to the esteemed ladies and gentlemen present the nature of the services you have rendered to me, for I have duly compensated you." "I would be delighted to do so," our protagonist replied emphatically, "for this is the endeavor I most cherish in this world." Upon hearing these words, Colonel Belford appeared paralyzed, trembling hands lifting the letter, and as he perused its contents, all doubts evaporated, his emotions swiftly transitioning from shock to a state of relaxation. In response, Lieutenant Obadiah suddenly commenced a defense of his actions, erupting into laughter. "And what of it?" he shouted. "What wickedness lies herein? I merely provide the sugar plantations with a supply of black slaves. Given the opportunity, who among you could do better? I engage solely in the slave trade, which is not unlawful. I find it astonishing," the young gentleman remarked, "that you can so readily dismiss such vile deeds. I have personally counted over 50 victims in Rhode Island alone. Repent, sir, there remains time." As the young gentleman presented an unexpected item, Obadiah's jaw dropped. His cavernous mouth agape, rendered speechless as though struck down in an instant. He raised his trembling hand and slowly, mechanically traced the soot-blackened jaw. Then, with a sudden surge of focus, he reclaimed a strength that had momentarily eluded him, exclaiming loudly, "I swear to God this was an accident. I did push him down the stairs, but he fell and broke his neck by his own doing." The young gentleman regarded him with a mocking grin. "Sir," he said, "you ought to have the opportunity to explain this unfortunate incident to the appropriate authorities, unless," he added, "you choose to flee from this place, evading the just punishment that the law should impose upon you." Obadiah roared, "No matter what you do, I shall not yield. I will live to see you suffer." He opened his mouth, stammering in his effort to articulate the fury and disappointment that coursed through him. With a fierce sweep of his hand, he shoved aside the onlookers and swiftly exited the house, leaving a trail of curses in his wake. As for the young gentleman, he emerged from the fray with such noble poise and magnanimity that those present were left in profound admiration of his character. His bride, who once perceived him as a fusion of Paris and Achilles, now considered him to embody, in addition, the wisdom of Nestor. Captain Obadiah, despite his furious outbursts against his adversary and his resolute determination to uphold his stance regardless of the outcome, mysteriously vanished from the scene of New Hope a few days later. Whether it was due to his self-doubt concerning his integrity or the shame stemming from his thwarted schemes, it is evident that his ambitions were ultimately unfulfilled. Over the span of a month, he clandestinely transferred a considerable amount of property from his residence, preparing it meticulously for transport to a port, from whence it was dispatched to an unknown destination. Thereafter, Captain Obadiah never reappeared in that locale. The old chapel remained undisturbed. Yet, Despite the expulsion of the malevolent spirit from his abode, the nefarious reputation it had incurred persisted. It was not until a decade later, following the aforementioned events, that the house was consumed by a great conflagration.